Our guy here is on our side. He's an incredibly talented doctor who mortgaged all his assets to open a private clinic. He thought his life was about to take off, but who would have guessed the COVID-19 pandemic would happen? Not a single soul came to his clinic for treatment. He decided to jump into the river for a quick swim to cool off, but who knew he'd end up logging off for good? He was reincarnated into the body of a prince who was about to kick the bucket. But his bad luck came with a silver lining. He received a superlative healing system as a bonus. As long as he heals himself and makes his internal organs cheer with joy, he'll receive HP. HP can be exchanged for God-tier healing skills, and notably he also gets points for healing others. And thus, a capitalist medicine-peddling demon was born. And okay, without further ado, let's get started. The story begins on a quiet, moonlit night. The faint moonlight shines down on a bridge spanning a river. A hand holds a phone displaying strange text messages. From a social media account belonging to Jin Hoo's father, the message read, "I was terrified after visiting the hemorrhoid clinic in Korea." It seems like a lot of infected people are visiting that place. Perhaps it's because of the current COVID-19 situation. Below the status, a storm of mixed comments erupted. "Oh my God, I visited that clinic near my place too. That clinic is full of infected people. I'm never going there again." They probably didn't control the outbreak properly. After reading this, Jakin, with a haggard face, let out a loud laugh. Tears streamed down his face as he stood there, a beer bottle in hand, lost in his thoughts. "But this isn't why I became a medical doctor. I can't believe that after being open for 3 years, I'm drowning in debt. Why did the pandemic have to break out right after I opened my clinic?" he screamed on the bridge. "Why do those people keep getting infected after visiting my clinic? Why do they keep commenting as if my clinic is the source of the infection?" Jakin sat on the bridge railing, dangling his legs, and shouted, "It's not like I wanted this to happen, you know." Suddenly, he tipped head first. He was shocked, not knowing what was happening. Just like that, Jakin began to freefall. Jakin said, "What the why are my feet pointing to the sky?" At that moment, Jakin was falling rapidly toward the river. He reached a hand toward the light on the bridge and thought, "I can't imagine what's about to happen." Then he quickly sank, leaving only bubbles rising to the surface. Jakin's mind flashed, "I, an ordinary Korean medical doctor, have become a medic in a novel." A system voice rang out. "HP system is now ready. You can obtain HP from internal organs through treatment. By investing the HP you have, you can unlock various skills or summon HP creatures." Jakin slowly opened his eyes. He thought, "Where am I?" He glanced around before his eyes landed on a figure. He thought, "Who is this person?" "A rescuer." The figure slowly came into focus. He thought to himself, "He must be here to save me after I fell into the Han River." Without another word, he shot up, thinking confidently, "Shoot, I can start over. As long as I'm not dead, that's all that matters." He trembled, clutching the blanket and thinking, "Living with a mountain of debt is better than being dead." He spoke in a cold voice, "I'll be more careful next time." Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. He thought to himself, "Wait a minute. This isn't a hospital." He looked around the room, then out the window, thinking, "What is this? Seriously, this looks too weird. It looks like I'm on a medieval movie set." The room glittered with luxurious, gleaming, gold-plated items. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Your Highness!" Biozo's face was covered in tears, his voice filled with worry. "Can you see me, Your Highness?" The man's mournful crying startled him. He thought, "Damn it, you scared me." He wondered to himself, who is this strange foreigner? Is he crying? Unconsciously? Jakin spoke up. "Hello, who are you?" Hearing this, Biozo looked slightly panicked and stammered, "Don't tell me, you can't recognize me." As he spoke, his emotions suddenly swelled. "Even if I cannot show my devotion, I will continue to serve you. I am Gaden, your personal physician. The personal physician of Crown Prince Biozo Gadin." He looked at the other man like that. Jakin was a bit skeptical, thinking, What the hell is this guy talking about? Then he said coldly, "Hey, can you bring me some water?" Hearing the command, the man immediately brought over a glass of water. He said, "Here you are, Your Highness." He took the glass, thinking to himself, that was fast. Suddenly, Jakin was stunned, thinking, "Is this a real diamond?" He lifted the glass slowly to his lips, still thinking, "It doesn't look fake at all. It smells like a 24-carat diamond." Suddenly, he saw something and whispered to himself. Jakin looked at his reflection in the water. A handsome face appeared. He stared in shock for a long time, unresponsive. He was so startled he choked on the water, spitting it out. Biozo, standing nearby, panicked. "Your Highness." He hurriedly took a cloth to wipe the water from his face while he was still reeling from what was happening. "What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Is this me? But this isn't my face." Then he screamed. Jaken's heart rate began to climb as he thought of something. Jaken Adria Mason Ano. A fantasy novel, The Demonic Sword Emperor. Its cover now displayed on his phone screen. He thought, the novel I read the day before I went drinking. Back then, he was relaxing in his clinic. Realizing this, Jaken was shocked. "Isn't this a character from that novel?" Then he said cautiously, "Hey." Biozo answered, slightly surprised, "Yes, Your Highness." Jaken said, "Can you slap me?" Biozo said in a panic, Yes, I think I must have misheard you, Your Highness." He said, "I guess I'll have to do it myself then." With that, Jaken started to raise his hand, but Biozo shouted, "Your Highness!" Then Jaken slapped himself hard across the cheek. Sitting on the bed, he was stunned by the blow and raised a hand to his stinging face. Biozo said worriedly, "Are you all right, Your Highness, over here?" Jaken held his face, thinking, this isn't a dream. A second later, his eyes lit up as he thought with a grin, "Am I the crown prince from that novel? Am I Jaken now?" Images of his modern life flashed through his mind. He thought to himself, does this mean the mountain of debt and interest? He remembered the loan amount on the screen that he had to bear after his business failed. Back then, his eyes were filled with helplessness and anxiety. Now he closed his eyes and thought, finally, I can... The beast within Jaken seemed to erupt as he laughed with joy. I can live a life without worrying about that pile of debt. Then suddenly the look in his eyes changed. His body began to fall backward. Jaken plopped down onto the bed, and Biozo rushed to support him. "Your Highness." Jaken was sweating, his face pale, as he asked, What just happened to me?" He then looked at his trembling hands, thinking, I feel so weak. He glanced down worriedly and mused, this body is too frail for a 14-year-old. He looked up, revealing a gaunt, haggard face, and thought, this can't be. He thought about that novel. In the first half of the novel, the demonic sword emperor, Crown Prince Jaquin, was a minor character who only appeared briefly. He recalled the figure and thought to himself, he was a character who was always bedridden since childhood, and then at the age of 22, after a bunch of rituals and shadowy figures appeared, he died. Suddenly he called out, Caden! Hearing him, Biozo answered, Yes, Your Highness. Jaquin asked, How old am I this year? Biozo replied, You are 21 years old this year, Your Highness. Hearing this, he felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, unable to believe what he had just heard. He gritted his teeth, thinking, Damn it! Jaquin clenched his fists and lowered his head, thinking, 1 year. He furrowed his brow, his calculating eyes showing a hint of worry. When did everything start to go this wrong? Was it when I suddenly became a minor character in a novel? Jaquin thought about his belongings in the modern world. I thought I could finally forget about that debt and live a life of luxury because I'm the crown prince. But now I only have 1 year left to live. He placed his feet on the floor and sat there blankly, thinking to himself, the crown prince must have received treatment using all the best methods in this world. Jaquin gently rubbed his chin and thought, since that didn't work, he also received blessings from priests many times. But he still died in the first half of the novel because he couldn't overcome the illness. That means I only have one option left now. He then turned to look in the mirror and said, Caden. The man behind him quickly replied, Yes, Your Highness. Jaquin continued, I have something to do. Bring me the needles. Then he said seriously, The size doesn't matter. Just bring as many needles here as you can. Next, he thought, I will protect this body myself. Night fell, and under the dark sky the splendid castle shone brightly in the night. Inside his room, Jaquin's mouth was agape. He took his own pulse and thought, what is wrong with this body? In his mind, like a righteous cultivator, he diagnosed the fluttering, skipping, and chaotic beats, otherwise known as the 10 monstrous pulses. Jaquin looked at his wrist in slight shock and said, If I'm showing signs of one of these 10 types of pulses, then my body must be riddled with internal injuries. He then closed his eyes and sighed. This life really is tough. A moment later, Biozo came in panting while holding something and said, Here you are, Your Highness. I brought all the needles I could find. Hearing this, Jaquin said happily, Excellent, just put them over there. Immediately after, he spread the needles out. Jaqen stood there staring thoughtfully at the pile of needles on the bed. Then he reached out, picked one up, and thought, "Damn it, this thing is as big as a club." Biozo spoke up. "Your Highness." Hearing the man call, he turned and spoke softly. The attendant asked, "What do you intend to do with all those needles, Your Highness?" Jaqen replied, "These things." He picked up a heated needle, smiled, and said, "Well, I plan to stick them into my body." The attendant shouted in alarm, "What?" A second later, he grabbed Jaqen's leg. "Your Highness," Biozo cried out, "you mustn't harm yourself." "Please, calm down. You are the heir to the throne. I understand you've been through a lot of pain, Your Highness, but you mustn't harm yourself like this." Hearing this, Jaqen showed his annoyance and said, "Stop, it's not what you think." He looked at Biozo, who was kneeling on the floor, and continued, "I'm doing this for a righteous purpose." Jaqen said, "So if nothing happens after I stick this into my body," and at the same time he placed the needle into the flame. He turned back with a smile and said, "Then from now on you have to believe me." The man looked at him with a worried expression, then reluctantly closed his eyes and turned his face away. Understanding the situation, Biozo bowed his head and said, "If you insist, Your Highness, then very well. I will trust you." On the other side, Jaqen took off his shirt, revealing his pale back, and said, "Don't worry so much. You won't regret this." Under the light of the chandelier, Jaqen's thoughts echoed, "The first needle. It will be placed in the most vital respiratory organ." He lay on the bed, revealing his gaunt body with the needles beside him. He thought, "I have to breathe correctly before I can even think of doing anything else. And to do that, the first point of the 12 meridians." He lay with his eyes closed. Near his left shoulder, a needle was stuck straight in. He thought, "The thing most connected to the lungs is..." and the tie-in lung meridian. A moment later, he picked up another needle. A cry of pain rang out. Jaqen wondered, is it because the needle is too big? But damn, it hurts. The meridian pathways appeared in his mind. The 3 acupoints, yunmen, a cluster of points on the upper arm. Jaqen's body began to sweat as he realized something. "Wait a minute." A second later, his eyes shot open. A system notification popped up. "Your body is reacting positively due to your correct acupuncture method. The functions of your internal organs are showing slight signs of recovery." And starting with the lungs, Jaqen's body transformed from the inside. The system announced, "Your lungs have begun to function again." A shimmering eye opened. The 2 lungs, as if revived, danced ceaselessly. They winked, signaling that the body's functions were gradually recovering. The system announced, "Your lungs liked that. Your lungs have given you 100 HP, HP 100/P. Astonished, Jaqen reached out to touch the screen. He wondered, a mascot. Jaqen quickly scrolled through the system screen. Beside him, Biozo said worriedly, "Your Highness." In Biozo's eyes, he looked like a mental patient flailing his arms and legs at thin air while muttering foolishly, "What is this?" "A status window." The man coughed. He wept as he covered his mouth, screaming internally, "Our poor mad crown prince!"
"What am I supposed to do now?"
Jaqen said helplessly, "Gaiden." Biozo replied, "Yes, Your Highness." He continued, "I'm not crazy, so stop overreacting like that." He then inserted another needle. Biozo yelled, "You're going to insert more." Jaqen said, "Ah, it's fine." Soon 2 needles were lightly inserted into his shoulder. The system announced, "You have correctly stimulated the Yunmen acupoint. Your chest spasms have been alleviated." 2, 3 more needles were inserted into Jaqen's arm. At this point, a sharp pain flared up. He grimaced. "Ow, that hurts more than I thought." On the side, Biozo clasped his hands in front of him and said, "Oh, heavens." His face was pale as he knelt down and continued, "Please watch over the crown prince of the Maisanano imperial family and cure his madness as soon as possible. Our crown prince can't recover from his illness. So he's developed psychological problems and is harming himself. I'm about to go mad myself." Jaqen turned to look at the man, helpless. He could only remain silent, his face stunned and speechless. Then Jaqen gave a slight smile and turned his head to look up at the ceiling. He thought to himself, "I'll just finish what I'm doing." He thought of the acupoints on his body. First the Xiabai point, followed by Tianfu Kongzui and the Yuji channel. The system announced again, "Due to your excellent acupuncture skills, many acupoints have been stimulated. It feels like your lungs are sitting in a massage chair." Jaqen's 2 lungs became rosy again, enjoying this happy sensation. Hearing this, Jaqen got a little angry. He thought to himself, why a massage chair, and why didn't it give me any vitality points? He continued with his work, and finally, the chi acupoint. He then took a needle and lightly pricked his thumb. He thought, acupuncture for the left lung meridian has been a complete success. At that moment, he seemed to be standing in a halo of light. An arm reached out, a foot appeared under the light. The two lungs transformed into two little boys dancing non-stop. The system announced, your lungs are performing the Tessahai dance. Hearing this, Jakin was internally shocked. What? The two lungs continued to dance on a stage, smiling brightly as they spun around each other. Jakin lay there helplessly listening to the sounds coming from his two lungs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, don't fall asleep, wake up. Jakin's face was one of resignation. He gritted his teeth, but the sounds just kept coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, Jakin said. Ugh, it's so noisy. The system then announced, the internal organ responsible for intestinal activity has now synchronized with the lungs. Suddenly, the two lungs stopped. A figure holding a gong appeared and shouted, what do you think you're doing? The intestines personified as a human figure appeared and shouted, how could you not invite me? Soon they all joined in starting a festival right inside Jakin's body. The two lungs happily beat drums and danced. The system announced, your large intestine is joining in the song, and busting out some impressive dance moves. Jakin silently looked at the notification, feeling helpless. The system notification chimed again. The large intestine has given you 100 HP. Your lungs have given you 200 HP. HP 600/P. Jakin glanced at it, thinking, so the large intestine has shown up now too, and he looked up at the system screen. The amount of HP you possess is now sufficient to unlock skills. The skills you can unlock will depend on your knowledge and abilities. Would you like to see the list of skills? Jakin thought to himself. Skills. He pictured a man with an obscured face, holding a sword in the moonlight like in a game. When you swing it, a light emanates from the blade. Then he thought of someone who looked like a mage shooting fire from a staff. After casting a spell, huh? The kind of abilities you need in a fantasy novel. Without hesitation, Jakin reached out and pressed agree, thinking, of course I do. A second later, a system notification appeared showing the skills that could be unlocked. His eyes widened as he stared at the screen where a long list appeared, the list of unlockable skills. 1 pulse taking, 2 acupuncture, 3 cupping, 4 moxibustion, 5 prescribing medicine, 6 identifying herbs, 7 harvesting herbs, 8 decoction, 9 charging for treatment, 10 Asarhan treatment method. He stared at the screen in confusion and said, but these are all things I've done before. A glowing thread of light appeared. Jia Kin's thoughts surfaced. The origin of all treatment methods is diagnosis. The cold image of the modern-day Jia Kin appeared in his mind. Only with a correct diagnosis can a doctor provide the right treatment plan. Without hesitation, he selected pulse taking. The system announced, you have selected number 1 pulse taking, unlocking skill level 1, cost 500 HP, remaining HP 100 HP. A flash of light appeared and the system displayed another message. Your knowledge and experience have been unlocked. Skill pulse taking level 1. By feeling the target's pulse, you can assess their health condition. You can view the results in the basic general health report. Jia Kin lay on the bed thinking, a basic general health report. I'll take my own pulse. The system announced beginning pulse taking, scanning. He lay down and closed his eyes. A notification panel displayed his body. Basic general health report. Target, Jia Kin Ajia Mason Ano. Species human. Gender, male. Age 21. Height 176.2 centimeters. Weight 53.3 kilograms. Blood type A. 5 viscera score F. 6 few organs. Score F. Overall pulse diagnosis. Grade G garbage. Estimated lifespan 91 days. Hearing this, Jia Kin couldn't help but scream, what? He buried his face in his hands and sighed, damn it. He cracked his eyes open to look at the ceiling. He thought, I had a feeling, but to think this body really only has 3 months left. So what now? He said. Did you really think I was going to die like this? He recalled the times he had inserted needles into bodies. If I perform acupuncture clockwise using a reducing method to rotate them, then remove the needles while exhaling, with the support of the respiratory system and the draining method. Then he pulled the needle from his thumb and said, all right, The last thing to do is... He looked at the system. The system chimed, your lifespan has increased by 1 day. Lifespan 92 days. Hearing this, Jiakin sat up in astonishment. My lifespan increased. He thought it worked. Then he pulled out another needle. He thought to himself, let me try the other side too. A second later, he coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Jiakin said joyfully, this is it. A red system notification appeared. Your body is under stress from frequent acupuncture. Based on your current condition, we recommend acupuncture 3 times a week. Jiakin, his body gaunt and his face dark, said, that's right. Acupuncture can't completely heal the internal organs. What felt like a party just a moment ago is now being mercilessly ravaged. Jiakin thought. The patient needs to be healthy enough to withstand the stimulation of the nerves and meridians, but this body right now... A health bar showed only 1 out of 200. He continued thinking, is in a very weak state. He looked up at the overhead light. The message I just read shows that acupuncture is effective. The problem is that this body is just too weak. Then he looked at the needles on the bed. It needs 3 days of rest to continue with acupuncture. Jiakin calculated, if I perform acupuncture once every 3 days and my lifespan increases each time, then I'll live for another month. The candle beside him flickered out, leaving a trail of smoke. He thought to himself, but that's still not enough. I'll still die soon. I need a more effective method. He crossed his arms and thought, the fastest and most effective method is still through diet. Jiakin thought, and images of luxurious items appeared in his mind. He smiled and said, herbs. Biozo, standing beside him, looked at him in confusion. Herbs. Your Highness, are you sure you're all right? Hearing this, Jiakin turned to look at him. He stood up, got off the bed, and said, let's go. I have a favor to ask of you. Biozo said worriedly, please just ask. Then Jiakin began to instruct him. There are better ingredients in the medicine storage, aren't there? Biozo hesitated. Better ingredients. Jiakin replied, poisonous ingredients. Biozo answered, we do have those, but... Hearing this, Jiakin couldn't contain his joy and said softly, we have them? Then he smiled and asked, we even have aconite root, right? Biozo replied, yes. Although we don't have it in the main palace, we still stock it since this is the Crown Prince's palace. Immediately, Jiakin beamed and said, excellent, bring it to me. Biozo said worriedly, yes, but what are you going to use it for, Your Highness? Jiakin gave a mysterious smile. A second later, he pointed to himself and said, to eat. Hearing this, Biozo clasped his face in horror. Jiakin, with a relentless expression, kept pointing to his mouth. I'm going to eat it. Outside the palace, the sky was still dark. Biozo's loud scream echoed as he fell to his knees on the ground, weeping. You mustn't do that, Your Highness. How could you ask me to bring you poison to eat? Jiakin quickly explained. It's not like that. It's just part of the treatment. Biozo still protested. But Your Highness, Jiakin, slightly annoyed, said, stop nagging and bring it to me. I'll give you 5 minutes. Biozo fell silent, his eyes still shimmering with tears as he looked at him. Jiakin continued, if you don't bring it to me within that time, I'll die. The man still stubbornly worried, but Jiakin didn't say anything, just sighed and thought to himself, this is the only way to force him. Then he said, Biozo, you know that aconite root is extremely poisonous, right? Biozo, kneeling on the ground, replied, yes, Your Highness. That's why it's often used to make poison. He began to think about the plant. There are 2 types of aconite root, but among them the one I want to eat is the smaller root, also known as the daughter root. Aconitine in the aconite root, Biozo said cautiously, can cause cardiac arrest in those who ingest it. Raken agreed, but then he smiled and said, I know how to neutralize and control the toxins. He continued, in other words, I can turn that poisonous plant into a medicinal herb. Biozo, sweating, said, turn a poisonous plant into a medicinal herb, Your Highness. Jiakin began to explain the process. In another country, it's called detoxification. Detoxification, Biozo repeated. Jiakin continued, after being detoxified, the toxic part of the aconite root will become medicine. Then he turned and asked, are you convinced yet? Biozo replied, not really, no. Those words left Jiakin speechless. He thought seriously. Biozo said, I've never heard of this method before. I don't know where you got this information from, Your Highness, or if it's even reliable. He continued, but if it will help you get better, then I will bring the aconite as you command. Hearing this, Jacquin was stunned into silence. Biozo walked down the hall with a candle thinking, His Highness's body grows weaker every day. He reached the medicine room thinking, we're at our wits' end because no other method has been effective. Biozo searched and thought, detoxification. I suppose it's worth a try. He found a tray of aconite and a moment later his expression turned serious. When the detoxification process is complete, I will personally try it first to ensure its safety. Jacquin's eyes lit up as he looked at the boiling pot. A row of plates was on the stove and a large pot was bubbling vigorously. Biozo's voice called out, Your Highness, this smells strange. Raken cautiously approached and said, You still don't think it's safe, do you? Biozo looked at him and replied, Well, that's because you made it from a poisonous ingredient. At that, his face darkened. He thought poison. A moment later, Biozo fell to his knees, clasped his hands, and cried, Your Highness, I beg you, please reconsider. Please, Your Highness? Jacquin turned in shock. Damn, you scared me! He then got an idea. I'll just have to scare him a bit. Then he said, If you are so scared, why don't you try it first? Hearing this, Biozo hesitated slightly as if to say, That's a bit much. But then he looked at him with a determined gaze and said, Very well. Jacquin was completely floored, staring at him in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief. Jacquin remembered, in the novel, Gadin was an incredibly loyal and devoted man. An image of Biozo stood in the distance, looking toward him. He continued thinking, Gadin wasn't the royal physician at first. He was actually the assistant. An image of Biozo appeared. Jacquin thought, to the royal physician. Even the doctors who were once so full of confidence, he thought, as images of raised hands appeared, eventually left. At that time, only a few remained, Jacquin thought to himself. But Gadin was the only one who stayed by Jacquin's side. Biozo's hand was still there, still. After that, he dedicated himself to caring for and treating Jacquin, he thought. That's the kind of man Gadin was. But in the end, his fate, he was ultimately framed for the Crown Prince's death. Biozo was brought to the stand. Jacquin thought, and was executed. Back in the present, he watched Biozo's back, thinking to himself with a bit of worry. He really is a steadfast man. A loyal person like him deserves a better life. He then thought for a moment before looking at the fire burning on the stove. Suddenly a greedy smile spread across his face as he thought, but there's no way I'm sharing something this good with him. The mouth of the pot, tightly covered with a cloth, continued to boil on the stove. Then Jacquin poured the liquid out through the cloth, the drops falling down. He thought to himself, a decoction of ephedra and asarum. Jacquin looked at the steaming bowl of medicine and said with a smile, It's done. Biozo, standing beside him, looked at him. Now I just have to drink it, Your Highness. Jacquin cut him off, pointing and closing his eyes. I will. I know you're eager, but you must wait. This medicine needs to cool before it's consumed. Biozo, with a doubtful expression, said, It needs to cool. Come to think of it, how do you know about these remedies, Your Highness? Hearing this, Jacquin thought, Gadin's loyalty is to Jacquin. His face darkened, and he stammered, that. Then he thought, if he finds out I'm not him, it'll be a huge problem. In that case, Jacquin began gesturing wildly, trying to come up with a reason. I know because a sorcerer has been visiting me in my dreams every night. And he told me, Jacquin adds Amazon Anno, look how frail you are. You probably couldn't even lift a single leaf. Every time I see you, I can't help but sigh. This is my secret, you know. I haven't even told my closest friends. He thought to himself, I'll just make something up. Biozo furrowed his brow and said, I see. So a sorcerer visited you in your dreams. I believe you, Your Highness. Jacquin looked at his forced expression and thought, You don't believe me at all. A moment later, Biozo covered his face and said, I think trying this medicine is highly suspicious. Jacquin turned back with a mischievous expression, thinking, Now's my chance. He reached for the bowl of medicine. Immediately, he grabbed it and downed it in one gulp. Biozo didn't have time to react, his face a mask of shock. What the? After finishing, Jacquin raised a hand to wipe the drop of medicine left on his lips. There, he said, turning to look at his companion. I drank it all. Witnessing this, Biozo couldn't help but tremble. Suddenly, Jacquin's eyes were glued to the system. He could feel something happening in his chest. Just then the system appeared and announced, You have consumed a perfectly brewed decoction of ephedra and asarum. The aconite vine has eliminated the cold energy and pain inside your body while also increasing your metabolism. The Ashrahan energy core has awakened. After hearing this, he couldn't help but be amazed. The Ashrahan energy core, a skill. It was created by the legendary swordmaster known as Javier Azrahan. In it, he saw the silhouettes of two people, Jakin and the noble he served, Lloyd Frontera. This technique is only passed down to the direct line of the Maison royal family. This is a symbolic technique of the royal family. Then he clicked his tongue and said, "Hold on. The true owner of this body is the crown prince, so he must have learned the Azrahan energy core since he was a child." The system then announced, "Skill Azrahan energy core has been unlocked." The system continued. Skill name Azrahan energy core. Level single circle level 1. Jakin stop spacing out in the kitchen. It will process or increase mana, absorbed by the circle surrounding the heart. Mana circulation. Mana increased by 120%. HP required to level up 1,000. Current HP 100. A small stream of light ran into his heart. His entire body was now transforming. Jakin thought, "It feels like a donut is covering my heart. I can feel life surging through my body with every breath." Suddenly, a blue light emanated from him. He said, "So this is mana." Jakin's face was cunning. Looking at the system, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is insane." Suddenly, the bowl in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. He clutched his chest in pain. My heart. His heart felt like it was being constricted by something. His face was contorted in agony as he clutched his chest, thinking, "It feels like it's going to explode." He thought again of the circle around his heart. Then he trembled and knelt on the ground. Bietzo, seeing this, called out worriedly and ran to him. "Your Highness." His face was panicked, and he was sweating so much he was speechless. Jakin's eyes narrowed, and he sighed. What a pain. Red notification messages appeared. Warning. The mana circle is putting too much pressure on your heart. Danger. Warning. The growth balance between the mana circle and your heart is gone. Warning, your heart is in danger of stopping. Jakin's entire body trembled uncontrollably. He panted heavily. The growth balance is gone. That means the size of my heart and the mana circle are incompatible. He then thought of the image of Jakin as a child. The Jakin who had been frail since he was young and never had time to train the mana circle. The mana circle relentlessly tightened around his heart. Jakin thought the mana circle is like an ill-fitting ring strangling my heart. An idea suddenly struck him. If that's the case, then... He clutched his chest. He exhaled, closed his eyes, and thought, there's only one way. He closed his eyes. Since I can't shrink my heart. A surge of power burst from his body. Like a spirit, he delved deep into the darkness and said, I'll shrink the size of the mana circle. His heart was constantly being squeezed by that energy circle. Jakin's shadow stood there blankly. Then he took off at a run, thinking, I'll increase the rotation speed the circle is creating. He reached out his hand, grabbing the circle with all his might. He pulled the circle down and thought, make it spin like crazy. Jakin used all his strength to pull that power circle away from his heart, but the force was too great and he was quickly exhausted. Damn it, I'm about to pass out. Jakin gritted his teeth, his face covered in sweat, his gaze determined as he kept pulling and thinking, but this pain is nothing compared to my failure in Korea. The rumor that my clinic was the source of an outbreak had spread. He remembered the past when he had to close down. I lost all my patients. His career at that time had nearly fallen to pieces. He sat in his office holding a paper, his hands shaking uncontrollably. He even started losing his hair. He thought of even greater hardships. The rent, the debts and interest just kept piling up. The times he was in the red just stacked up on him. I even had to mortgage the house to pay off the debt. Jakin's power exploded. He roared in anger, Damn it! My beautiful house. He turned and used all his strength to pull this circle, constantly encouraging himself. Don't. He gritted his teeth and said, Underestimate me. The veins on his hand bulged as he gripped the circle. His feet held firm against the ground. His heart finally broke free from the circle. Jakin, you can't think about your failures in the modern world. His face, drenched in sweat, said, I'm a self-employed business owner in Korea. Finally, the mana energy circle fell into its proper orbit. His heart, too, was freed from its bonds. His steps faltered. Jakin fell to the ground. Bietzo, terrified, scrambled over to him. Jakin opened his eyes, his breathing growing ragged. Suddenly, the system announced, due to receiving beneficial stimulation, The king of organs, the heart, has now awakened. Hurried footsteps. A voice rang out, "The king has arrived!" A heart was tattooed on the bicep of a muscular man. 3 or 4 burly men carefully carried a palanquin. The door slowly opened and a handsome young man stepped out. He started to perform some kind of demonstration. The young man showed off his firm muscles, followed by his solid body. In a flash, he became even more handsome, crossing his arms and looking forward. That was Jaken's heart. An orange-haired young man hurriedly said, "Sir Boss, I'm glad you're still safe." The 2 lungs then said a raggedy human appeared in a shabby place. The young man who was Jaken's heart spoke up. "Hello, you raggedy brats." Outside, Jaken said helplessly, all right, I'm sorry for this shabby body, okay?" Suddenly, he looked at the system screen. A line of text appeared. "The growth balance between the mana circle and your heart has been restored. For the first time in history, you have acquired a mana slot. Slot 10 liters out of 10 liters. He imagined some kind of video game, and thought a slot. Like an item slot in a game? Perhaps? Bietzo's voice rang out, Your Highness." Jaken sat up with a start, surprising the other man. He smiled brightly and said, "Yes, Bietzo." Bietzo thought with some concern, he's suddenly bursting with energy. He said, "You looked like you were in a lot of pain. Was it a side effect of that medicine?" Jaken tilted his head and replied, I just choked a little." Then he lightly touched his neck and continued, "It felt something like this." Bietzo panicked and afraid said, "Your Highness, please don't do that. You look to be in critical condition just now." Saying that, Bietzo looked down at the shattered bowl. "I knew it. I should have been the one to drink it first." Jaken sighed a little and said, "You wanted to drink the poison that badly, huh? I'll let you drink it next time." Bio panicked. "That's not what I meant, sir." He then turned to leave and said, "If you don't want it, then clean it up. I'm going to rest now. Oh, one more thing." Jaken turned back with a bright smile and said, "Thanks." Bietzo jumped and shouted, "What was that, sir?" Jaken turned back helplessly and continued, "If you didn't hear me, just forget it." Inside, Bietzo couldn't stop thinking the poison must have affected his brain. Is he even more sick than he was before? He clutched his chest as he walked back to his room and said, "If what I'm thinking is right." Jaken's eyes lit up. "Then I've obtained something incredible." He looked out the window. Mana slot is a technique used to store substances mixed with mana. He sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, energy radiating all around him. He said, "Each slot holds 10 liters. Slot 10 liters out of 10 liters. He looked at the control panel. "I can store it by eating it, which means I can fill it by eating." Jaken set his feet on the floor. He looked around the room and said, "Is there anything edible in here?" Suddenly, he noticed a water jug nearby. He stared at it for a long time, then said, "Water is an absolutely perfect substance for an experiment like this. This must be about 2 liters." He closed his eyes and sat down as a wave of power radiated out. He thought, "The average lethal dose, it's a term used for testing. How much toxin a substance contains. It's the amount that can kill 50% of test subjects." Jaken continued to think, "Simply put, there's a 50% chance this will kill me. And if I don't die, I'll either suffer immense pain or become a vegetable." Jaken began to calculate. With a standard weight of 60 kilograms, the average lethal dose would be about 5.4 liters of water. At my weight, it's about 3.9 liters. He lifted the water jug. So heavy. His body trembled uncontrollably. "I'm going to die in this pathetic body." He then poured the water into his mouth, gulp by gulp. Jaken slowly opened his eyes and thought, "I want to store the water I'm drinking." Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding, he was surprised. The notification read, "Number 1 slot, 1L out of 10L. He was overjoyed. It worked. Ding Jaken rubbed his stomach and looked at the water jug, saying, "I don't feel full at all. Let's try drinking a little more." In an instant, 4 water jugs were empty. He was happy. "Wow, I drank 10 liters already. But I don't feel a thing." The system notified, "Slot 1 10 liters out of 10 liters. He thought, "Take out 0.1 liters. A smug look appeared on his face. "Slot 1 9.9 liters out of 10 liters. He felt a sensation filling his body. "I feel like a human version of a camel. I can take out as much water as I want." He thought, "Now I know how to use it. I want to try medicinal herbs. Now what do I do with all this water? I'll die if I instantly release 9.9 liters of water from my body." He hunched over and started to say, Is there really nothing I can do? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. He looked at the water jug on the table and said, "That's right." He thought of the Asura Han technique. Then he coldly extended his hand toward the water jug and continued to think, its specialty is absorbing, amplifying, and releasing mana. As he thought of this, he seemed to have a realization. Amplify and release, let's try using that, Jaken thought. Projected outside the body instead of inside. Energy began to radiate from the core of his being. Amplify mana, begin, and release. Instantly a stream of energy gathered into a sphere in his palm. Jaken looked at the energy and said, "Success. Now I just need to put it in the jug." He carefully moved the energy, speaking slowly. The energy shot towards the jug. Suddenly the jug shattered, sending a spray of glowing water from within the broken container. He panicked a little, leaning forward to see what had just happened. The jug had shattered and water was pouring out. He wondered, what just happened? This shouldn't have happened. Then he thought again, I thought it would flow slowly like a faucet. He pictured himself pouring water into the jug. He stood in the room watching silently and said, "How did it suddenly turn into a water cannon?" Outside, 3 or 4 sets of footsteps approached. Someone shouted, "There's a loud noise in the Crown Prince's room." A group of soldiers burst in. "Your Highness," Bio standing behind them said worriedly, "Your Highness, are you all right?" One of the soldiers said, "Is it a terrorist attack, sir?" "Who would dare attack your Highness?" Jaken quickly explained, "No, it's not like that." He was a bit worried, thinking, what excuse should I make up now? He scratched his head, stammering at a loss for words. Jaken began to act it out, explaining, "I got a little angry and smashed the jug on the table. That's what made the loud noise. Sorry about that." Pietzo and the soldiers looked at each other in silence. Jaken gave a weak laugh, thinking to himself, that didn't work, huh? Even I think it sounds stupid. The soldier bowed his head and said, "It's all right, sir. Are you injured anywhere?" Jaken's face was full of suspicion as he said, "Oh, me. My leg just got a little scratch, that's all." Then he thought to himself, so they actually believed that, huh? The soldiers quickly cleared away the previous guard, then said, "Sir Gadden, please escort His Highness to bedroom 2. Bezo replied, "After I've bandaged his wound, I will take him there." Raken thought, that excuse sounded pretty suspicious, but they still believed it. As Bezo carried him down the hallway, Raken wondered, is it because I'm the Crown Prince? In bedroom 2 of the annex, Raken lay stiffly on the bed. Bezo bowed and said, "Please rest well, Your Highness." He thought in amazement, is this the privilege of being royalty? He then turned and said to the other man, "You may go. You should get some rest too." Raken lay there, holding up his hand to look at it, thinking about the recent accident. He analyzed it, the circle and meridian around my heart. The flow of mana ran through my shoulder and into my arm. It swept outwards and then erupted. He thought about that power from earlier. Raken lay with his head on his arm, thinking nonstop that blast had so much energy. Then he closed his eyes. I need to sleep before I cause any more trouble. From now on, I have to be careful with my experiments. No one will find out what I'm plotting. Rain began to fall on the palace. A bolt of lightning struck, hitting the palace directly. Inside, a voice spoke. The person said, "Raken has been a bit strange lately, hasn't he?" In the darkness, the king sat on his throne. It was Emperor Astel Leonte Sordo Samazone Anno. Below, a kneeling figure said, "Yes, your majesty. The crown prince has been harming himself with needles. He even drank poison." Astel Leonte gritted his teeth and said, "Raken." In the darkness, his furious voice echoed, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Raken was brewing something. Cutting tools and pots were scattered on the counter. Raken looked at the pot of potion and said, "Good. I've finished brewing 10 liters of the ephedra and asarum decoction." He then turned and gestured to Bezo Gaden. "Could you step outside for a moment?" Bezo asked in surprise. "Yes, whatever for." In his mind, he pictured himself drinking the entire pot of the potion. "Because you'd pass out if you saw me drink all of this at once, that's why." He then changed his tone and said, "Just for a moment. I need to do something alone." Bezo narrowed his eyes and said, "You intend to drink that again?" He looked at the pot and continued, "But, Your Highness, weren't you in great pain when you drank it yesterday?" Raken quickly defended himself. "I already told you. It was just because I choked." Bezo stood timidly and said, "There's so much of it this time, I'm worried." Raken winked and replied calmly, "I told you this is just for an experiment. I'll only drink a little bit. I just didn't want to throw it away after you went through all the trouble of making it." Hearing this, he scratched his head and replied, "Really? Raken added. Of course. I can't possibly drink all of this. Bezo cheered up. Right, only a crazy person would do that. Then they both laughed loudly. But Raken suddenly fell silent, leaving Bezo laughing foolishly by himself. A second later, to the man's complete bewilderment, Raken kicked him outside and said, "Get out." Raken slammed the door shut. He turned and let out a breath. Raken walked over to the pot of water, picked it up, and thought, "Let's begin." So heavy. His arms trembled as he carried the pot and slowly poured it into his mouth. Streams of the potion flowed into his body. A system notification appeared. Slot 1. 1 liter out of 10 liters. Slot 1. 2 liters out of 10 liters. Slot 1. 4 liters out of 10 liters. Slot 1. 10 liters out of 10 liters. After he was done, he placed the pot on the table. Raken's body felt as if it had been charged with a new source of energy. He thought, good. Now I just need to release it little by little. Raken walked out into the hallway alone. The system announced again, ephedra and asarum decoction, releasing 0.1 liters. A moment later, he went into the bathroom and fell into deep thought. The system continued to announce ephedra and asarum decoction, releasing 0.1 liters. Then he stretched on his bed. The system announced again ephedra and asarum decoction, releasing 0.1 liters. System text appeared. Your heart loves this. Your heart has given you 100 HP. Your lungs are dancing. Your lungs have given you 200 HP. Your large intestine is jump roping with your sphincter. Your large intestine has given you 100 HP. HP 500. Raken gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking, still not enough. He thought to himself, I need to increase my lifespan. The system announced again, ephedra and asarum decoction, releasing 0.1 liters times 10. Ephedra and asarum decoction, releasing 0.1 liters. Your heart is resting and relaxing. It asks, hey, what's on the menu today? Your large intestine replies, ephedra and asarum decoction, sir. Your heart asks again, what about tomorrow morning? Your large intestine replies, ephedra and asarum decoction, sir. Hearing this, your heart's face darkened as it sat up. The intestine, unaware, continued. It seems like tomorrow's dinner will also be ephedra and asarum decoction. A terrifying sound came from behind. Red on Tiger is born. Suddenly the system announced, your internal organs are now brewing the ephedra and asarum decoction. Raken thought helplessly, just drink whatever I give you. System notification, 0.1 liters of decoction from ephedra and asarum dispensed. Jaken was sitting silently at the dining table eating when the notification suddenly appeared. Your lifespan has been extended by an additional 50 days. Total 133 days. Overjoyed, Jaken stood up abruptly and shouted, it's working. The startled maid cried out, oh my goodness. The teacup in her hand fell to the floor. Seeing this, Jaken hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. Hearing this, the terrified maid bowed low and said, please forgive me, your highness. The maid trembled, squeezed her eyes shut, and kept her head bowed, not daring to look up at him. Jaken thought to himself, puzzled, why is she apologizing to me for accidentally breaking a cup? He quickly came over, waving his hands, and said, it's all right. Are you hurt anywhere? This only made the maid even more frightened, and she backed away. Her whole body was trembling now as she said, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Please don't hit me with the whip. Seeing this, he immediately asked, a whip? I've hit you with a whip before. But in his heart, he pleaded, please say no. She stood up, composed herself, and said, no, your highness. Jaken breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, thank goodness. The maid suddenly added, you have never struck me with your own hands. Her words made him suddenly tense up. Shocked, Jaken asked, then, did I order someone else to do it? What did you do wrong? The maid hesitated and said, I spilled a single drop of water on your sleeve. An image of the monstrous Jaken appeared in his mind, and he thought, what kind of beast was this crown prince? Feeling helpless, Jaken sat down on the bed and said, all right, just clean this up and go. The maid's face lit up with joy. Thank you, sir. After finishing, she quickly ran out of the room. Jaken thought, she looks like she just escaped from prison. Suddenly, he called out. Beozo appeared immediately and said, yes, your highness. Jaken, using the excuse that, my memory has been quite hazy lately, asked, tell me in your eyes and the eyes of the other servants, what kind of person am I? Beozo began to speak grandly.
Of course you are.
Just as he was about to speak, Jakin threatened, "If you flatter me, I will drink all of this poison right in front of you." Hearing this, Biozo was stunned. He stepped forward and said, "In that case, I have no other choice." In the room, Biozo hesitated. "You often—" Jakin sat comfortably on his throne, laughing to himself. The images of the real Jakin were truly enough to make one shudder. He didn't just directly hit people, he would even slap the maids and then force everyone to be reverent towards him. Back in the present, Jakin clutched his head, blaming his past self. "What the hell have you done?" He thought back to what just happened. "Now I understand why they believed that ridiculous excuse. It's because I'm insane." Suddenly, he turned and spoke to Biozo. In the unusually quiet room, his voice rang out. "Why aren't you afraid of me? As the one closest to me, you must have endured the most." Biozo replied, "Because I believe in you." Hearing that, he asked, puzzled, "Believe in me?" Biozo looked at him with sincere eyes and said, "I know what kind of person you truly are." Back then, heavy rain was pouring outside. Down below the palace, Biozo was drenching himself in the downpour, running around searching for something. Suddenly, he found Jakin sitting nearby under a tree. In his hands was a shivering little chicken. He looked at the boy with an affectionate gaze back then. Back in the present, he said confidently, "I believed that if I treated you, you could return to being your true self." He continued, "And recently my faith has been rewarded." Biozo remembered the time Jakin said thank you to him. He had said, "Thanks." Hearing this, Jakin slowly stood up and said, "You old man, you like the way I've changed, huh?" Biozo smiled and replied, "Of course I do." Jakin said, "All right then. This is your reward. Have some dessert." The table was full of food. Biozo said, surprised, "Your Highness." Jakin replied, "Go on, eat." A thought surfaced. "I Lihan. What I mean is, as Jakin Adzia Maison Ano, I swear I won't let you be falsely blamed for my death." Jakin was determined. "I will survive." Suddenly, a knock at the door was followed by someone bursting in with a panicked expression saying, "Your Highness." Jakin turned his head to look at him. Biozo, who was in the middle of eating, choked on his food. The man panted, Your Highness." He continued, "His Majesty summons you." The words made Jakin fall silent, staring at the man. Early the next morning, the magnificent palace appeared amidst the clouds. Jakin walked in with a cold expression, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Standing before the king, he knelt. "I, Prince Jakin Adzia Maison Ano, offer my respects to the Emperor, the rightful ruler of this land." Estelian rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtfully at Jakin. He was Estelian Tester, du Samazon Ano. Suddenly, his expression changed, his eyes locking onto Jakin as he thought, "The Asjahan treatment method. How could someone as weak as him succeed with that?" At that moment, Jakin's body was trembling uncontrollably. He thought, "He seems unsettled by my presence." Estelian was gritting his teeth. Jakin continued to think, "Perhaps I've read him right." Then he wearily looked up at him. "My legs are numb. Just say what you have to say already, so I can stand up." Just then Estelian finally spoke. "Is life in the Annex Palace to your liking?" He replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then he thought, "Is he really going to make me talk while kneeling?" Estelian continued haughtily, "I heard you tried to injure yourself by stabbing yourself with needles and drinking poison. Is that correct?" Startled, Jakin looked up and said, "That's not true." Estelian furrowed his brow, looked at him and said, "You fool! How dare you call yourself a descendant of this royal family?" In the middle of the vast palace, he continued, "You are a proud heir of my blood. You must not lose your dignity." Jacquin knelt in silence, unable to utter a word. Holding out the crown, Estelian continued his threat. "If you can't bear the weight of the crown because of your health, isn't it time you made a wiser choice?" Jacquin quickly looked up, disbelieving what he was hearing. He stared at him, puzzled. "A wiser choice? You old fox. He must have some scheme for this meeting." Estelian spoke up. "I will not beat around the bush any longer." He continued, "I want you to renounce your title as prince and yield it to your younger brother, the second prince." Jacquin's eyes filled with shock and contemplation. "Ah, so that's what this is about." His voice rang out, "Your Majesty, forgive me, but—" Jacquin continued with a sly smile, "I refuse." Estelian's hand tightened on his throne. "What?" He shot to his feet, shouting, "Refuse, you dare refuse me!" "Yes, that's right. Raken said calmly. Then he thought the pressure is immense, but I can't back down. He continued to think of course he'd react this way. An image of a stallion reaching out to take his crown flashed through his mind. From the very beginning, he thought he's had the absolute power to strip me of my princely title. A stallion swiftly reached out and took the crown from Jacquin's head. The reason he's asking, Jacquin thought, is because he wants his eldest son to abdicate the title mercifully, kindly, and voluntarily so that his younger brother appears worthy of receiving the crown from his elder brother. In an image, a stallion forcibly removes him from the throne. A worthy succession from his older brother Jacquin surmised. A stallion and Theodo raise their hands. Step by step, Raken is being erased. It's a clever political move. A crowd of shadowy figures appears applauding. He smirked and thought to himself, I may be useless and unreliable, but I have no intention of just rolling over. He thought he must be getting anxious. After that, he looked up at his opponent's furious face. A stallion descended the steps enraged. Do you not respect my decision? Does the title of prince mean that much to you? He stood before Jacquin. Are you only satisfied when you've brought shame upon me and the entire royal family? Jacquin lowered his head as if cursing under his breath. I don't give a damn about that title. He thought of the gold, silver, and precious gems. I'd gladly give it to the second prince or anyone else. I'd much rather just enjoy my life, but if I agree to his proposal. Raken thought of a terrifying possibility. This country will be ruined by that second prince. Raken recalled the book, The Demon Sword Emperor. The second prince appeared talented and diligent, but he predicted something terrible would happen. An era of chaos would erupt. With a serious expression, Jacquin thought, the prince is a hothead who lacks the skills to handle that chaos. His reign will lead the entire empire and the royal family to ruin. I must do everything in my power to stop that from happening. Then he slowly began to stand up. I may look weak, as you say, but I haven't lost my wits or my wisdom yet, he continued in the main hall. The title of prince itself holds little value to me. What is important to me is the prosperity and peace of the imperial family. A stallion's demeanor suddenly shifted. Well said, he remarked, surprising Jacquin. And that's not all, he continued. Jacquin said boldly, therefore I wish to make a proposal. A stallion looked surprised. A proposal, he replied confidently. Give me one chance to prove who can better bear the weight of the crown, me or the second prince. Outside the palace, the sky had brightened. A voice called out, Sir Bietzo. So, Jacquin said, why did the emperor summon you? Jacquin smiled. Oh, it was nothing. He just wanted me to abdicate my position to the second prince. Bietzo was immediately taken aback by his words. Jacquin waved a hand calmly. Don't worry, he said. I already refused. Glowing with confidence, he continued. I even proposed a sword duel with the second prince. Suddenly, his expression changed. Gaydon, what are you doing? Below, Bietzo looked despondent as he packed his bags. I'm preparing to leave, he answered. What did you say? Jacquin yelled angrily. Bietzo's sobbing could be heard. Sob. Elsewhere, a stallion stood silently by a window, stroking his chin and speaking. So he wants a chance to show who's more worthy between the two of them, eh? His mind was filled with suspicion. Has he always been like this? Very well. I accept your proposal, he declared with a loud laugh. I shall look forward to it. Meanwhile, Jacquin and Bietzo struggled over the luggage. There's no way you can win, Bietzo cried. I told you I'm going to win, Jacquin yelled in frustration. At a bridge, a large, bustling crowd had gathered to watch. Above them, the imperial flag fluttered in the wind. In the stands sat a stallion and his court officials. They were watching the match between Jacquin and Theodo. A stallion frowned as he looked down. Jacquin was flailing about, warming up before the start. Outside the dueling ring, young women were blushing constantly. Prince Theodo is so handsome. How glorious his victory will be. Theodo suddenly stepped toward Jacquin. Startled, Jacquin looked up at him. With a confused look on his face, Theodo said, Brother, I mean your highness, you don't have to do this. That's Theodo Palermo Mason Anno, the second prince of the Mason Anno Empire. He looked away and continued, Brother, I hate to say this, but you already know how this is going to end. Jacquin calmly stood up and replied, The end, are you already declaring your own victory? Theo, not backing down, said, The emperor said you requested this duel. He continued, To help me become more worthy of the throne. Jacquin's face screamed, What the hell are you talking about? He clutched his head, feigning anguish, and continued, You know the outcome will just be the same. I don't want you to risk yourself for something like this.
Not at all. I won't allow it. I won't let you sacrifice yourself for me like this.
Jakin smirked inwardly, thinking, "Ha, you two are gravely mistaken." He coldly took the shield from Biozo's hand, thinking, "But I'm sorry." He slammed the shield onto the ground. Everyone in the stands was stunned by his action. Up above, Astalion couldn't hide his surprise. Second Prince Theo was completely stunned. Jakin stared resolutely at his opponent and said, "I don't intend to lose." His wide eyes challenged his opponent. Soft golden sunlight shone down on the match as the crowd grew larger, their whispers spreading.
The Crown Prince is so strange.
Another person warned, "Shh, what if someone hears you?" The chatter continued. "Don't you see the Second Prince is a gifted swordsman with a magic circle? He was even taught swordsmanship by a legendary knight." Down below, Jakin and Theo took their stances. Biozo watched Jakin with a worried expression. His eyes were filled with trust, ignoring the whispers. "The Crown Prince has no chance of winning." "This is a complete joke." Biozo recalled what Jakin had said then. "A joke, I told you. I'm completely serious. I want to win." At the time, he had been exercising to build his strength. Biozo had said worriedly, "But Your Highness." Jakin quickly cut him off. "It's fine, it's fine. I'm glad no one has any expectations of me. That way there's no pressure." Hearing that, Biozo quickly exclaimed, "Of course I believe you will win." Jakin retorted, "Liar. Who'd believe you?" Biozo fell silent, nervously licking his upper lip. Jakin, panting, said, "3 times. If I can block 3 of the Second Prince's attacks." He then held up 3 fingers in front of the man. He continued, "I will be victorious." Back in the present, Biozo clasped his hands in prayer. "Please!" He looked towards Jakin, praying for his safe return. Up above, Astalion spoke loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Seated on his throne, he declared, "Today, this duel will decide the heir to the throne." The people listened intently. "The rules are very simple." Jakin listened with a serious expression as he spoke. "If the Crown Prince can endure for 5 minutes or defeat the Second Prince, the Crown Prince will be the victor." He then glanced at Theo. "Conversely, if the Crown Prince fails to do either, the victory will belong to the Second Prince." Astalion then said, "And now..." Hearing this, Jakin got into a ready stance. Theo, no less serious, stared at his opponent, thinking, "Brother, it has come to this. I will put an end to this as quickly as possible." Astalion shouted, "Let the duel begin!" Below, the two stared at each other tensely. Suddenly, Jakin threw his sword to the ground. Astalion stared at him, stunned. Below, the crowd buzzed with chatter. "Hilarious," someone shouted. "What is it over already?" Someone else said, "How boring." Jakin, having coldly tossed his sword aside, looked at his opponent. Theo asked, surprised, "Are you forfeiting?" Then he thought to himself, "To be honest, I didn't want to point my sword at someone so weak anyway." What a relief. He glanced at the crowd, his thoughts continuing, "But I can't believe he'd give up so easily in front of all these people." Biozo stared at Jakin, his face a mask of utter shock. This could damage the royal family's image. Theo thought his expression a mixture of doubt and confusion. Should I talk to him and get him to continue the fight? No, I shouldn't. He's sick after all. But
Father is watching.
Without a word, Jakin suddenly gripped his shield and planted it in front of him. Theo thought, in amazement, he's choosing to defend instead of making a token attack. It seems he's prioritizing lasting for 5 minutes over defeating me. Then he gave a slight smile. A fine choice. In that case, I'll do my best to end this quickly. Theo began to channel the power within his body. A purple aura flared around him as he fixed his eyes on his opponent. He then crouched and lunged. An instant later, he appeared before Jakin, his expression fierce as he thrust his sword straight at him. Jakin raised his shield to block. From the grandstand, Astalion watched the scene unfold. He thought to himself, that attack has weight power and magic behind it. The shield will shatter no matter how he tries to block it. Jakin struggled, leaning back to brace against Theo's attack. A look of contempt crossed Theo's face as he thought, "Brother, please don't just fall flat on your back and make a fool of yourself. Even if you want to lose, at least have the dignity to take a knee and brace yourself. After this, I'll strike from above," he thought. But to his astonishment, Jakin held his ground. Theo froze, thinking, he blocked that last attack. Everyone watching was stunned. An unusual silence fell over the arena. A voice from the crowd shouted, "What in the world, the Crown Prince? He blocked the Second Prince's attack!" Up above, Astalion witnessed it all. He stared down with wide, astonished eyes from behind the shield of energy that Jachin was emitting. From the people's chatter, it was clear the two princes had gone easy on the crown prince. And so nice, it's scary. Jachin widened his blue eyes, his mind racing. That look in his eyes told him it wasn't a coincidence. He gritted his teeth, his hand tightening on his sword, fury building within him. But even so, it wouldn't change a thing. In a flash, Theodo became a completely different person. He gathered his power into his sword and began to attack Jachin. The sword and shield clashed, creating two opposing forces. The two were evenly matched, neither willing to yield. Suddenly, Theodo swung his sword. He used his power to knock Jachin backward. Jachin was sent flying by his opponent's strength. Bio, standing on the sidelines, couldn't help but shout in alarm, "Your Highness!" He fell to one knee, clutching his shield, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, my head is spinning." At that moment, his arm began to tremble. Jachin thought, my wrist is completely numb now, but then he thought about his former job as a police officer. All the things that had been thrown at him. He was the crown prince now, but his inner voice screamed, "Back when I was a cop, I blocked tons of stuff like this." That last hit was nothing. Jachin ran full speed towards Theodo's shield first. Theodo couldn't react in time. The shortened attack range put him at a disadvantage. Jachin charged right at his opponent using the physical force of the shield along with his own ability. The fighting distance shrank, making it difficult for Theodo to launch a direct attack. Jachin thought to himself, "It absorbs the force of a slash much better than I expected." Then he smirked. "In that case, this thing will be even more effective." With a serious expression, Theodo spoke, "I had no idea you were trying so hard to win." But a second later, two determined voices spoke in unison. "Take this!" Theodo suddenly gathered his strength and leaped high. Under the heat of the sun, his shadow nearly vanished. He quickly landed with an attack aimed at Jachin. Jachin stood his ground, his entire body radiating a powerful energy to block the attack. His gaze was fixed firmly on his opponent as he thought, "I've been training my lower body just for this." Just then, system notifications rang out. His lungs spoke angrily, "I really thought you wanted to die." The two haggard-faced lungs clung to each other. "Oof, our poor lungs." But we did our best to raise the overall class to this level. And the large intestine chimed in, "Let me tell you, we worked hard day and night, so much so that my sphincter almost let everything out." This shield was specially crafted by the royal blacksmith. A tall, incredibly strong man made this shield, and Jachin, holding a bottle, drank non-stop. He smiled smugly. "A delicious treat for my adorable little baby brother." He then proceeded to chug down every last bottle of the sweet drink. System notification. Activating load function. Slot number 1. Please select the load quantity. Mana circles appeared surrounding Jachin's heart. One held a shield, the other a sword. The two powers clashed against each other. Suddenly, Jachin's power surged down Theodo's leg, to the astonishment of everyone standing nearby, even as Theo Leon and Roberto were surprised. Theodo's body started to heat up. His face flushed red as he said, "What?" The distance between Jachin and Theodo widened. Everyone around them fell silent. Theodo stumbled backward, his face suddenly turning bright red. "What is this?" he said. Jachin glanced at his opponent, smiling to himself. According to the description in Demon Sword Emperor, Theodo is someone who can't even handle a single cup of alcohol. Then he secretly snickered behind his shield. "I put it in there. A cocktail bomb containing 20 different types of hard liquor, prepared last night just for this moment." On the other side, Theodo kept looking around, his face flushed. He started to reason, "I'm sure I hit the shield. But something entered my body and mixed with my mana." A second later, Theodo's head started spinning. His voice became frantic. "Something got in, something—" Immediately, he tried to regain his composure. "No, I have to focus. Nothing will change. I just have to defeat my brother within 5 minutes." He thought about winning the main character's glory, imagining a scene where his father would finally notice him receiving the praise of thousands of people in the palace. "And I will succeed him as the proud crown prince." Theodo tried to reassure himself. "This is for the best. For the royal family, for the empire, and for my frail older brother." Over here, Jachin peeked over as if to confirm, "Has it taken him down yet?" Theodo staggered and said, "Therefore." His opponent's determination surprised Jachin. His face was flushed red, but his eyes were filled with resolve as he said, "I will win." The next second, he gripped his sword. He rushed towards Jachin and shouted, "Here I come, brother!" His brother watched in amazement as he channeled all his strength into the sword. He struck the shield with great force. Jacquin thought, he can withstand my cocktail bomb. Theodore's sharp sword pointed upwards, then he gritted his teeth. With a blank stare, he used all his might to slash at Jacquin's weapon. Seeing this, Jacquin thought to himself, all right then. Time for round 2 of the cocktail bomb. This one's on me, little bro. He began to activate it. A system notification chimed, 0.1 liters of the cocktail bomb contained in the circle has been released. Jacquin's eyes grew cold as he looked at his opponent. He thought to himself, drink it all. He kept chanting as if to hypnotize him, chug it all in one go. A second later, Theodore's pupils constricted. He found himself in a quiet bar. Theodore looked up and said, where am I? But I was in the middle of a fight. A red-haired man smiled gently, continuously shaking a drink. Then he placed a glass in front of Theodore. A moment later, he said, the gentleman over there has already paid for your drink. Theodore turned to look. It was Jacquin. Jacquin suddenly turned around. He winked, raised his glass towards his opponent, and said, cheers. Suddenly, the scene changed. His face was filled with confusion. Am I hallucinating? Meanwhile, Jacquin tossed his shield aside. He took a deep breath, thinking to himself, now let your big brother help you sober up a bit. Jacquin's chest swelled with air as he got a running start towards his opponent. System notification releasing the liquid contained in the circle. An energy source gathered in the palm of Jacquin's hand. He silently comforted his opponent, this is gonna hurt a little. Without hesitation, Jacquin struck his opponent straight in the chest, shouting, brace yourself. Theodore was caught off guard. With a defenseless expression, he coughed from the attack. Theodore was knocked backward and the sword he was holding fell to the ground. He tumbled backward, dust flying up around him. Everyone watching was utterly shocked to see it. Up above, the man and woman were stunned, looking on with apprehension. Even as Theo Leon couldn't believe Jacquin was capable of that. Jacquin's face wore a triumphant smile as he looked at his opponent, who then fell to the ground. The air suddenly fell silent, as Theo Leon frowned in thought. Jacquin. Was that really the Ashrahan core technique? Below, a powerful stream of green energy was enveloping Jacquin's entire body. His thoughts appeared. I thought my eyes were deceiving me. Then he began to compare. Although there was a lot of mixed energy from everyone around in the air, he thought it was a shame he was so far away. The distance between him and Jacquin was not small. He continued to think. I can feel the resonance of the magic circle so clearly. After an unknown amount of time, Theodore slowly opened his eyes. He muttered wearily, Suddenly he shot up, his face full of doubt as he saw Jacquin holding his leg. Theodore spoke up. Brother Jacquin? Jacquin's face darkened slightly as he motioned for him to be quiet. I've purified the contaminated mana. Filled with questions, Theodore asked, was that the Ashrahan core technique? How is that possible? Jacquin calmly replied, so what if it was? Maybe I'm just a late bloomer. Suddenly Theodore noticed his sword in the distance. Then he said, I lose. Jacquin continued his work and said calmly, what, you didn't expect it? He continued, it's okay. To be honest, I didn't expect it either. Suddenly, a stream of blood ran down Jacquin's forehead. Theodore saw it and immediately sat up, asking worriedly, Bro, your head is bleeding. Jacquin innocently wiped it away and said, my head must have hit the shield when I was blocking your attack. Suddenly, Theodore narrowed his eyes. Brother. Then he thought you really gave it your all in this match. He remembered Jacquin focusing on the fight while he threw out everything he could with that frail body of his, and he fought without backing down a single step. Then Theodore thought about himself. And what about my attitude during the fight? I acted as if victory was already mine. A moment later, he lowered his gaze, thinking sadly, I was too arrogant. After finishing, Jacquin stood up and said, all done. How are you feeling? Theodore clenched his fists. I feel so ashamed of myself. Jacquin looked at him and hurriedly said, No, I meant your physical condition. Hearing that, Theodore looked at him a bit surprised and replied, I feel much better. Jacquin stood with his hands on his hips and said, Is that so? Then he thought to himself, Of course you do. I absorbed all the alcohol from your body. Suddenly, Theodore knelt on the ground. He admitted his defeat and said, I, Second Prince Theodore Palermo Mazan, Anno officially accept my defeat in this duel for the position of Crown Prince Jacquin. Jacquin's eyes widened at his opponent. The entire stadium was silent. Theodore's voice rang out, In the presence of His Majesty and the people. All the witnesses were endlessly surprised by this act. A moment later, everyone roared and cheered non-stop. Jacquin stood silently for a long time. Suddenly, he raised both hands and shouted, "I did it!" Biezo, standing on the sidelines, was overcome with emotion and wiped his tears with a handkerchief, saying, "Oh, your highness, to think you'd be this happy. It's so hard to believe." Sob. Opening his eyes, Jakin stared intently at the system screen and thought, it finally appeared. The system announced, "You have successfully healed someone other than yourself for the first time in this world. A skill has been unlocked from a great achievement." A long notification appeared, "Healing fee collection level 1. Your lifespan increases as you extend. The lifespan of the patient you heal. Current conversion rate 2,000 to 1. Hearing this, Jakin excitedly exclaimed, "Awesome!" The system continued to announce healing fee collection. Level 1 skill activated. Estimated lifespan extension for patient. Theodore Palermo Maison. Anno 0.5 days. Lifespan unit is too small. The minimum unit for calculation is 1 day. Immediately his expression changed as he said, "Well, that's almost okay, I guess." Then he thought, "Anyway, the important thing is..." Jakin continued to think, "Now when I heal a patient..." A mosquito in his shape appeared and flew over. A harmless parasite-like mosquito. He smiled to himself and thought, "My lifespan increases too, right?" Then Jakin thought about the canned herbs. It's really quite lucky. No matter how many herbs I drank or how much acupuncture I did, it was like pouring water into a broken jar. Jakin thought of the scene of drinking herbs with the cracked jar. A frog said, "Failure." Back in the present, he smiled and thought, "But that ends now." He stood confused, watching as Theolion slowly approached. The man spoke. "Why didn't you answer my question?" He said, a bit angry. "I'll ask again. You used the Ashrahan core technique in this match, didn't you?" Jakin replied, Yes, I used it." Under the sun, the man questioned him carefully. "How could you possibly use it?" Jakin said honestly, "I'm not sure." The man frowned, seemingly angry. "Not sure?" Jakin looked down and replied, "That's right." Then he thought to himself, "How can I tell him that doing acupuncture all over my body created the skill?" As Theolion clasped his hands behind his back and said, "That can't be it. On the day you were born, I personally engraved the Ashrahan core technique into your heart." Rakin stood solemnly and said, "It is my honor, Father." As Rathion continued, "But your body was weak and could not withstand it." Rakin, still bowing respectfully, said, "I apologize, Father." The man looked at him with a very serious expression. "But you with your weak body have surpassed your younger brother," Rakin replied. "Thank you." But as Rathion, on the contrary, seemed angry and said, "You have also ruined my mood and my plans," Rakin reluctantly bowed and said, "I apologize." Then he thought to himself, was that a compliment or a scolding? The man angrily turned and walked away. "But a promise is a promise and a deal is a deal. Today you defeated your brother. As agreed, I will not strip you of your title as prince." Suddenly he turned back. His voice, however, echoed, pressing down on Rakin's back as he said, "I will continue to watch you, constantly doubting and testing your abilities. For the right to inherit the throne, do you understand?" Rakin clenched his fists, remaining silent. As Rathion, as if reaching the peak of his anger, demanded, "Why don't you answer?" Rakin replied coldly, "Your Majesty." He then continued in a clear voice, "I have heard recently that you have been neglecting your swordsmanship training due to matters of state. That is not wise." He continued, "You must maintain your training and keep your muscles relaxed." Hearing this, the man's face darkened. Standing in the open space, Rakin continued, "And you should eat more vegetables more often. If possible, consider quitting smoking as well." Rathion asked angrily, "Are you speaking to me like that?" Rakin looked him straight in the eye and said, "It is my sincere concern and advice." At that moment, inside a forest, a royal carriage was passing through. As Rathion, sitting inside, spoke up, "Trying to avoid what I said with such naive demands." He sat looking outside, and that Ashrahan core technique he used too. He stomped his foot on the carriage floor, saying in an irritated voice, "Using that technique is too reckless for his weak body. It could lead to many unforeseen consequences." He then turned his head away and fell silent, deep in thought. But that also shows he continued to think how desperate the boy was. As Rathion thought about Rakin's past, a child who lost his mother at birth, a child who always endured pain. He had watched Rakin from infancy to adulthood. I had such high hopes for the boy and was disappointed hundreds of times more. Then he thought about Rakin's feelings. But under the bright sun, his thoughts turned to the small sliver of hope the boy had shown today. It had stirred his heart once again. By late afternoon, as the sunlight began to fade, the carriage arrived at a certain place. Rakin sat inside, his face clouded with sad thoughts. My father in my past life had a stroke. He remembered the moment by the hospital bed. We had just been having fun together, and then the call came. But it was all too late. Then he thought about the novel he had written. The Emperor also had a stroke after Rakin died. In the early stages of the novel, Rakin sat pensively looking outside. That can't happen again. The Emperor needs to be healthy and maintain his throne. I'll extend his life by demanding treatment fees. He rested his hand on the window glass, thinking, I never want to experience that kind of pain again. Suddenly, Biozo fell to his knees, crying loudly, Your Highness! Rakin turned to look at him and said, You startled me. The man couldn't stop crying, tears streaming down his face as he said, Your Highness, please ask me what these tears are. Helpless, Rakin reluctantly said, All right. What are those tears? As if on cue, Biozo immediately said, They are tears of sincerity. Rakin looked at him helplessly silent. He continued, It must have been very difficult for you, wasn't it? So tiring, wasn't it? Before the man could finish his sentence, Rakin quickly pushed him away, saying, I appreciate your sentiment, but I need to rest. I have a lot to do tomorrow. Hearing this, Biozo stopped crying and said, You have a lot to do? Rakin replied, I need to meet someone. The sky quickly turned to night. Somewhere the lights were still on and people were bustling about. In a luxurious room, Biozo sat across from someone speaking. This is the Sogentino Garden, isn't it, Your Highness? The other person replied, That's right. One of the 10 most famous restaurants in the capital. The person then asked, You know a lot about this place. Don't you? Biozo replied, Yes, I'm quite familiar with it. It turned out to be Rakin in disguise. Biozo's voice was full of curiosity. Your Highness, why are you in disguise? Suddenly there was a knock at the door. A waiter entered. What would you like to order? Rakin replied, 8 to no sauce or noodles, salad without vegetables and wine made from grapes. We will be dining until sunset, is that acceptable? These words made Biozo lean forward instantly. The waiter turned his back and said, In that case, please follow me. I will lead the way. The exchange left Biozo utterly bewildered. The two followed the waiter. Biozo whispered in his ear, Your Highness, what did you just order? Rakin replied, You'll see when we get there. When they arrived at the spot, the waiter pushed a wine cabinet, revealing a secret passage, and said, Please go straight down these stairs. Biozo looked at the long staircase and couldn't help but think, There's a place like this in this restaurant. He then turned to look at Rakin. Your Highness, how did you know about this? At this, Jacquin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, Good, it's just like in the novel. The two of them walked down the stairs with Pietro following behind, unable to keep himself from asking, Your Highness, what is this place used for? Why did you come here? Jacquin replied, I came to collect a treatment fee. Pietro exclaimed in shock, What? The two arrived at a gate. Jacquin spoke up. I need to meet someone here. Suddenly he asked, Pietro, have you ever heard of someone named Damian? Pietro replied, Never. Jacquin said, Of course you haven't. Jacquin pushed the door wide open. The two stepped out, and beyond the door was another place. It was a path leading to an underground fighting arena. Down below, 2 people were sword fighting. A man shouted excitedly, cheering them on. Blood spattered on the walls, a terrifying sight. Pietro said, Your Highness. Jacquin looked around and said, This is the place, all right. Jacquin crossed his arms, saying excitedly, I told you this is a secret spot. Then he scanned the area and said, Where could he be? Jacquin noticed a tall man. His muscles bulged with long scars running across his body. Jacquin said, Is that the guy named Damian? Beside him, Pietro judged, He looks very strong. Jacquin asked back, Are you sure about that? Suddenly a door opened and the footsteps of a stranger were heard. Jacquin looked down below and said excitedly, He's finally here. A man with a cold demeanor walked out. Jacquin thought, the main character of this novel. Damian emerged with an aura as cold as ice. His eyes were sharp. Jacquin's voice rang out, Damian Kane. A yellow spotlight shone down on him. In the stands, hundreds of people cheered endlessly. The announcer said coolly, Damian, if you're done, hurry up and get in. The other guy scratched his head and said, All right. The announcer holding the piece of paper shouted excitedly, All right, tonight's main event. The genius swordsman Damian Kane is participating in the gladiator arena for the first time. He joined at the age of 17 and became the champion, defeating everyone in just 3 months. Yellow spotlights shone on the main character halo around Damian's shoulders. The announcer continued, and Damian's opponent will be... As he spoke from the darkness of the gate opposite Damian, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared. A massive foot stepped out, a monstrous giant with razor-sharp teeth. He was constantly letting out heavy breaths, and he let out a huge roar. He was 10 times taller than Damian. Up above, Jaquan couldn't help but be terrified, thinking, "It's a real giant, it's so close." Pietro gripped his sleeve and said, "Your Highness." He trembled as he looked at him.
What is this? Where in the world are we?
Pietro continued. "They're feeding people to a giant. What is this place?" Down below, the giant charged ferociously toward Damian. Damian just stood there calmly, then slightly turned his feet to the side. Suddenly, the giant in front of him vanished. "Hey, what?" A huge fist slammed into the ground, creating a rather deep crater. The giant's face showed its anger, its red eyes glowing as it growled non-stop. The giant became even more aggressive, rushing towards him. With his nimble movements, Damian dodged his opponent's attack. A vision appeared behind his head. Suddenly, Damian's eyes became cold and sharp. He slowly reached for his sheathed sword. Meanwhile, the giant was still charging aggressively toward Damian. A moment later, a single sword slash cut the giant in two. The giant's body was split in half. Damian's face appeared cold and emotionless. He had defeated the giant in an instant with just one move. Everyone in the stands witnessed the scene. They were utterly shocked. The crowd gradually erupted into excited cheers. They roared his name with enthusiasm. Damian, Jaquin, and Pietro witnessed it all from above. He couldn't help but be amazed. His eyes were glued to the man as he thought, "He can take care of that thing. He's more of a monster than I thought." Damian, still cold, walked step by step toward the inner door. Jaquin watched his back, thinking to himself, "I guess that's why he's the main character." Jaquin's thoughts surfaced a man who could rival Javier, a master known as the strongest in history, a genius swordsman. Damian slowly walked inside. Then Jaquin turned and said to Pietro, "Let's go. Stay on high alert and follow me." Pietro, still stunned, stammered, "Yes, Your Highness." The two continued inside. In a room, a burly man was standing guard. Jaquin and Pietro slowly approached the man, then stopped in front of him. The man shouted disrespectfully, "Who are you? Halt!" A second later, his expression changed when he saw the gold bar in Jaquin's hand. His voice became gentle. "Ah, you may pass now." Jaquin quickly pushed the door open. He stuck his head in and said, "Pardon me." Inside, Damian was coldly wiping blood from his face with a towel. Jaquin's entire body froze, but he still stepped in cautiously, reassuring himself, "Don't be afraid." The system chimed in his wise old turtle, covering its mouth and laughing. "Are you scared?" Jaquin reached out and grabbed a bottle of pills from the table. He held it up to inspect it and said, "You poor thing. Why are you taking such cheap painkillers? Can you even sleep after taking this?" Damian narrowed his eyes, glancing at him coldly, and said, "Who are you?" Jaquin, standing in the middle of the room, replied, "Me, I'm the one you need." Damian, sitting on a chair, said, "Are you here to sell medicine?" Jaquin replied, "Yeah, something like that." Damian closed his eyes, waving his hand dismissively, and said, "Get out. I already have enough medicine." Suddenly, Jaquin turned around and threw the bottle of pills away. "Taking a bunch of cheap painkillers like this? It's not going to do anything." At that moment, Damian became highly alert. His face darkened, and beneath the table his hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, Jaquin spoke up, "If you keep taking these, you'll never get rid of that pain in the back of your neck." Jaquin's words left the other man astonished. He glanced at the man, inwardly celebrating. "Got him! Now it's showtime!" A second later, he began his speech. Now, listen here." He started by pointing to a diagram of a human brain and said, "The aching symptom usually appears at the back of the neck." Then Jaquin moved closer to the man and continued, "Your head and neck are tense. It must be painful and uncomfortable." The other man remained cold. He stepped forward and squeezed his shoulders. "The back of your neck and your shoulders. Don't you feel how tight they are?" Jaquin's wide, round eyes stared into Damian's cold ones as he said, "What's with that look? You must be wondering how I know all this, huh?" He continued his performance. "When the pain gets worse, it spreads to one side of your head and your forehead, even between your eyes." Jaquin put on a pained expression. "When the pain peaks," he continued, "you get goosebumps and start sweating constantly. Your eyes ache so much it feels like your pupils are about to pop out. Then he described the pain as waves. The interesting thing is the pain rises like waves and then subsides. That process just repeats over and over. Jakin maintained his look of discomfort. It's enough to drive a man mad. Just when you think it's over, it starts all over again.
It feels like hell.
Damian, his face expressionless, sat silently listening to what the other man said. But instead of getting to the root of the pain, he depended on this pile of painkillers. Damian asked, "Are you saying painkillers aren't medicine?" Hearing this, Jaquan quickly refuted, No, that's not it." Damian's eyes began to narrow as he thought to himself, "He's talking too much. Should I just kill him?" Jaquin kept rambling on. "You have a mouth, say something, you poor fool." Damian sat with his arms crossed, looking somewhat helpless as he thought, "Are you even giving me a chance to speak?" Under the dim light of a torch in the room, Damian's voice rang out, "So who the hell are you?" Jaquin excitedly introduced himself. I am the Crown Prince." Hearing this, Damian could no longer hold back. He drew his sword and said, "Die." Jaquin, startled, said, "Wait." He looked the other man straight in the eye and said, "I'm not lying. Kuzman sent me here." Damian asked, doubtfully, "Kuzman sent you here?" The image of a man appeared in Jaquin's words. "Yes, your sponsor, the middleman at the Colosseum." Hearing this, Damian fell silent for a long time. Jaquin looked at the vial of medicine on the floor and said, "Kuzman told me you've been complaining about not having enough medicine lately. Kuzman is having trouble because he can't get enough supply due to the current harvest." Damian lowered his leg to the floor and said, "What do you mean?" Jaquin adjusted his clothes confidently and said, "I have another way to ease your pain." He used sweet words to entice him. "How about it?" "Do I look more trustworthy now?" Damian, still cold, asked, "Did you bring me a new medicine?" But the other way Jaquin mentioned was no. "You can't handle this with medicine. You have to remove the root of the problem." Then Jaquin clapped the other man firmly on the shoulder and said, "First take off your shirt and lie down. I'll treat you and explain as I go." In the room, Damian's strained voice agreed to the deal. "All right." Damian lay on the bed shirtless, revealing long scars on his body. Jaquin spoke up. "Are you scared?" There was a strange tattoo on Damian's back. He replied, "Of course not." Jaquin reached into his bag, not forgetting to taunt him. "Really?" Damian turned his head back coldly and said, "I am a warrior." He continued, "I am a warrior who has killed, been wounded, and risked his life countless times." Jaquin took something out. He chuckled and said, Right, I get it." Then he placed that object on the man's back. To Damian's suspicion, Jaquin, holding a torch, said with a sly look on his face, "This is your first time getting cupping done, isn't it?" Jaquin brought the torch close to the strange object. Damian lay on the bed and replied coldly, "I am a warrior." The heat from the flame gradually melted the object. Damian's voice rang out, "This kind of treatment is nothing to me." Suddenly a loud scream came from inside. The man guarding the door outside was startled and exclaimed, "Holy crap!" Biozo reacted accordingly. Inside, Jaquin relentlessly teased the other man. "Such a child. And you still dare to puff out your chest and call yourself a warrior?" At this moment, Damian was lying on the bed trembling. Suddenly, the look in Jaquin's eyes changed. He thought to himself, "This is probably going to hurt a lot, but hang in there." He noticed the mark on the other man's back and thought, the reason Damian can't leave the underworld is because of this mark. A mark with a sword placed in the middle. Jaquin continued to think, the curse of those who bear this mark activates when their blood circulation is stimulated. He thought further. The moment he goes through a fierce battle in the arena, he will experience extreme pain. The body of the one who bears the mark is like a puppet being controlled. But Jaquin also thought that to be able to endure that pain, and he has to buy painkillers with money borrowed from Kuzman, and then he has to fight another match to pay off the debt. Jaquin's face contorted. He thought to himself, fighting drugs, it's an endless cycle. Cougarman, that damn bastard." The room was filled with the smoke of the drug. Jaquin's thoughts echoed Damian's current state. The violent heat from that so-called drug was slowly spreading down. He thought he needed to use high heat to erase the brand first. Then he smirked. "If I heal the main character, the strongest person in this novel, and get him on my side, I'll have an extra life." Jaquin's expression grew more and more sinister. Things would be even better if I treated that other gladiator too. On the bed, Damian was in constant pain from the heat of the drug and the agony of the brand. After what felt like an eternity, the treatment was over. Jacquin said, "All right, it's all done. You can sit up." Damian's body was trembling uncontrollably. A patch of his back was red and raw, and that strange brand had almost faded. Seeing this, Jacquin was a little pleased. "Excellent. It's faded a bit," he said proudly. "How does it feel?" "Better right. The pain's gone, isn't it?" "You're feeling refreshed, I bet." Damian checked his back in astonishment. His voice rang out, It really is better. I feel much better." Damian's cold expression had warmed up. He said, "It's been a long time since I've felt this comfortable." Jacquin swiped a finger under his nose proudly as if to say, "No need to be so formal." Then he spoke, "But you're not fully recovered yet. You'll need to have it erased a few more times. Treated a few more times." Damian sat up straight and said innocently, "Is that so?" Jacquin replied enthusiastically, "If you get any blisters on your back, don't touch them, okay? Don't overexert yourself and avoid greasy foods." Hearing this, Damian couldn't help but ask curiously, "Overexert?" Jacquin got angry at the other's innocence. "It means stop fighting. How could you not get that?" At this, Damian shot up, but then he clenched his fists and said, "Kuzman won't allow that." Raken looked at him and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Hearing this, Damian looked utterly shocked. He asked, "Who are you?" He continued to stare at the other man. "Please tell me your name." As if holding all the cards, Jacquin leaned back cockily and said, "Oh, haven't I told you? I am Prince Jiao." Suddenly, the room fell strangely silent. Damian spoke up to break the atmosphere. "Very well. You must have your reasons." Jacquin was stunned, thinking to himself, "I'm serious, though." Then he cleared his throat. "Anyway, from now on, just do exactly as I say." He continued, "Tonight, no matter what happens in the arena, don't run off anywhere. You must stay here quietly and behave." Damian's face was full of questions. "Why?" Jacquin pointed at him irritably and said loudly, "Don't ask questions." Then he turned to leave. "It's safer for you here." A second later, he turned back and added, "Only then will you be able to see me again." Hearing this, Damian fell silent. Suddenly, he knelt down and said, "I understand, sir." Once outside, a relentlessly curious Bezo chased after him, saying, "Your Highness." He asked worriedly, "Why did you seek him out and even treat him? This place isn't safe, nor is it legal." Bezo followed behind, still rambling, "I really don't understand what happened today." Jacquin explained, "You'll understand soon enough. For now, just do what you need to do, and that is to serve me." Bezo asked blankly, "What must I do?" Jacquin said carefully, "Find a man with black hair and a ponytail. He's quite large and has a fierce-looking companion." With that, the two of them looked toward the arena. Down there, people were still cheering. Next to it was a bar with people coming and going. Bezo looked around, thinking to himself, "Ponytail, fierce eyes, ponytail, fierce eyes." Suddenly, a man caught his attention. He then turned back and said to Jacquin, "I think I've found him, sir." Jacquin quickly went to see. A man with a fierce face and hair tied in a ponytail was sitting at a nearby table. He looked over and thought, "He looks a lot like the description." Without another word, he pulled a chair closer, thinking, "Let's see." The man's pupils contracted as his guard went up. Seeing this, Jacquin thought, "Those really are ferocious eyes." He quickly sat down and said, "Kuzman." The man replied coldly, "Who are you?" Jacquin looked him straight in the eye and continued, "Then you must know Damian, right? Just one question." Then he shouted, "I want to buy Damian. Tell me how much do I have to pay for his debt and his contract?" Hearing this, Kuzman silently stared at him. He chuckled and said, 9 quadrillion Magen. Besides the Prince of Kojau, probably no one else in this world. Ma could afford that. Raken looked at him and calmly replied, "Is that so? What a coincidence, because I am the Prince of Kojau. How wonderful." He burst out laughing and said, "If you're the Prince of Kojau, then so am I." "I'm the medicine-selling Prince of Kojau," Raken said coldly. "What? The medicine-selling Prince of Kojau?" Kuzuman roared in anger. "If you're not buying, then get lost." At this moment, Kin slowly stood up. The man silently watched his retreating back. He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "I've never seen this guy before." Then he snapped his fingers. A person appeared out of nowhere and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." Kuzuman arrogantly said, "That message from earlier." His eyes were glued to Raken's back as he continued, "Find out who he is. See if he's a worker in the arena or if someone hired him." He added, "Torture him if necessary." He burst out laughing and added, and in the end just chop him up and throw him in the river like always. An hour later, the large door swung open. Kuziman was startled and shouted, "What the hell?" The footsteps of his subordinate staggered in. He stood up in shock. It was Jalix, one of his men covered in wounds. Lying on the ground, he frantically said, "What happened to you?" The large door opened again. Rakin appeared with a few soldiers behind him. He took off his wig, holding a royal token in his hand. The soldiers behind him shouted, "The secret royal inspector has arrived." After that, Rakin arrogantly held the token in front of Kuziman. 1 hour earlier at that luxurious building, Rakin and Biozo were walking out. Biozo glanced back and Rakin said to him,
Just walk naturally. You're being too obvious.
Biozo scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, Your Highness, it's just, I've never been a secret guard before." Suddenly, Rakin noticed a dark figure behind them and thought to himself, "I knew it." One of Kuziman's men was following them. Rakin thought coldly. Once Kuziman feels threatened, he continued his thought, he'll have anyone who worries him followed. Just as I predicted, his subordinate is tailing me. I planned this from the moment I spoke to Kuziman. That's why I intentionally approached him, Rakin thought. How could he be so predictable? Kuziman's subordinate relentlessly followed him. He pulled a dagger from his pocket. As soon as he turned to give chase, he ran right into a soldier. The soldier looked at him with a stern face. The man shouted, "You have committed the crime of attempting to assassinate a member of the royal family." The voice made the subordinate terrified. Back in the present, Rakin had a triumphant look on his face, holding the royal token. The soldiers shouted, "This is the royal secret agent!" Kuziman was stunned as he witnessed the scene. Biozo gave Rakin a proud look and said, "But what's with this royal secret agent thing?" Rakin scratched his neck and quickly made an excuse. "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to try saying it once." Then he turned and patted the chest of the soldier standing next to him, praising him. "Good job." The soldier with a blank face replied, "Yes, sir." On the other side, Kuziman was fuming, thinking, what is this situation? Then he noticed the emblem on the soldier. The Royal Guard. What are they doing here? Suddenly, Rakin shouted, "By order of the Third Crown Prince, Rakin Adria Mason, Anno 1 command you to flatten this place for me," he said, pointing at Kuziman. Then he added, "Especially that one, don't let him escape." Hearing his name, Kuziman became terrified and looked for a way to flee. The soldiers received the order and shouted, "Yes, sir!" They quickly charged forward, weapons in hand. Biozo stood behind, jaw dropped, thinking to himself, I can't believe everything is happening exactly as he said it would. He looked at the chaos in front of him and continued his thought. The Crown Prince has changed completely these days. Biozo's thoughts flowed. Now he's even taking down underground organizations. Group after group of people were being arrested by the royal soldiers. Then he turned to look at Rakin, thinking, and he's also very concerned about the nation's security. On the other side, Rakin was as happy as could be. You guys are so professional. This is great. He thought to himself, with this I'll gain a large amount of life force. Meanwhile, in a corner somewhere, Kuziman was hiding in terror. Outside, Rakin's voice rang out, "Oh, medicine-selling prince, where did the medicine-selling prince go?" His mocking tone echoed, "Where could he have gone?" At that moment, Kuziman was terrified. If he got caught, it would be all over. He immediately chose to run for the back door. Kuziman gritted his teeth in anger. How can he really be the Crown Prince? And why would the Crown Prince buy back Damian? What's the point? The back door came into view. He ran for his life towards it. Kuziman figured he just needed to hide for now and wait for things to calm down. With that thought, he quickly pulled the door open. Suddenly, 5 or 6 sword tips were pointed straight at Kuziman. He froze, breaking into a sweat, thinking, how are they here? Rakin appeared smiling and said, see? I told you he would definitely come this way. Rakin and Biozo had made a bet. Rakin laughed and held out his palm. Now give me the 500 from our bet. Biozo reluctantly handed over the money and said, yes, sir, here you go. Kuziman was filled with doubt. What the hell is going on? Jakin puffed out his chest, walked over and said, you're pretty confused, huh? Racking your brain and you still can't figure it out, can you? He said confidently, to be honest, I believe that paying for one's medicine is a very important matter. Cougarman had no idea what he was talking about. A second later, his expression suddenly changed. Paying for medicine? I despise those who skip out on their bills. That's why people like you need to be punished. Cougarman's face darkened, still not understanding what was going on. What nonsense are you spouting in the wine cellar? His voice twisted. I asked you about the painkiller bill for Damian. I asked you how much he owed. How much did it cost, don't you remember? Hearing this, the man fell silent. Jacquin continued, In any case, I made that offer in good faith. You were the one who decided to throw it all away. Cougarman pulled out 2 daggers, lunged at him, and yelled, Cut the crap! Suddenly, a fist slammed into his face, knocking a molar clean out of his mouth. One of his daggers followed, clattering to the ground. A soldier had moved in to strike him. Cougarman clutched his mouth in pain as the soldier said sternly, You'd better get on your knees. Cougarman refused to give up. He glared at his opponent, thinking, Damn it, it's come to this. He used his tongue to push out a tooth, and a pill fell out with it. Cougarman bit down hard on the pill. He calculated that it would detonate in 5 seconds. Cougarman envisioned the scene. It would cause a huge explosion and a violent shockwave. Anyone exposed to the poison would be paralyzed or, if they were unlucky, killed. That was his escape plan. No, Cougarman thought on. I'll survive by rolling on the floor and escaping the moment I spit the pill out, and after that I'll take that damn prince's head. He envisioned the surprise attack, smirking to himself. A perfect plan. He began the countdown. 5, 4, 2. Cougarman's cheeks puffed out. 3. Just as he mouthed the word 2, Jacquin's hand clamped over his mouth. Jacquin appeared menacingly behind him and said, What's this? Are you trying to spit something out? Cougarman's face went pale. He thought, This little punk, does he know about my secret weapon? Jacquin grinned and said 1. Instantly, the pill exploded inside Cougarman's mouth. He collapsed to the ground, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I'm paralyzed. I have to stay conscious. I'll pass out in 3 minutes. Cougarman struggled, thinking, I will survive with this antidote, as he thought that his trembling hand reached for his pocket. But suddenly, Jacquin's hand darted in first. He pulled out a small vial of blue liquid, looked at it, and spoke. You're curious how I knew, aren't you? He stared at Jacquin in shock. Huh! Then he uncapped the vial. Jacquin said teasingly, Take a guess. With pleading eyes, Cougarman reached out for the vial. Jacquin downed the entire antidote right in front of him. You bastard! Cougarman cursed internally. After finishing, Jacquin wiped his mouth and spoke. That's bitter. Below him, Cougarman trembled uncontrollably, his face dark with rage as he silently screamed, My antidote! Give it back, you bastard! Suddenly, Jacquin tossed the vial aside and said, No. The vial hit the floor and shattered. Jacquin's voice rang out, I was the one who poisoned you, you know. Jacquin looked down with a sinister grin, thinking, I need to complete this mission to get the treatment fee skill. A system notification appeared. Dose number 1, 0.01 out of 10L. At this point, Cougarman was losing consciousness, foaming at the mouth. He couldn't take it anymore. A second later, he collapsed. Jacquin's lips curled into a smile. He held up his hand in a modern-day thumbs-up sign. Are you ready? Below the 5th thoracic vertebra, about 1.5 inches to either side, the Jueyin Shu point. Jacquin pressed the spot on Cougarman's back. He suddenly jerked awake and vomited violently, the stream splashing around Jacquin. Jacquin grinned and said, Time for the antidote, injecting 0.01 liters. His 2 fingertips released a surge of energy. Cougarman screamed in excruciating pain. A moment later, he fainted. The system chimed again. Treatment mission level 1. Skill activated. Patient Cougarman. Therapy detoxification. Lifespan increased by 21 years, 2 months, and 1 day. The system notifications continued to pop up. Additional lifespan gained 3.81 days, rounded up. Bonus lifespan 4 days. Total lifespan 118 days. Jacquin shouted with joy. That's what I'm talking about. He then turned and ordered, Seize him. His eyes grew firm as he added, Now that I have what I came for, it's time to return to the palace. Meanwhile, Damian and the gladiators were fighting the soldiers. One of the soldiers stared at his opponents with a grim look, his eyes fixed on Damian. He thought, These gladiators. How can they be this strong? Fortunately, Jacquin appeared just in time. He called out, Halt, I told you all to stand down. Jacquin walked between 2 of the soldiers. They were both stunned and exclaimed, Your Highness! Seeing this, Damian was shocked. Jacquin slowly approached him and spoke. Do you believe me now that I'm the crown prince? Damian remained silent, his expression cold and unreadable. He slowly lowered his weapon. A memory from the past flashed through his mind. A time when he stood by coldly watching his own mother. Damian's voice echoed, "Mother." His face was void of emotion. This was how his mother had looked before she passed away. Damian's thoughts continued. I'm dreaming of that day again. Outside the window, rain poured heavily. His mood plummeted. The day I was left all alone in this world. That was the day his mother died. From then on, it was as if his emotions were blocked. Everything shattered. He remembered his own cold silhouette back then. No, that's not right. It was the day I was abandoned. You fool, Jaken's voice rang out. Snap out of it. Damian's eyes shot open. He sat bolt upright, glancing at Jaken and Biozo standing by the bed. Biozo cheerfully extended a hand, smiled, and said, Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the Crown Prince's physician, Biozo Gaiden. Damian, his expression still cold, shook the man's hand and said, I'm Damian Kane. At that moment, Jaken turned to leave. That's enough with the greetings. Follow me. We have a busy day. Damian, still on the bed, watched them go. Biozo asked, Your Highness, what are you planning to do now? Jaken replied, slightly annoyed. What do you mean? Are you implying you don't trust me? After witnessing that exchange, Damian remained silent for a long while. In the therapy room, many other gladiators were being treated. Damian spoke up. Where are we? Jaken replied cheerfully. The therapy room, of course. Soseo looked at him with some concern and said, Your Highness, you didn't just save us from that hell. You're also letting us stay here for treatment, he continued. Why are you being so kind? At this, Jaken closed his eyes, placed his hands on his hips, and thought, It's no wonder he finds it strange. I'm not exactly doing this out of kindness. Then he opened his eyes and looked at the gladiators. Most of the gladiators were in their 20s. The oldest was just over 30. If I can break their curses, I'm sure to gain more life force. But if I tell them the truth, they'll think I'm insane. Then, with a determined gaze, he said to them, Nothing in this world is free. Do you really think I'm doing this just to be kind? Don't get the wrong idea. Jaken then announced loudly, I am extremely frail. To be precise, I suffer from all kinds of ailments. Suddenly, a voice from the back called out, Everyone in the kingdom knows that, sir. Jaken struggled to suppress his anger, thinking to himself, I'll save the most painful treatment for you. He composed himself and continued, But as it stands, the royal physicians have been unable to cure me. He went on, Despite trying numerous therapies, my illness has only grown worse. Therefore, I've decided to find a cure for myself. With that, he turned to look at Damian. Damian, you probably know what I'm here for, don't you? Damian answered calmly. You likely brought us here to test a new treatment. Jaken replied, Precisely. The answer stunned the entire room, making everyone anxious. Jaken said enthusiastically, Damian, how do you think you were cured? He replied, After the first session, my nerve pain has almost completely vanished. Soseo glanced at the person beside him, as if to say, See, even Damian says it's effective. Jaken asked the group, Did any of you feel discomfort during the treatment? The room fell silent. No one answered. At that moment, he broke into a triumphant smile. Excellent, he thought. It was a success. No more holding back. Time to go all in. Then he announced loudly, All right, let's begin the treatment immediately. All of you take off your shirts and get on the beds. Following that, plumes of smoke drifted out the window and agonizing screams echoed. 6 days later, each man was lying on a bed, with hot poultices on their backs. Jaken watched the scene, thinking non-stop. This is horrific. They're vomiting and breaking out in cold sweats. He grit his teeth and began to think. Damn it. These are painkiller withdrawal symptoms. It's going to be hard to continue with the cupping therapy. Suddenly, he noticed Damian sitting perfectly straight on his bed with a cold expression. Jaken approached and called out to him. Hearing his name, Damian replied, Yes, Your Highness. Jaken inquired, You're not feeling dizzy? Damian replied, I am. Jaken pressed on, What about nausea? Damian answered coldly, I'm holding it back. Hearing that, Jaken was stunned. This must be why he's the main character, he thought. He stared at him wide-eyed. Regardless, I'll have to use a different treatment for the time being. After that, Jaken turned and announced to everyone, That's all for today's treatment. Go back, get some rest, and drink plenty of water. Then he looked toward Soseo and said, Soseo, you stay behind. Jaken approached him and asked, Are you struggling with the withdrawal symptoms? Soseo, his face pale and his body trembling uncontrollably, replied, It's nothing. I'm fine. Jakin smiled and said, "Lie down, you look completely worn out, let me help you." He then took out a small needle. "Like this." Jakin looked at the man with a determined gaze and thought, "Truthfully, I have no idea if this acupuncture will actually work." Jakin then thought to himself, "But he's been using painkillers longer than any of the other gladiators, so his withdrawal symptoms are the most severe. That makes him the perfect subject for this experiment." Jakin began the experiment on the man's body, starting with an acupoint near the solar plexus, then moving on. A small needle was inserted into the tip of his toe. Gradually, the man's entire body began to react. While Jakin stood there holding the needle lost in thought, Soseo's hand shot up. A second later, he screamed and shoved Jakin down. He grabbed him by the throat and squeezed. "Help!" Jakin screamed in his mind. Soseo's large frame pinned Jakin to the floor. Jakin's face was turning red when suddenly Soseo's expression went slack. A moment later, he collapsed. It was Damian who had saved him just in time. He said, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Jakin took his hand and said, "I'm fine." He suddenly looked back at Soseo and thought, because of the withdrawal symptoms, even a tiny stimulus can trigger a seizure. He looked at Soseo unconscious on the floor and thought, his nervous system must be incredibly sensitive right now. Even a small stimulus like the tip of this needle could make him... I feel like he's being stabbed with a sword. He continued to think, to deal with this condition, I'll need a much, much smaller needle. His face grew pensive as he looked at Soseo. That evening, Jakin stood by his desk and picked up a letter. It read, "Your Highness, I am the blacksmith from the letter. To follow up on your order, it is feasible to forge a needle as thin as a thread, but I'm not confident that I can actually produce it. Not that many needles, at least, with consistent thickness. And I'm not sure they'd work as you intend." The blacksmith continued, "I think it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, unless you were a dwarf. My apologies." Reading this, he let out a long sigh. "This is driving me crazy. I don't have much time. The withdrawal symptoms will only get worse." He ran his hands through his hair, thinking, what am I supposed to do? Suddenly, the system issued a notification. Your internal organs have detected stress. Stress is the source of many illnesses. Your internal organs advise you to resolve this stress. Hearing this, an idea sparked in his mind. Inside his body, the 2 lungs and the large intestine were trying their best to comfort the heart. The heart sighed and said, "How pathetic. I suppose I could give you a hint." The 2 lungs cheered, "We're the 2 lungs! We're the 2 lungs!" The intestine casually remarked, "Wouldn't it be great to hear the hint before the sphincter completely opens?" What was that? Hearing this? Jakin asked in utter surprise, "What is this?" The system notified him again as a line of text appeared before him. By investing the HP you have received, you can unlock countless skills and summon beasts. Seeing this, he immediately thought, oh, I can summon beasts. This was mentioned in the novel too. He then pressed Continue. The system chimed with another notification. You have chosen Random Beast Summon. A summoned beast possesses a strong ego and is absolutely loyal to its master, and provides the use of various skills. Random summon one time costs 300 HP. Current HP 500. Do you wish to perform a random summon, yes or no? He then reached out and pressed the button, praying, please let it be something good. The system chimed once more. Commencing random summon. Cost 300 HP, remaining HP 200. Before the summoning begins, please state aloud the skill you wish for your summon to possess. The summoned beast will possess the desired skill. He then declared loudly, I want a ton of micro-needles. I want a summon that can provide 1,000,000 of them with high consistency. The system displayed request recorded. Beneath the sparkling lights, 3 gift boxes gradually appeared before him. Box 1, Candidate 1, the 1,000,000 happy oinking summons. Candidate 2, a blue-colored roll of iron feces. Candidate 3, the cactus that likes to poop out other cactuses. Witnessing such strange names, he couldn't help but think, what the hell is wrong with these names? The system displayed a notification the candidates can satisfy 100%, 50%, and 0% of your request respectively. Once a choice is made, you cannot exchange, return, or undo the summon. Please choose carefully. Hearing this, he quickly said, so there's a jackpot, a so-so prize, and a completely useless one. Jakin stood with his arms crossed, looking at the gift boxes and muttering, the 1,000,000 happy oinking summons the roll of iron feces and the cactus that likes to poop. He started to scratch his head, wondering, which one should I choose? He still hadn't chosen by the time dawn was breaking. As the sun rose high in the sky, he remained there silent and motionless. Suddenly his heart leaped up and yelled, "My heart is about to explode from frustration. Just pick the damn pooping cactus already." He reluctantly agreed. "All right, fine." The system announced, "You have selected candidate 3, the cactus that likes to poop." The gift box quickly opened, and rays of light shone from within. Jakin stood beneath it, praying,
Please let it be something good. I don't have much HP left.
A moment later, the box flew open. A little Goseum appeared in the palm of his hand. It said, "Goseum," Jakin said in surprise. "It's spiky." He looked at it and said, "It's a hedgehog." It was still squeaking, "Goseum." The system displayed a notification Goseum user guide. Goseum's size can be changed by feeding it the accompanying sunflower seeds. He then noticed a small red pouch under its belly. Where did that come from? The system began displaying the guide's notifications. Red sunflower seed. Makes Goseum large. Form duration, 12 hours. Blue sunflower seed makes Goseum tiny. Please feed Goseum before the time limit expires. Goseum's skills. Infinite quills. Level 1. When a quill is plucked, a new one grows back in its place. Chestnut. Attack level 1. Goseum transforms into a chestnut and attacks. Tricolor explosive quills. Level 1. Goseum shoots out white, brown, and black quills. The level of pain depends on the color of the quill that hits. He then looked at it and said, "Just what I'd expect from a hedgehog. Its attacks are mainly based on its quills." Jakin leaned in closer to get a better look. "Goseum, can I pluck one of your quills to use?" It chirped happily in response. He was surprised and quickly asked, "Really? It won't hurt you." It then gave a little shiver. Jakin saw this and said, "Okay, then I'll just take one white, one brown, and one black one." He then happily pricked his hand with the white quill, thinking, "The white one causes minor pain. It'll be fine for a fighter." Then he pricked his hand with the brown quill and said, "Wow, the brown one hurts like a bee sting." Goseum's cries of "Goseum" rang out. Jakin's eyes widened as he said, "The black one is said to be at a frostbite level of pain. Do you have any idea how much that hurts?" He looked at the black quill and thought, "This feels pretty gruesome. I'll test it on someone else next time. Anyway, the needle problem is solved." Then he said excitedly, "Goseum, you're mine now." He grabbed the quills on its back and blood instantly started to flow. It cried out, "Goseum!" Meanwhile, in another room, a voice rang out, "Sir?" "What is it?" Bezo looked at Goseum and said in astonishment, "What is this?" Jakin spoke up. "Go on, say hello." "This is Sir Goseum." The Goseum next to him chirped restlessly. "Goseum." Hearing this, Bezo asked, "But how did you get it?" Jakin then began a long and convoluted explanation. Afterward, he turned and walked away. He could have asked for the rest of the details, but the Goseum on his shoulder kept chirping. Piezo's expression changed. He thought anxiously, "It can't be." Then he thought, "That's a summoned beast, isn't it?" 300 years ago, a genius estate designer, Lloyd Frontera, had a swarm of rats, a dragon, and so on, helping him beasts of various forms. On rare occasions, summoned beasts appear in this world. When they appear before humans, they choose and voluntarily work for them for the rest of their lives. They are truly rare and mysterious beings that appear with strange patterns. Piezo couldn't help but worry. But how does he have a summoned beast? He looked at Jakin's retreating back. "Sir, is there something about you that I don't know?" At that moment, Sorrow's voice rang out. "Forgive me, sir. I committed a deadly sin yesterday." Jakin smiled at him and said, "Don't worry about it. Things like that happen when you experience intense pain. But now you won't feel a thing no matter how many needles I use." Hearing this, he said in astonishment, "Huh, but you haven't done anything yet." He replied, "Oh, but I already have." Then, tiny needles appeared on the man's leg. He said in shock, "What the—" A second later, Jakin immediately pulled them out. Sorrow cried silently to himself. After that, Jakin quickly went to give acupuncture to everyone else. Amazing. Everything is going smoothly. It feels like something just zipped by. What was that? Just my afterimage. Jakin thought, if I keep operating at this capacity, ding, the system's sound rang out. He was overjoyed. There it is. Request treatment fee. Level 1 skill has been activated. Patients Damian and 13 others. Treatment, Mark Curse. Total lifespan received, 80 days. Estimated lifespan, 171 days. The level of request treatment fee has increased due to receiving a large amount of lifespan. Skill. Request treatment fee is now level 2. Conversion rate, 2,000 to 1,951. Jakin was ecstatic. My skill leveled up too. He jumped for joy like a child. Damian, standing behind him, watched in dead silence, clenching his fists slightly. He looked at Jakin and thought, he's the Crown Prince. What did we do to make you so happy? Your Highness, why are you so happy about our recovery? Jakin excitedly looked at the system. Good, now I'm done with the gladiators. Then he turned to look at everyone but suddenly burst out laughing. Elsewhere, a hand reached out and gripped a teacup tightly. Steam rose from it. Estelion sat silently in the room. A man came to report. Your Majesty, I'm here to provide the regular report on the Crown Prince. The person continued. 2 days ago, all 14 gladiators were appointed as the Crown Prince's bodyguards. Estelion, slightly surprised, asked, Bodyguards? The person replied, Yes, Your Majesty, they are now called the Royal Guard Special Task Force, and they've been ordered to be by his side at all times. Wherever Jakin goes, he takes them with him. Estelion asked, So what did Jakin give them? The man replied, A contract. It includes a salary along with countless benefits. Hearing this, his face darkened. He thought to himself, Jakin used to be so weak he had to stay in bed all day, but now he's formed his own private army made of gladiators. A second later, he broke into a smile. He's getting more and more interesting. The other person spoke up, and he gathered all the servants and guards in his residence and began to stab them mercilessly with a needle. Suddenly, through the man's story, Jakin seemed to transform into a different person. Hearing this, Estelion couldn't help but be alarmed, his face filled with worry. Jakin holds a needle and sticks it into someone's flesh. He asks the person, Does it hurt? The person replies, No, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Jakin says, Is that so? Then why are you reacting like that? It's just a needle. His words made the person freeze. He was like someone who'd opened a private clinic in the palace. He sat on a chair and called out loudly, All right, next patient. A whole crowd of subordinates was standing in line to satisfy Jakin's desire to experiment. A few days prior, while Jakin was strolling through the grounds, he cheerfully turned his head and said, Ahem! Hey, how does the cupping feel after a few days? Damian, standing behind him, replied coldly, It's still a little sore. Jakin sighed and said, What a shame. You won't be needing any more cupping therapy, Damian said, surprised. Excuse me, Jakin explained. Your cupping therapy is complete. You're all cured. Damian asked again, Really? Jakin replied, Yep. I've confirmed the method's effectiveness and also finished a few experiments. Damian looked at him in silence. Then he touched his head and said, Thank you for every... Jakin quickly cut in, Wait. Then he became serious. Before that, listen to what I have to say. He began to explain passionately, I want your swordsmanship skills. I have no intention of just sending you away. I don't want your talent to go to waste, so I apologize. Then he said with determination, Become my guard. Jakin enthusiastically laid out the conditions. Of course, I'm not asking for sentimental things like gratitude, friendship, or loyalty. I guarantee I'll pay you handsomely. You'll also get a pension and vacation days. Then he looked at this man's aura and thought, Actually, he'll soon reach the level of a high sword master and will have to go through the swordmaster's syndrome. He probably knows it too, because he's the one who best understands his own skills. A circle with a golden sword appeared. That's the S syndrome, swordmaster. Jakin thought it was a level where one's senses reach an extremely sharp level, a level where those senses can't be controlled. The person will have to endure severe insomnia. Getting the mark will cause constant pain, he thought. I could ask him to stay under the guise of treatment, but he'd most likely choose to leave. In this situation, the most practical solution is to give and take. Then Jakin said, We will have an employment contract written up. You will also receive maternity and childcare leave. Damian remained silent. Seeing this, Jakin gave a wry smile and said, Of course that has to be in there. All right, I'll add the freedom to quit whenever you like. And a villa, too. The other party was still silent. In the distance, from within the bushes, 2 eyes were lurking and watching. Jakin's voice rang out, All right. You must have some contract negotiation skills, huh? Then he excitedly pointed at the other man and said loudly, "How about a 4-day work week?" Hard to refuse, isn't it? Suddenly 3 or 4 people rushed out of the bushes shouting, "Hire us too!" Jakin was shocked. He stammered, "What? When did you guys get here?" The gladiators clamored, shouting over each other. "You healed us so you could hire us, right? We'll protect you when Damian is away. You said you'd help us improve." Jakin said helplessly, "That's not why I healed you or anything. Are you guys that fond of money and benefits?" The group replied in unison, "Yes, Your Highness." Jakin was speechless. He thought to himself, do they really have to be that honest? Then he thought back to his time in the modern world at a part-time job recruitment board. Well, at least being this honest is good. The type of people who drone on and on about loyalty and all that are the ones who easily make enemies, he continued to think. And it's also good to build my own exclusive force. Jakin began to contemplate forming his own private force. He thought, the royal guards don't belong to me alone, so the chain of command could easily cause conflicts, and the emperor's orders will always take priority. Right after that, Jakin confidently said aloud, "All right then. All of you are hired. You will be my exclusive special royal guard," he continued. "Let's call it the SRG." Hearing this, the whole crowd cheered with joy. Only Damian remained cold and said nothing. But amidst the crowd, he still cracked a smile as if in support of Jakin's actions. Afterwards, Jakin turned and walked away, a little sad. Even after healing all of them, my extended lifespan didn't increase by that much. Even if I extend a life by 100 years, I only get an additional 18 days. His pupils constricted at that moment. He thought, with stamina and a body this weak, I can't go out and find patients myself. Jakin stood silently for a long time looking at his castle. That night, he sat quietly in his room and said, I have to build a clinic in the annex. Damian, standing nearby, asked inquisitively, What do you mean, Your Highness? He replied, You don't know what a clinic is. Damian answered, I do, but... Suddenly, Biezo's body trembled. He shouted, Your Highness! Jakin was startled by the scene. What is it now? You scared me. He continued to cry and said, I finally understand. I understand the beauty and nobility in your heart. You want to help and care for everyone. By building a clinic. Hearing this, Jakin happily stood up and said, Yes, that's it. You finally understand my true feelings. Biezo's eyes sparkled. He continued, To think that you could still be concerned about the health of the people, even while being ill yourself. After that, he wouldn't stop gesturing dramatically as he said all this. Jakin played along with him because of it. It's for the people. Damian was dumbfounded by their actions. He stood silently, not knowing what to say. A second later, Jakin suddenly became pensive and continued, I'm thinking of treating my own people in the palace first. Biezo beside him asked puzzledly, Your people in the palace? He thought about his luxurious palace. Let's say I set up a clinic inside the palace to treat everyone. Would they be able to come and go comfortably to receive treatment? His eyes showed a hint of worry. Since this is still the Crown Prince's palace, they probably won't feel comfortable coming here. While Damian Jaquin's name rings out. That's why we need to promote our successful treatments. It'll give them the confidence to come. One person tells 10 and 10 tell 100. Jaquin crossed his arms and gave a smug smile. More and more people will come here to receive treatment. The traditional medicine clinic with a physician as benevolent as a mother. He began to think to himself, even after treating 500 patients. Suddenly, Jaquin shouted, Why is everyone here so healthy? He paced back and forth in the room thinking, Even after caring for 500 people, I've only gained 2 more days of life force. This rate of return is terrible. I need someone who's truly incredibly sick and gravely ill. Suddenly, Jaquin seemed to have a realization. Just then Biezo brought him a stack of documents. This is the information on the 500 patients. He wiped his sweat and continued. As you instructed, we've collected information on their families, gender, age, and medical conditions. Jaquin glanced at the stack of documents and smiled sinisterly. He thought to himself, if the staff here are all healthy, then I just need to find their relatives. I'm truly a genius. Then he picked up a sheet and continued thinking. There must be at least one person who is seriously ill among all these people. A moment later, he was seriously flipping through and checking every piece of their information. After what felt like an eternity, the stack of documents began to shrink. Jaquin was gradually losing patience. He thought, how can I not find anyone? Where are they, he thought, frowning. Why are all their relatives, nieces, nephews, and even their distant kin as healthy as an ox? There are only 10 profiles left. Suddenly, Damian spoke up. Your Highness, I find this truly disappointing. Hearing this, Jacquin quickly looked up and asked, You're disappointed? The man looked at him coldly and continued, My apologies. I would like to ask you a question. Do you only see patients as your tools? Jacquin froze at the other's words. What? Damian continued. You said you needed test subjects? So we tried to gather as many people as possible. But now, he went on, it's as if you're hoping to find someone on the brink of death. The words stabbed straight into Jacquin's heart. Bezo, standing beside him, spoke up with a hint of anger. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? His Highness must have some kind of plan, Damian replied coldly. Is that so over here? After hearing Damian's words, Jacquin began to tremble. He gave a forced smile. Bezo, thank you for defending me, but... He continued trembling. What Damian said isn't entirely wrong. Hearing this, Bezo scratched his head and replied, I'm sorry, Your Highness. Suddenly, Damian changed his attitude. He stood forward and said, Your Highness, you are being too harsh. How could you do that? To the face of a loyal subordinate who stood up for you like that. Bezo turned and retorted, Look who's talking. Weren't your own words to His Highness just as harsh? Witnessing the scene, Jacquin couldn't help but think, What kind of play are you two putting on? Then he shouted angrily, Both of you get out! A second later, Bezo and Damian were thrown out. Now alone in the room, he was tearing his hair out. Honestly, there are only 10 pages left. Suddenly, a line of information caught his eye. The information read, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this on the survey form, but I will muster all my confidence. The person continued on the form, I have an 8-year-old brother. In a dimly lit room, a girl with red braided hair sat at a table writing. But once or twice a month, his entire body will shake uncontrollably, and then he'll foam at the mouth as if possessed by a demon. The girl worriedly touched her brother's forehead. I've asked several doctors to examine him, but they couldn't find the cause. The priests also prayed a lot, but they said they did their best to expel the evil spirit from his body. Hearing this, Jacquin's face became more joyful than ever. He said, I've found it. Jacquin had the maid summoned. Upon arriving, she immediately said, Sir, this child... She pointed to the boy standing beside her and continued, is my brother Zio. Without much ado, Jacquin immediately tried to befriend the boy. Hello. Zio shyly and softly said, Hello, sir. He looked at the boy with a gentle gaze. Just call me Jacquin, seriously. Then he thought to himself, not only is this his first time at the palace, but he also has to meet the crown prince. He's probably more terrified than curious. Then, Jacquin reached into his pocket to pull something out. He thought to himself, this is the best way to help a young patient. He secretly placed a handkerchief over his hand and held it out for the boy to see. He quickly opened the handkerchief. Underneath the cloth was a small piece of candy. The boy's eyes lit up when he saw it. Jacquin offered the candy to Zio and said, Here, a gift for you. But suddenly the boy's expression changed as if he was afraid of something. Jacquin asked, What's wrong? Zio looked down and replied, You're not supposed to touch me. Jacquin pressed, Can you tell me why? The boy turned away, his face darkening, and said, I'm cursed by an evil spirit. Zio continued with low self-esteem. That's why the other kids always tease me. They say I'm a freak. Jacquin looked at him with a gentle gaze and comforted him. That's not true. You're not a freak at all. I got into a fight with them yesterday because they tried to imitate me and make fun of me. Gio still had his hands clasped tightly, but in the room filled with his self-conscious voice, he said, I lost. I felt strange and everything suddenly went dark. Jacquin asked, Everything went dark. He recalled the boy trembling then. Yes, there are times when I feel strange things. All of a sudden, my body starts to tremble. My whole body shakes and becomes paralyzed. It feels as if I'm being lifted into the air and then dropped. Gio recalled every time that sensation came. It's like you're being tossed up and thrown down. He continued, The sky grows distant and I hear strange noises. With a sad expression, Gio said, Then when I wake up, I've lost almost all of my strength. Hearing this, Jacquin gently replied, I understand. He went on, Even so, you still managed to endure all of that, didn't you? Then Jacquin suddenly pulled the boy into a hug and praised him endlessly. Gio, you're so brave. Hearing this, he was incredibly moved and said, Jacquin,
You really shouldn't touch me. I'm possessed by evil spirits. A hint of sadness was in Joaquin's eyes as a light energy emanated from his body. He gently comforted the boy. There are no evil spirits at all. That's when the system's notification chimed in. Beginning pulse reading, scanning. Overall patient assessment possesses a healthy body. However, irregular brain waves detected. Symptoms of a seizure disorder have been found. This may cause severe generalized seizures. Hearing the system's words, Joaquin couldn't help but look at him in shock. Gio looked back at him with a bewildered expression. A thought echoed in Joaquin's mind. This is also known as epilepsy. Normally, it shouldn't be an issue, but Joaquin started to recall what he knew about the disease. Because the brain waves become chaotic for an unknown reason, it causes the entire body to convulse and the patient to lose consciousness. Joaquin slowly stood up and said, "No matter what it is, even if you really were possessed by evil spirits, you're not exaggerating one bit." Hearing these words, Gio's mood brightened. He asked, "Really?" Joaquin looked at the boy with excitement, pointed a thumb at himself, and said, "Of course I am the crown prince after all. And if not, I'm always right anyway." The sunlight from outside streamed through the window, illuminating the entire room. His thoughts echoed once more. It's a good thing I found out. He has epilepsy, but even if I try to treat him, I have no way of finding the cause right now. This is driving me mad. I don't have any instruments to perform a scan, something like an MRI machine. Suddenly, Gio's stuttering voice called out, Prince. Joaquin." Hearing his name, Joaquin instinctively glanced down. Gio's condition was relapsing. His entire body began to convulse and shake violently. He said, "I feel strange." Witnessing the scene, Joaquin was shocked. A seizure! Why now, of all times? Everyone turned their eyes toward Gio. Bezo cried out in alarm. "The child!" Gio's sister collapsed to the floor. Bezo said worriedly, "He really is possessed by an evil spirit." Damian drew his sword and said coldly, "Your Highness, please step away from it. Over here." Joaquin continued to observe the boy's condition, clenching his teeth as he tried desperately to think of a treatment method. Suddenly he shouted, "Stop it!" His body radiated anger. "This has nothing to do with an evil spirit. This is a medical condition. He's just sick. Patients are people who need to be cared for and protected," he continued furiously. "This child is in incredible pain. Someone get me a pillow now." Seeing this, Gio's sister immediately replied, "Yes, Your Highness." After placing the pillow, Gio continued to convulse as everyone gathered around him. Bezo asked worriedly, "The kid's foaming at the mouth. Should I wipe it with my handkerchief?" Joaquin quickly shook his head, stopping him. "No, don't do that. His jaw is clenching uncontrollably. If you're not careful, he could bite the handkerchief and swallow it." Everyone fell silent as Joaquin's voice rang out. "There's nothing we can do right now. We can only help him after the seizure passes." Suddenly, he detected a yellow energy coming from Gio's body. He was startled. He looked at the boy's thrashing body and thought, "Why am I sensing mana from him?" Suddenly, it was as if he had discovered something. "Ah, the Asrahan core method," he began to think. "It's highly sensitive to the flow of mana." A blue energy enveloped his crest. Joaquin's thoughts continued, "Mana is fundamentally the circulation of energy. If I can see it clearly and precisely," Joaquin thought to himself, "I might be able to pinpoint the cause of his epilepsy." He immediately used his power. He touched the boy to feel it. Then he closed his eyes. "I can see it." A moment later, he was inside Gio's body. He looked around inside. The flow of mana was everywhere. It was moving wherever it pleased. Joaquin reached out his arm to touch a flowing stream of mana. "I need to concentrate. An opportunity like this won't come again. I have to find the root of this epilepsy." He then followed the flow and thought, "I think these are the spinal nerves, and those are the cranial nerves." His body grew tired and he began to sweat. He steeled himself. "I can't get tired now. I still haven't found any information." Suddenly his heart began to pound abnormally. He pushed himself. Just a little further. Joaquin dragged his exhausted body deeper inside down a path with many nerves leading to the brain. Joaquin discovered a powerful, brilliant light radiating from one of them. He realized it was the vagus nerve. "This is the source." His face showed his astonishment. "A faulty signal originating in the vagus nerve is causing the seizures in his brain and his entire body. Is that it?" He turned to the others and said, "Bring me a blanket and cover him. This child needs to rest now. Do not wake him up. Just let him sleep." Then his face grew weary as he continued, "Don't make any noise. And no strenuous activity either." A moment later, he started to lose consciousness and collapsed. Biozo cried out in alarm, "Your Highness!" His body was still. A voice cried out, "Oh my God, he's fainted. Your Highness, are you all right? Your Highness, please wake up." Now he no longer felt tired. What a relief. Now that I've found the root cause, I can treat him. Night fell and the dim moonlight illuminated the palace. Jacquin slowly opened his eyes, waking up. He touched his forehead. Ugh, my head hurts. Then he thought, did I pass out? It seems the Asgardian core method was activated at maximum efficiency while I was unconscious. Damian appeared from the shadows and said, "You're awake." His words made Jacquin jump. "Damn it, you scared me! I thought you were the Grim Reaper." Damian said, "You've been asleep for half a day." In the dimly lit room, Jacquin's voice was filled with worry. "Is that so? How is the child?" Damian replied, "Gio woke up this evening, but he's still very tired." Jacquin nodded. "That's to be expected. His seizure was quite severe." Damian added, "Indeed. He went right back to sleep after having some dinner." Jacquin carefully got out of bed, thinking to himself, I suspected this was possible, but I never thought that I could get such a precise diagnosis just by using the Asgardian core method. It's so much better than an X-ray or an MRI. Jacquin turned to get his coat from the wardrobe, his thoughts racing. Now that I know the vagus nerve is the root cause, there's only one way to treat him. He thought of vagus nerve stimulation. In order to do that, Damian interrupted his train of thought. "Your Highness, where could you be going in the middle of the night?" Jacquin's face lit up with excitement. As he put on his coat, a mad look came over him as he said, "To get struck by lightning, what else?" Jacquin stepped outside. 2 guards at the gate saw him, blocked his path, and shouted, "Who goes there?" They immediately stopped when they recognized him. Jacquin raised a hand in greeting and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Please take me to Lord Duntus." The 2 guards led him away while Damian went back inside the palace. They stopped before a door that was radiating a blue light. Jacquin said joyfully, "This is it!" Without another word, he threw the door wide open, jolting the sleeping Duntus awake. The old man yelled, "What the—" He stared at Jacquin in astonishment, stammering, "The prince is here." It was the royal sorcerer, Lord Duntus. Jacquin approached, scratching his head. "Lord Duntus, please forgive the sudden visit, but I have a favor to ask of you." The old man immediately turned away and said, "Pardon me?" Jacquin put on a friendly expression and said, "Excuse me, could you please cast lightning magic on my back?" Hearing this, the old man stared back in utter disbelief and said, "What?" The day before, during an audience with King Astalion, the king had remarked, "Jacquin has changed so much recently. He's been doing so many strange things. Indeed, he's been behaving very oddly." Astalion continued with his eyes closed. "It's gotten to the point where I'm worried about what he'll do next." Then a small smile played on his lips. Duntus looked back at him somber and silent. Then he thought, "Yes, your majesty, everyone becomes a fool when it comes to their own children. I have served you my entire life. I know what your deepest thoughts are. Back in the present." Duntus felt helpless against the prince's plea. Jacquin begged, "Come on, just hit me with your lightning." Duntus's thoughts echoed, "Your majesty. He certainly has changed a great deal." Then he gave the prince a perplexed look and thought, he's becoming even more insane. In the room, the candles stuck in a skull cast an eerie glow. Duntus tried to argue, "Why would I want to harm you? If anything were to happen to you, I would be executed." Jacquin quickly cut him off. "Now hold on. I'm not asking you to do something strange like kill me. I'm just asking for a small electrical current that won't—" "Kill me," Jacquin said plainly. "I just need you to do it. It's for a very important matter. Please maintain it for 3 hours straight." Duntus, still in his night clothes, felt a wave of helplessness. But that's an absolutely bizarre request. He thought about lightning magic, which possessed immense destructive power. When used by a high-level sorcerer, it could be on par with a natural disaster. But he wants me to weaken it to the level of static electricity and maintain a stable voltage for 3 hours straight. He felt powerless. That would require an incredible degree of precision and control. Then the old man spoke up. "Your Highness, do you have any idea how difficult a request you're making?" Jacquin replied, "Of course I do." He then framed it in modern terms. "It's like driving a car at exactly 30 kilometers per hour for 3 hours straight." Then he put his arm around the old man's shoulder and said cheerfully, "That's exactly why I came to you. Who else possesses such masterful control over magic?"
His words were like pushing the old man onto a stage as a loud voice from below seemed to shout, "Lord Duntis!" Jacquin continued to lay on the flattery. "Who is the most talented sorcerer in our empire after all?" Flattered. The old man puffed out his chest as an inner voice seemed to roar with pride. "Lord Duntis!" Damian and the two guards just stood behind them watching the whole thing unfold. I don't get what these two idiots are doing, but I'm starting to change my mind. I'm actually starting to like the idea of this challenge. In the room, the old man's voice rang out. "But your highness, if—" Hearing this, Jacquin laughed out loud. "If something happens to me, don't worry, don't worry. I won't hold you responsible. Even if I get injured or die, you won't be responsible for anything." Then he turned to the soldiers and Damian continuing, "They will be our witnesses." The two soldiers' faces went pale as they thought to themselves, "Don't drag us into this." Jacquin began to lower his voice and said, "It's not like I'm trying to do something evil. I just want to save someone." Duntit looked at him and replied, "If that's the case, then I'll give it a try." Jacquin smiled and urged him on. "So shall we begin?" "Right now," Duntit asked, still in his pajamas, carrying his mystic staff. Duntit watched as Jacquin sat on the floor thinking, "I can't just recklessly use an electric current on a child. I need to test it first. I have to be sure it's safe." Duntit spoke up. "Your Highness, are you ready?" Jacquin closed his eyes without answering. Mana began to radiate from his heart. Duntit said loudly, "If that's the case, I'll begin casting the spell." He looked so imposing, but in reality, he was trying his hardest to cast the spell at its lowest possible level. The old man closed his eyes, thinking, at a level as weak as static electricity. As the current entered Jacquin's body, he couldn't help but shudder as if to say, "Ah," like an ant bite. Afterwards, his expression softened as he thought, "Perfect, just as I'd expect from a palace mage. I knew he could do it. Now it's my turn. I'll absorb the current and convert it into electrodes." His body was enveloped by massive neural pathways as his thoughts echoed. "I will generate a direct electrical signal symmetrical to the faulty neural signal in the child's vagus nerve and completely control these neural signals." Jacquin raised his hand, feeling the neural signal flowing through his circuits. Then those neural pathways transformed into electrodes. Jacquin smiled and slowly opened his eyes. "The A.S. Rahan core technique, it's so powerful. It can control so many things. I didn't think I'd succeed on the first try." Then he turned back and said, "That's enough." Duntit, his face filled with amazement, asked, "You want me to stop because that was enough?" "No, I can keep going. I could do this all day." Inside the room, his scream echoed. "It hurts. I said stop right now." At Jacquin's palace. In front of the room, a large crowd had appeared. A curious voice piped up. "I wonder why he's gathered so many people again. What is he planning to do?" Another person replied, "I heard he wants to gather people who like to spread rumors to help him." Dior's sister was stunned. "What I really don't understand what's going on in his head." Inside the room, Jacquin was sitting opposite Dior with a large crowd standing behind him watching. Jacquin smiled, held up a needle, and said to Dior, "I'm not going to tell you to relax. Bitter medicine is the best cure, and medical procedures are always painful. I'm not going to lie to you." Dior asked timidly, Will it hurt a lot?" He replied, "Just a tiny little pinch." As Jacquin brought the needle closer, Dior's voice trembled. "It sounds like it's going to hurt." Jacquin comforted him. "Ah, this won't hurt. I promise." Dior started to believe him and asked, "Really?" Jacquin said, "That's right, I've already done it." "You couldn't even feel it, could you?" His words made the boy jump and look down at his neck. Then Jacquin turned to look at Duntit and gave him a signal. Jacquin thought to himself, the real pain is just beginning. At the signal, Duntit began to cast his spell. A stream of electricity went straight into Jacquin's heart to Dior's amazement. Jacquin could feel it in his heart. "Good. The electrical energy is gathering smoothly," he thought. "Watch closely, everyone, and spread the word. Spread the good word about this breakthrough treatment." Meanwhile, Biozo couldn't stop panicking. He looked like he was about to faint.
"I can't believe it. The prince is being fried by lightning."
But strangely, while everyone else looked terrified, Jacquin's thoughts echoed, "This is what's known as viral marketing." And now to transfer the processed electric current. Jacquin removed the needle from Dior's neck, now carrying the electrical charge, and slowly moved it into the boy's body. In the dark space, a powerful light suddenly began to shine. That light caught his attention. Suddenly, his expression changed. "Wait a minute. This feels very wrong." Suddenly he realized, oh crap, the mana flow was instantly disrupted. Jakin hurriedly chased after it, thinking, it's going to explode soon because of the blockage. He sounded an internal alarm. A seizure is about to start. Dior, his face contorted in pain, said, Jakin, I have to hold on like this. How much longer? Meanwhile, Jakin was desperately chasing after it, thinking, we have 3 minutes at most before the seizure starts, worst-case scenario. And then 1 minute had passed. More and more chaotic mana began to appear. Jakin, holding the source of the electrode, thought, I need to initiate an opposing signal into this electrode. But then he thought, this is bad. There's not enough time. Jakin began to hesitate. Even if I use the AS Rahan core technique at maximum output, the process will still take 30 minutes. Should I stop now and treat him next time? But then he changed his mind. No. If I let the boy have a seizure, they'll spread terrible rumors about this. I also don't know how much longer Sir Duntit can maintain this. Damn it. Someone with a terminal illness like me doesn't have time to take it easy in a situation like this. Then he called out, Sir Duntit! Jakin's voice turned cold as his entire body generated an aura of power. Please increase the power of the lightning magic by 3 times. The current level. The old man heard this and worriedly said, I'm sorry, but... Without another word, Jakin commanded, do it now, I'll explain later. At that moment, the old man's voice was filled with anxiety. But that will hurt a lot, Jakin snapped. It doesn't matter. Receiving the affirmation, Dentist began to cast his magic, saying, very well, Your Highness, right after. A powerful bolt of lightning shot straight into Jakin's body. It caused his heart to contract uncontrollably. Jakin's thoughts began to race. 10 seconds. By the time the seizure starts, I need to absorb more magic, process it, and complete the treatment. The currents of mana began to accelerate. Inside, he thought, relentlessly searching for a place to focus the electrodes and absorb the energy. The carotid sinus Jakin quickly located it. He hurriedly moved the electrodes in his hands. With his teeth clenched and body tensed, he began wrapping the bandages around each one. The nerve. Jakin pushed himself to his limit. 5 seconds before the seizure. He sent a powerful electrical current into the nerve. Over here, Dior began to show the symptoms of a seizure. He started foaming at the mouth. Jakin counted down. 4. Everyone watching held their breath. Jakin continued counting in his head. 3. Inside the nerve. The vagus nerve was relentlessly radiating a source of power. Jakin continued to count. 2. The electrical current was wrapped tightly around one side of the nerve, his face dripping with sweat. Jakin gritted his teeth and counted. 1. Jakin stood between 2 opposing energies as they merged, his hands continuously discharging electricity to stimulate the energy flow into the body. Jakin tensely counted down the final number. 1. And then the timer hit 0. At that moment, Dior's expression darkened. He clenched his teeth tightly to endure the pain. A second later, he opened his eyes. Dior was no longer convulsing. He looked at the other man and called his name. Jakin. Jakin, his face pale and drenched in sweat, asked wearily, Are you feeling any better? Over here, Dentist also let out a sigh of relief. Dior's sister stared at the two of them in astonishment, unable to stop thinking. Nothing happened. He usually loses consciousness as soon as the pain begins, and yet now, Jakin's whole body was exhausted. He sighed and thought, phew, that was lucky. So close. My body is still numb. The system chimed. Ding requesting level 2 treatment fee. Activated. Patient Dior. Treatment method. Vagus nerve stimulation surgery. Lifespan. Gained an additional 3 days. Projected lifespan. 161 days. Hearing the system's announcement, Jakin couldn't contain the sudden joy in his heart. Yes, I've gained more days to live. Once again, the system's notifications rang out. You have utilized the core technique Azrahan to its maximum potential to withstand the body's high-intensity stimulation. By doing so, you have surpassed your limits. A brilliant notification flashed. Core technique Azrahan has leveled up. A description panel appeared with the content, skill name core technique, Azrahan. Level Basel, rank 1, level 2. Greatly increases mana. Mana increased by 130%. Stat required for next level up HP 1200, current HP 200. Seeing the system's latest notifications, Jakin was endlessly joyful. All his fatigue was completely forgotten. Jakin thought to himself, The core technique leveled up, and my mana has increased by so much more. Just then a notification sounded. You have successfully withstood the stimulation of the electrical current. The lungs and large intestine have received metal energy and now possess resistance to wood energy. Metal overcomes wood. The internal organs have gained wood energy. The liver has awakened. The scene changes to a well-dressed, handsome young man. With a cold expression, he kicked the door open. The young man was carrying a bag and said, "Hey, you lazy bum." He then loudly threw his bag onto the ground and yelled, "Pick up my bag! Now!" The atmosphere inside Jaken's internal organs suddenly fell silent. His heart spoke coldly. The new guy. The old turtle next to it looked on with a joyful expression. The shirt on the old turtle was taken off. He laughed with excitement and shouted, "Finally, I'm free from being the new guy. I'm so happy." Seeing this, the small young man became cold and silent, staring at the old turtle. Then he casually landed a slap on the other. The young man spoke up. "Trying to make me the new guy, are you? You want to die?" System notification. The liver has given you 300 HP. The lungs, heart, and large intestine celebrate another part joining, giving you 500 HP. At that moment, the large intestine was depicted as a whimpering, crying child. The system displayed, "The liver's birthday party has begun. You have received an additional 300 HP. Current HP 1,300. Jaken glanced at the system and rejoiced internally. A new organ. I can get so much more HP from now on. What a fantastic day. I leveled up my core technique. Asrahan awakened my liver and even got more HP. After that, Jaken looked at the system display. Is there more? He wondered to himself, is that all? Suddenly a voice called out. Jaken. He was startled and looked down, replying, "What is it?" Dior asked innocently. "Is there something strange about me?" Jaken leaned down and said softly, "There's nothing strange about you at all." The conversation between the two quickly continued. Dior said, "Normally when I feel an episode coming on, my vision goes dark and I lose control." Jaken said, "So you're surprised because it didn't happen this time?" He replied, "Yes." Jaken looked at him and said, "You'll be stable like this from now until the end of your life." Dior's eyes widened as he looked at him, a flicker of joy in his heart as he asked, "Really?" Jaken smiled and replied, "Yes. You won't have to suffer in pain anymore. If I'm lying, you can have my title as prince starting tomorrow." Hearing this, Dior's sister couldn't help but be moved. She said, "Dior." Dior looked at his sister happily and said, "Oh, sister." The two siblings, overcome with emotion, embraced each other tightly. Jaken stood nearby, watching them with satisfaction, and thought, a perfect success. Everyone there was moved. He looked at them confidently. "All of you did. You see that clearly. Now is the time to spread rumors of my kindness. That's when people will flock to this place for treatment. I'll cure all of them and extend my own lifespan." Then he let out a sinister laugh. "A long and healthy life, here I come." Suddenly his body felt strange. Everything gradually blurred. He could only see a worried dentist and Damian running toward him. What is this, Jaken thought. He continued to think, am I fainting again? The outlines of his internal organs appeared. The system spoke. Of course. After all, you were overly stressed. An unknown amount of time passed and night fell. Zaken lay exhausted on the bed. Then he slowly opened his eyes. He stared at the ceiling and thought, how long was I out? My body's so stiff. Biozo stood beside him, his face grave, and said, Your Highness, you're awake. Zaken, looking weak, turned to them, smiled, and said, Why are you all standing here? Don't you have anything else to do? Biozo's tone was a little strange. I'm tired of watching you sleep. Then he started to cry. That's why I was hoping you'd wake up sooner. I prayed so much, Your Highness. Zaken looked at him in astonishment. What are you talking about? Why are you crying again? Hearing this, he cried even harder. Damian had to speak up. Your Highness, you've been asleep for 2 days. Hearing that, he shot up in shock. What 2 days? Dantes spoke up, his face gaunt and his voice trembling. Your Highness, do you want me to be thrown in prison? How am I supposed to explain this to His Majesty the King, that you fainted because of my light magic? Zaken gave a weak smile and said, I'm sorry. Then he brought up Dior. Oh, what about Dior? How is he? Dior peeked out from behind and said, I'm fine now. Then he slowly approached Zaken, smiling happily. Seeing him, Zaken was startled. "Whoa, wait. What are you doing here?" He replied, "I pestered everyone to let me come here." Biozo was watching him with a worried expression. Then Dior shyly reached into his pocket, about to take something out. He said, "Because I wanted to give you this." Dior took out a necklace and continued, "When you woke up." Zaken looked at the necklace surprised and said, "You made this while I was asleep." He thoughtfully took the necklace and thought, "This is too much for me. I only saved him because I wanted to live longer." He felt a pang of guilt. He doesn't know my real motive. Suddenly a voice called out, Brother Zaken?" Zaken curiously sat up. Dior looked at him with clear eyes and continued, "I want to become a great person too. I also want to help others," he went on enthusiastically. "Just like you." Hearing this, Zaken froze for a moment. Then he held up the necklace and said, "This necklace is really well made." He then looked at Dior and said, "Thank you." Zaken continued, "But the best reward I could receive is seeing you healthy, Dior." Biozo and Dantes glanced at him. In the quiet room, only Zaken's voice echoed. Then he faked a cough and said, "I want to rest a little more. I still feel tired." Immediately everyone left. "We will leave now. Please get some rest, Your Highness." Everyone moved quietly towards the door. Suddenly, Dior turned back, waving goodbye. "See you later, Zaken." Zaken turned and happily waved back. "Yeah, see you later." The door was quickly closed, leaving him alone in the room. He looked thoughtfully at the wooden necklace in his hand. Zaken held it up high and said, "Who would wear something like this? It looks so simple and there aren't any jewels on it." Then he said, "But I like it. Time to sleep." Zaken put the necklace on and began to drift off. Early in the morning in some other land, a voice called out, "Mom, I'm home." A woman stood up from inside the house and called out, "Son, why are you back?" A young man stood at the door and said cheerfully, "What else? I got a vacation, so I came home." He was carrying a document at his side. The mother asked, puzzled, "A vacation?" The young man replied, "Yes, a special vacation." At the dinner table, the mother asked, "The prince suddenly gave you a 5-day vacation." The young man calmly replied, "Yes, most of the people at the palace got time off." The father asked with concern, "How is the prince's health these days?" He replied, "I think he's much better than before." The father, slightly pleased, said, "Really? That's fortunate." But the son added, "I think it's because—" The young man's face turned serious. "He's been doing some strange things lately." In a small corner of the room, the father's voice echoed, "Strange things." The young man replied, "He said he wants to provide treatment to other people." He then pulled out a piece of paper from behind his back. "Look at this." Next, he slowly spread the paper out on the table. The whole family leaned in to look. The mother said curiously, "Huh?" A light breeze came and blew the paper out the window. The papers were all scattered by the wind. A voice shouted, "What?" In the bustling town, the papers rained down. Many flyers related to Zaken were also posted on the notice board. People couldn't help but gather around curiously to see. What's this above was information about Zaken. It read, "Above, grand opening celebration at the palace. Traditional medicine doctor is now open, free treatments. Everyone is welcome. Back pain, joint aches, acupuncture, orthopedic correction, obesity, direct treatment by Prince Zaken. A.D. Giamison, ANO expert. Chief Royal Physician Biozo Gaiden specialist in difficult and incurable diseases." People murmured curiously, "He even treats spines." Back at the palace? Zaken stood happily by the window and said, "The rumors must have spread everywhere by now, huh?" Bio suddenly pushed the door open and said, "Your Highness, it is time to go out." Hearing this, Zaken quickly turned to look at him. "All right, shall we go?" The two of them stepped out into the hallway with Bezo following behind, who said, "You're up early, Your Highness." He replied, "Well, it's the opening day of the Royal Clinic of Traditional Medicine after all." Hearing this, Bezo let out an, "Oh, I've brought all the medicine you requested, sir." Zaken asked, "Including the licorice?" Bezo replied, "I have already sourced it, Your Highness." Zaken praised him, "Excellent. We need a lot of it, so even if it's expensive, I want to buy as much as possible." Suddenly, Bezo spoke up. "Understood, but Your Highness." Hearing him, Zaken stopped and turned around. Bezo said seriously, "Forgive me for asking, but where did you learn all of these things?" Zaken's eyes widened as he stiffened. "These things—" He thought about the items he had used for treatment.
Bezo said, like creating new types of medicine. The two stood facing each other as he continued, or relieving joint pain by sticking thorny plants into people. As a doctor, I'm very curious about them. Hearing this, Jacquin fell silent. Bezo, standing by the window, began to explain, to be honest, I haven't been sleeping well lately. I'm very curious as to where you learned these techniques, but no matter how hard I try, I still don't understand how they work. I'm a little... Bezo lowered his head and hesitated. Sad. Hearing this, Jacquin silently looked at him, thinking, he's sad. Then he thought more deeply. He must feel like a failure, because he can't understand the nature of the techniques I use. I get why he feels that way. I'm a doctor, too. His expression turned cold. He began to speak. Actually, I come from another world. Bezo replied with some doubt. Yes, he continued, in that place. I wasn't a prince, just an ordinary person named Li Han. I made a living using the same traditional medicine techniques that I've used here. Bezo, his heart full of doubt, said, Your Highness? His mind was now spinning. I'm telling you this after giving it serious thought. Then Jacquin scratched his head, smiled, and said, That's why I'm telling you the truth. Bezo, who still seemed unconvinced, pouted and said, I would be very sad if you did this. In the room, his voice, laced with disbelief, echoed, Could you please stop joking with me and tell me the truth? Jacquin replied, I already told you. And besides, why do you want to know? Bezo said, Because I want to become a better doctor. I want to feel the same sense of satisfaction that you've felt. Jacquin replied, You already are, aren't you? His words left the other man stunned and speechless. He could only quietly reply, Yes. After that, he turned to leave and said, That's enough talk. Time to work. Jacquin's eyes glanced out the window as he rejoiced inwardly. To think I could come this far. It's because you have always been by my side helping me. He continued to think, I hope we get some patients on our opening day, and not just a few flies. I hope people don't stay away because this is where the prince lives. Jacquin used his own gate as the clinic's entrance, complete with a sign, This way to the Royal Clinic of Traditional Medicine. But reality hit him like a slap in the face. He even started biting his nails anxiously and thought about closing up shop. It seems I'm overthinking this. Unable to stay still, he paced around the room. Please, please, please. Can't I just get one patient? He threw the door wide open and shouted, Welcome to the Royal Clinic of Traditional Medicine! His voice rang out, but he was met with only empty space. Jacquin's face fell in dejection. I'm doomed. He slumped down as if he'd turned to stone. Suddenly, Bezo called out, Your Highness! Jacquin let out a long, frustrated sigh and said, What is it, Bio? He pointed. Please look down. The scene below left him astonished. He thought to himself, I'm saved. Below, thousands of people were pushing and shoving. People shouted, Hey, stop pushing! Don't cut in line! I was here first. What are you talking about? Outside the clinic, a massive crowd of patients was waiting. Jacquin looked at the sheer number of people and thought, That's right. The first day is always the busiest. He began examining them one by one. He said, I will examine you now. A subordinate, looking a little worried, interrupted, Your Highness, I apologize for bothering you while you're busy. He stood behind him and said, But what should I be doing? Jacquin started to instruct him, You can walk around and see if any of the patients need help. He paused. Wait a minute. That's not how you prepare medicine. His expression changed as he thought, The nursing system is still terrible. It's going to take a while for it to become a complete system. A moment later, a system notification chimed. You have received enough experience points while treating many patients. This experience? One will become your foundation, and the pulse diagnosis skill has leveled up. Another notification appeared. Pulse diagnosis level 2. Feel the subject's pulse. You can diagnose their health condition. You can assess risks as well as negative signals from the body. You can receive the results by checking the general health checkup report. And you can see more information about the patient's internal organ symptoms if you awaken them in your own body. Hearing this, he couldn't help but exclaim, What? Inside his body, his heart dressed smartly stepped forward and said, Everyone, it's time for our date. Let's see how things are going. The two lungs couldn't hide their excitement, saying, I'm so excited, so many people. The heart spoke arrogantly. I told them we're the best ones here. Anyway, there are plenty of people we can get acquainted with here. The old large intestine excitedly chimed in, This really is the best. The small liver glanced at him and said, "Snap out of it, you guys." It continued, "We're only seeing old men and women." Meanwhile, the older organs were sitting at a table. The system announced the results of the organ consultation. "The heart has been deceived. There are no abnormalities in the heart. My lungs, no abnormalities. The large intestine has detected mild constipation, no other abnormalities. The liver has detected signs of inflammation in this old man. He needs to stop drinking." Hearing this announcement, Joachim became a little curious. "Alcoholic hepatitis. Is he in bad shape?" The system announced once again, "The liver. That's right. His liver is crying right now. It has been destroyed by alcohol for 55 years. At this rate, it will be completely dead in a little over 5 years." Joachim couldn't hide his delight and thought, "The information from the organs consultation is amazing. An accurate diagnosis is the most important thing in treating illness. I need to awaken the other organs quickly." Then he turned and said to the man, "Sir, your liver is severely damaged." The stunned man replied, "Yes." Joachim began to explain the cause. "That's why you feel tired, and your skin is more yellow. It's because your liver is tired. I will prescribe a minor biplurum decoction for you today. Take it for 10 days. Depending on the next examination, I may also prescribe cinnamon twig and poria." Then he said in a stern voice, "You must stop drinking starting now." Hearing this, the man was horrified. "What?" Joachim said, "Because your liver is in terrible shape. You won't live another 5 years if you continue like this." The man stammered, "But I—" He shook his head and asked again, "I can't eat if I don't drink alcohol." As the prince, he commanded, "I order you not to drink, not in my capacity as a doctor, but as the prince. If you dare disobey my command, I will throw you in prison." Hearing this, the man was petrified on the spot. At some point, the sky had turned to night. From inside the room, Joachim's voice called out, "All right. That's all for today. All non-critical patients, please return tomorrow." A servant stepped forward and said, "You did very well, Your Highness." The maid quickly apologized. "I'm sorry for my mistake while preparing the medicine. I don't know if I did it correctly." Joachim gave a faint smile and said, "Don't worry. Everyone did a great job. Let's keep it up tomorrow." A moment later, he thought to himself, "Because nursing doesn't exist in this place. This is good enough for now. But we'll have trouble if many patients need nursing care. We need to establish a nursing system for rotating patient care." Then he thought of the 2 brawny nurses. "I wish Ms. Kim and Ms. Lee were here now." Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Someone shouted loudly. A distraught Biesu burst in and said, "Your Highness, there is an emergency patient." Behind him, a man was carrying another person. That man quickly introduced himself. "I am the eldest son of the Jinjo family. Greetings, Your Highness." The lady of the Jinjo family was groaning in pain on the man's back. The eldest son of the family spoke up urgently. "Please save my mother. Please." Joachim had them place her on the bed and said, "Her fever is so high. How long has she been feverish?" The son replied, "Since this afternoon, she was fine before that." Then he took her pulse. A powerful energy emanated. The man continued, "She started feeling cold around noon and her condition just kept getting worse." In an instant, he realized something. He thought, "This is the disease that wiped out 40,000 soldiers." A certain disease flashed through Joachim's mind. A second later, his expression changed to one of horror. "Of Napoleon's army." Joachim immediately recognized it. Epidemic typhus, a dangerous disease caused by the Borrelia butt.ag bacterium. He asked again, "Hey, liver, are you serious?" The system announced, "Absolutely. I have seen the dot bacteria in this woman's liver." Realizing the problem, he became tense. Then Joachim turned and asked, "When was the last time she bathed?" The eldest son of the Jinjo family said, bewildered, "Pardon." He explained, "I need to know more about the patient's condition." The son replied, "Yes, she did bathe." Joachim asked again, "Yesterday?" The son answered, "Yes. She usually bathes with warm water every day." Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. Strange, for someone so clean to be infected. His voice echoed in the room. What about her house, especially her sleeping area? The eldest son of the Jinjo family replied, "She is very neat and clean." Joachim asked again, "No ticks or fleas?" The man answered, "No, none." Joachim continued asking, "Perhaps she went somewhere in the last few days." "Somewhere unsanitary." The son silently bowed his head in thought. Suddenly he remembered something, looked up and said, "She did." He began to recount about half a month ago. Her carriage broke down on her way back from visiting relatives, so she had to stay the night at a farmer's house. The lady of the Jinjo family asked to stay over. He continued. The couple let her sleep in their bed. Hearing this, Jakim sat and thought. She showed symptoms of a fever today, and she slept at the farmer's house half a month ago. The incubation period is 15 days. Then he looked disappointed. This is bad. Everything matches epidemic typhus. He then turned to the son. That's probably where she got infected. The son, startled and horrified, exclaimed, Infected! Ja Kim used an illustration to help the man understand. Her illness is epidemic typhus. It's transmitted by the bite of fleas and ticks, he said, turning to look at the woman. This is bad. She's elderly and her fever is too high. Then he turned to the man. In the worst-case scenario, she could suffer a pulmonary infection, organ damage, or necrosis of the limbs. Rakin clenched his teeth and began to figure out a treatment. Then he gave orders to the servants. Listen carefully, everyone. Remove her clothes and wipe her down with a clean, warm towel, he continued. Then help her into a patient's gown. A maid raised her hand and asked, What about her old clothes, sir? Rakin instructed, Burn them. The bed and the sheets she was lying on, too. After you're done, you will all bathe and burn your own clothes. Then he said sternly, If anyone disobeys me, you will be dismissed immediately and face the harshest punishment. The terrified maids replied, We understand. Then, Jakin turned to the eldest son of the Dinzio family. You too. Make sure someone informs her family. Then he immediately shouted, Hurry! Everyone move out immediately! Yes, sir. As for Jakin, he went down to the kitchen and began to chop herbs. He was sweating as he looked at the medicine on the table, thinking, This remedy is a liquid soup used to treat malaria. But it's very effective for fevers like this. It's a kudzu root soup. The medicine looked cloudy. He continued to think a soup-type medicine made from kudzu root and ma huang. Then he went to the bedside of the lady of the Dinzio family. He fed her the medicine and said, Here, this will help you feel more comfortable. Please take it slowly. A maid placed a warm cloth on her forehead. Day and night they took turns caring for her and giving her the medicine. One feeding her, another caring for her. They took turns. Suddenly one day the lady of the Dinzio family's condition grew more serious. Jakin observed in silence. It's been 3 days. Me and 3 maids have been caring for her 8 hours each per day, but her condition hasn't improved. Her body is deteriorating from the high fever. He then glanced at the bowl of medicine and thought, The kudzu root medicine doesn't seem to be strong enough. He continued thinking. The balance of yin and yang has been completely thrown off, causing the yin energy circulating in her body to be almost completely depleted. I need to rebalance her qi and blood first. Only then will the fever reducers work. He furrowed his brow, thinking of an herb that could restore yin energy in the body. I need some kind of medicinal ingredient like that. Then he started to think. Come on, think, you idiot. My internal knowledge is just waiting. He then cursed silently. Ugh, this brain is so useless when I need it. Suddenly he realized something. Ah, that's right, that place. He then turned and said loudly, Sir Gaydon, please prepare a carriage for me. Rakin thought of the secret place that held countless precious treasures and luxury goods. He thought, I'm not sure, but I might be able to find the herb myself in that place. Only the royal family can enter, because security there is extremely tight, he thought. But I am a prince. I have to use that to my advantage. I'll go ask father for help. Immediately, Jakin's carriage set off into the night. It arrived at a place where Damian stood guard outside. Inside, a stallion and another person sat looking at him coldly. Below, Jakin was on his knees saying, Your humble son, Prince Jakin, Adria Mason. Ano greets the wise and powerful royal father. A stallion frowned, looking at him with confusion. Why have you come to see me at this hour? Seeing him respond like that, Jakin felt a bit anxious. Royal father still gives off such a terrifying aura. The room was silent. Jakin's voice rang out, The reason I have come here. He raised his head and spoke clearly, is to ask for your permission to enter the secret vaulted dome tonight. A stallion questioned him. The vaulted dome. What for? Jakin let out a breath. He had to explain. Father, you must have heard that I am establishing a traditional clinic in the suburbs. Many patients have come to me for treatment. 3 days ago, a noble woman in very serious condition came to the clinic. Hearing this, a stallion said coldly, What does that have to do with the palace? Jakin replied.
It's because a crucial medicinal ingredient that I need is available in the palace. The king was still trying to find fault. I am not convinced that you are telling the truth. Are you sure you aren't using this patient as an excuse to enter the palace for your own personal reasons? A second later, in their shadows, he let out a smirk and thought to himself, my son, this is getting interesting. He's testing the waters before coming to me. I appreciate that. Riken showed a look of displeasure, thinking to himself, damn it. This old man is clearly enjoying himself asking me all these questions. It seems like father is scheming something. Then he thought angrily, I'm a middle-aged man who has been through hell and back yet. It's still this hard to convince my own father. Suddenly, his attitude changed. He stood up and said loudly, we don't have time for this. Right now, a patient's life is in danger. At this, Astalion frowned and said, and how can you prove that what you are doing is right? Then he deliberately dug into the past. In your youth, you were frail. You had very little time to study. And now you want to be a doctor. I cannot help but be suspicious of this. Then he shouted angrily, I have no certainty that what you are doing is right, that your medicine will be effective, or that you can even save anyone, Jakin replied coolly. I understand. You want to test me? Then he smiled and said, isn't that right? Astalion's voice softened. That's right. Then he pointed towards Roberto and continued, the test is very simple. The captain of the royal guard is ill. Diagnose him if you can. I will grant you access to the secret palace immediately. Riken stepped forward and took Roberto's pulse. Astalion thought doubtfully, no way. My son couldn't possibly know. Only Roberto, his wife, and I know about this. Then he spoke up. Captain, he said confidently, you're bald. The conclusion left both men stunned. The entire room fell silent as Astalion quickly pointed at Roberto. But look, his hair is still very thick. Roberto was trembling with fear. A second later, Riken lifted the man's hair and said, that's because he's secretly wearing a wig. A shocking secret held for many years was exposed by Riken. Roberto couldn't hold back his tears, his soul deeply wounded. Stop it, you two. Astalion was speechless, but Roberto collapsed in anguish, sobbing uncontrollably. Riken, as if victorious, pushed open the door and said, let's go, Damian. On the way, Damian, full of questions, asked, wasn't it a bit strange to just rip his wig off? He replied nonchalantly, it's fine, I'll cure him, but that's not important right now. When they arrived, the two stopped. He looked ahead and said, this is the door. In front of them, a door was glowing continuously. Riken said, the vaulted secret palace is this way. Roberto, still sobbing, cried, Your Majesty, could you ask him to cure me? Astalion comforted him. Tonight try visiting my son's clinic. Seeing him, the two guards at the gate hurried over. One spoke up, Your Highness. He handed Riken a card and said, Please take this. He asked, What is this? The other replied, It's the entrance ticket to the secret vault. You must have it to enter. Riken asked back, What happens if I don't have it? The guard answered, All the offensive magic in the vault will be activated. The ticket also tracks the time you spend inside. If you stay beyond the allowed time, the guard made a gesture, you will die. Both Riken and Damian looked at each other in silence. Outside, the eastern sky was beginning to brighten. The soldier continued, According to the information, you are permitted to stay until morning. Riken looked at the time and exclaimed, What? That's only a few hours. Then he quickly pulled Damian along. Let's go, Damian. Suddenly, the soldier called out, Your Highness, he continued. That's the premium area. This place is divided into 3 areas, premium, intermediate, and basic. Riken quickly scratched his head and said, Oh, sorry, I didn't know. Then he smirked and thought, This soldier is sharp. He wasn't fooled. He recalled his meeting with the king. Astalion had said, Since you've passed the test, I'll allow you into the basic area tonight to retrieve 1 item. Riken had replied, Yes, sir. Seeing his reluctant expression, the king asked, Do you have a complaint? Riken pouted and replied, Well, it's not exactly a complaint, he said, his voice full of grievance. I worked so hard to pass the test, you know. But I only get to go into the basic area, Astalion replied. It's not like you actually worked that hard, did you? Riken retorted. But you didn't specify which area? When you gave me the test. He pouted again and continued. You just changed your tune after I passed. Astalion was at a loss for words. Son, you've really got some nerve. Back in the present, he turned away sharply, thinking, That stingy emperor, is he really even trying to help me? He held the card out to be scanned. I'd better not go to him for help again, when I really need it. Immediately after the machine recognized the card, the soldier behind him quickly said, "Your Highness, we'll see you later." Raken opened the door and stepped inside. Once inside, the light was as bright as day. He looked at the vast space and said, "This is going to take all night." The countdown timer on the card began to run. Raken turned back to Damian and said, "Damian, we need to find the item we need in here." The other man asked, "How will we find it?" Raken said, "Something cold that looks like a sword or a crystal." Damian replied, "Yes, sir." Damian continued, "An item. A potion bottle. A magic bridge covered in ice or something similar." He handed a piece of paper and a pen to the other man. "If you find anything like that, write down its location and we'll go check it out later." Then he began to divide the work. "We'll split up, each taking half. I'll go this way." Damian pointed to the right and said, "Then I'll go this way." Raken replied coolly, "All right." The two began to search separately. At the same time, the hourglass began to run down. On his side, Damian was also engrossed in the search. His timer had also started. An unknown amount of time passed. Raken was still so engrossed in his search that he didn't notice the time. He looked at a pile of items and thought, "I wonder if it's because this is the basic area, that I can't find anything. I hope Damian's side isn't like mine. I know I haven't found anything special at all." At that moment, Damian was staring intently at something. Later, the two met up. Raken took the paper and asked, "Did you write down the locations like I told you?" He replied, "Yes, sir." He had written the locations on the paper. After looking at it, Raken thought, "What the hell did he write?" The space suddenly became very quiet. The two spoke as they walked. Raken spoke up. "There aren't many items with an ice attribute here, huh?" Damian replied. "That's right." Raken continued. "Is this our only hope? Let's see." Then the two of them stopped in front of something. Its name was Perennial Snow, type shield, origin unknown, class basic. Description: when the user channels magic into the orb at the center, the shield will convert the magic and create an ice shield. Raken said aloud, "Perennial Snow." He began to examine the item, and he couldn't stop thinking, "It's like the service bell at a coffee shop." Then he noticed a detail. Written on it was, "The orb in the center will convert mana and create an ice shield. The ice shield will break if it takes too much damage. The part that breaks off when it takes damage is a product of pure mana." He reached out to touch it, murmuring, "So cold." He then lifted the object and began to examine it by feel. An ice shield will form when mana is infused into it. After he channeled his power into the shield, it began to react. Suddenly, a powerful energy radiated from it. He thought to himself, "Wait a minute, is this really the call bell from a coffee shop? I feel like I should go pick up the coffee I ordered." Raken looked at the shield in his hand and thought, "All right then. Seeing how it dings every time I increase the mana, I probably shouldn't channel too much into it. There just needs to be the minimum amount of mana necessary for the ice shield to appear. So that's why it's a basic grade item," he said. "I'll try it out slowly." He then thought of it like adjusting a shower head. Too cold. Now it's too hot. It was just like trying to get the water temperature right. I just have to adjust it to a certain temperature. He thought to himself, "There it is, this is the feeling. I'll just keep it like this." The shield then began to continuously generate a cold mist. He couldn't contain his joy and exclaimed, "I did it." He then swung it around, celebrating inwardly. This shield is huge, but it's not heavy at all. He continued to think, "And it's cold too. This will work. I can cure Lady Dinzio." The cold mist from the object gradually spread out. He then turned to Damian and said, "Damian, I think I'm going to need your help again." A thought popped into Damian's head. I really have no idea what he's thinking. He asked aloud, "What do you need my help with, Your Highness?" Raken replied, "I'll tell you later. Let's go." "It's about time." Damian asked confusedly, What do you mean about time?" He answered, "I mean it's time to go treat the patient." The two of them quickly left the area. At the exit, a guard said, "Your Highness." The guard continued, "The item you've chosen is—" Just then Damian walked out holding a sword. The guard's eyes were glued to the sword as he spoke. "You chose that sword." Jacquin stepped out towards Damian. "What do you think you're doing?" Jacquin said with irritation. "I am deeply disappointed in you." Seeing all the gold Jacquin was wearing, the guard immediately said, "You need to leave those here." Night had fallen. From outside the window, a voice could be heard. "Me? Why me?" Biozo was awakened by the noise and looked out his window. Seeing two people talking to each other, he called out, "Your Highness, you've returned." He then smiled towards Jacquin.
The prince has gotten quite close with Damian lately, hasn't he? The two men below were talking non-stop. Bio thought Damian, I always considered him to be crude and stubborn, but he has done an excellent job protecting the prince. He then went to prepare some tea for Jacquin. It's so good for the prince who has always been sick to finally have a friend he can comfortably play with. Damian. He happily walked downstairs. I guess I can put more trust in him. Meanwhile, Jacquin was laughing cheerfully with Damian like they were old friends reuniting. As the early dawn began to break, Jacquin held the mist-emitting shield up towards the sun. Bezo's eyes widened in shock. What in the world? At that moment, Damian coldly drew his sword. Bezo wondered with suspicion, why did he draw his sword? The very next second, Damian launched himself into the air and swung his sword down on the shield. Jacquin braced himself and blocked the blow. The powerful blow landed. The tea tray in Bezo's hands went flying out of his grasp. His face was a mask of sheer panic as he witnessed the scene. He frantically screamed, "Assassination!" A few minutes earlier, Jacquin and Damian were talking. Jacquin had said, "Listen to me carefully." Damian replied, "Yes, Your Highness." He looked at Jacquin and thought, "You sincerely just want to help the patients. I will follow your every command without question." Jacquin then said with an almost kitten-like innocence, "Is that so? Then could you strike me with your sword?" His words were met with silence. Damian thought, has he actually gone mad? Jacquin said, "I want you to strike me until the ice shield shatters." Damian hesitated. "Are you being serious, Your Highness?" "Yep," Jacquin replied cheerfully. Damian was silent. Damian's respect for Jacquin dropped a level. The sound of their conversation was what woke Biozo. Damian's voice echoed, "Me, why me?" As Biozo went to the window, Damian's voice carried over, "Are you trying to get me killed by framing me for treason?" Jacquin explained his plan. "You have to strike me so that I can save her. Lady Dinzio, it's the only way for all of us to survive." He then pointed at the other man and said, "You too." He then laughed and said, "Me too." Damian was silent, thinking, what in the world is going through your head? Damian said, "I'm going to need a better explanation than that." Rakin replied, "You saw what was written on the perennial snow of thirst Thinabosian in the secret vault, didn't you? It described how to use the shield. Specifically, when the user channels mana into it, the core in the center will convert the mana and form a layer of ice. The ice shield will be destroyed when it takes too much damage. The fragments of ice that fall off when it's destroyed are products of pure mana, and they will naturally disappear over time. But try to avoid touching it or using it recklessly," Damian replied. "That's true, but what does that have to do with me having to hit you?" Jacquin explained. "Right. We'll use the ice shards formed from hitting the shield to make medicine." Damian fell into thought, then he spoke up. "Then you could just put the shield down and let me hit it. That'd be the end of it." Jacquin shook his head, rejecting the idea. "That won't work." Then he raised the shield and said with a laugh, "Now you see it." Then the shield stopped glowing. He whined, "Now you don't," he continued. "To maintain the ice shield, I have to constantly channel mana into it, but I want to be safe." Damian looked at the shield as if to say, "So in short, you want me to destroy the ice shield without injuring you, right?" Jacquin pointed at him and said, "Exactly." Damian was still a little worried. "Your Highness, this could be considered an act of rebellion. How could I possibly do such a thing?" "I would never do such a thing," Damian said tensely. "I can't afford to be dirt poor." Then he continued, "Please reward me for each time I strike your shield." Rule number 1 of negotiation, make the first move to win. Jacquin made a face and said, "So you want to get paid to hit me, huh?" "Yes," Damian replied. Then he placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully, saying, "Your Highness, I consider you my sponsor. I have the utmost respect for how you take care of everyone." "Without asking for anything in return." Jacquin watched him as Damian's voice continued, "But this time is different. I must be paid for my work." Jacquin thought to himself, all the misfortune in Damian's life has been because of money. An image of a dark, gloomy boy, a young Damian. A little older, he discovers a mark on his back, but then misfortune strikes. He loses his mother and grows up to become a gladiator. Jacquin looked at him and laughed. "He's a real penny pincher even in the novel." At that moment, Biozo was bringing out tea for their guest. Jacquin's voice rang out as he spoke to Damian. He put an arm around Damian's shoulders and said, "It's exactly like what I read. I knew you'd be like this. But you're even more shameless in person." Damian gave him a probing look. "What exactly did you read?" As the sun began to rise, Jacquin raised his shield and said, "All right then, I will pay 1 day's wages for each of your strikes."
Damian said coldly. I hope you'll pay on time. Then Damian's sword struck Jaquin's shield with great force. He struggled to block the incoming attack. The teapot in Bezo's hands was flung into the air by the force. He cried out in terror, his voice trembling on the verge of tears. This is rebellion. He immediately fainted on the spot. Gadden has fainted. Dust billows everywhere, and the ground is dented from Damian's blow. Jaquin's arm trembles as he tightly grips his shield. Damian raises his sword and says, It seems this much power isn't enough to destroy it. I'll try again. Jaquin grimaces, enduring the pain. Seeing this, Damian says, I haven't even swung my sword yet. Jaquin, trembling all over, says, Hurry up and do it. Damian quickly attacks a second time, replying, Yes. The sword slams into the shield again. Jaquin grips it tightly, preventing himself from giving up. The powerful blow. He doesn't know how many times they've tried. Jaquin looks at his own trembling arm. Damian looks at him coldly and thinks, Should I hit it harder? Jaquin shouts, You bastard. You're just trying to get more money, aren't you? Damian's pupils suddenly contract and he speaks. This time I'll be serious. Damian quickly uses all his strength to strike the shield on Jaquin's arm. The ice on the shield quickly cracks, then shatters into 100 pieces. Jaquin watches with delight, then cheers happily. Success, you did it! A long, disease-free life. A royal life. Then he turns back and says, Let's collect the ice shards and go. And at that moment, the two of them see Bezo passed out. Jaquin speaks up. Why are you sleeping outside? Kudzu root, ephedra jujube seeds, peony root, licorice root. All the ingredients are put into the pot along with ginger root and Chinese cinnamon bark. This is a normal kudzu root soup. Jaquin is focused on cooking the soup. Then he thinks to himself, Now I'll add the ice shards. He continues thinking, putting this into the circulatory system. Suddenly a system alert sounds. Your experience has grown exponentially by using a new method, a new skill. Tonic brewing has been unlocked. Tonic brewing skill level 1. The tonics you brew will be 10% more effective than normal tonics. And through analyzing the ingredients, you can find detailed information on their effects, side effects, and any toxins present in the tonic. Then Jaquin looks at the pile of ice in the bowl. The system announces you must find a new recipe based on traditional tonics. Kudzu root tonic. His mind suddenly opens up as he says, Oh, Sir Jaquin, this is the kudzu root tonic with added ice that you ordered. The system alert sounds. Tonic brewing skill analyze ingredients. Would you like to activate it? Yes or no? Jaquin looks at the system and smiles, thinking, Excellent. Of course the answer is yes. The system notification sounds. Ice-infused kudzu root tonic. Description: a dark brown liquid. Effects: restores water energy, reduces fever. Method of use: drink 3 times a day after meals. Brewer Jaquin Adia Mason Ano. Then he immediately thinks, this skill is amazing. Now I don't have to test the medicine myself anymore. He keeps thinking, it even restores water energy. Lady Dinzel? Then his eyes become determined. Now I can save her. A moment later, he carries a bowl of medicine into the room. The eldest son of the Dinzel family hurriedly says, Your Highness. Jaquin asks about her condition. How is she? The man bows his head and says, She's still not well, sir. Then he glances at her. Dark energy emanates from her entire body and her face is contorted. He thinks, her energy level is dropping lower and lower. From this medicine, he scoops up a little with a spoon and thinks, I hope this works. Then he carefully brings the medicine to her and says, All right, milady, please drink. It's going to be a bit cold. The lady of the Dinzel family speaks, It's so bitter. Jaquin smiles and says, The more bitter the medicine, the more effective it is. After that, he takes the opportunity to do his medical examinations. At night, Jaquin again sits by the lady of the Dinzel family's bedside to conveniently observe her condition. Next, in the early morning, he brews medicine for her again. 10 days later, the palace servants are deeply moved. They watch his silhouette as he looks through the window. Is he always like this? He's completely different from that sensitive bastard from before. Your Highness, I have so much respect for you now. Bezo is also moved, his eyes glistening with a few tears as he thinks to himself, I always believed in you, Your Highness. While everyone is moved by the sight of his hard work over here, Jaquin's face is haggard. His expression has become somewhat bizarre. His eyes are soulless and he's not very lucid. Jaquin reassures himself somehow. I've endured it, but I'm so tired.
I've been the doctor, the nurse, and I even brewed the medicine myself. Jacquin, you have to keep going. For the reward that comes after all this hard work. At that moment, the system announces, you have successfully used the ice-infused kudzu root tonic and cured the typhus fever. Your dedication to the patient's health is an expression of self-sacrifice. Those who have witnessed it hold you in high regard. They praise why. The system even includes celebratory music. More than any reward, you have earned respect. The effectiveness of the medical bill request skill level 2 has increased by 1.5 times. Jacquin looks at the system stunned. What? He is filled with joy. A title reward. The skill's effectiveness increased by 1.5 times. That means the system notification appears. Patient Lady Dinzel's lifespan has increased by 27 years and 3 months. The amount of extra life received will equal 5.03 days. Before the title reward disappears, the lifespan reward, 5 days. Updated lifespan, 146 days. Hearing this, he can't hide his smile and thinks to himself, if everyone around me respects me, he thinks to himself, then I'll get to live even longer. Immediately after, he puts on a truly bizarre expression as he imagines it. Along with all the praise and admiration for me, he laughs loudly. I'll make you all misunderstand even more. One afternoon, as the sun began to set behind the palace, just then a horse-drawn carriage appeared. Inside was Jacquin along with several young ladies from prestigious families. Jacquin stared blankly out the window, resting his chin on his hand, and thought, somehow I managed to get through this difficult time. But running the clinic by myself is just going to get harder and harder. He then realized, I need a professional nurse. The romantic late afternoon sun shone down on the carriage. Upon reaching the town, the carriage suddenly stopped. A foot stepped down. The lady of the Dinzio family got out, smiled, and said, Your Highness, I can't believe it. You even went to the trouble of taking me home after treating me. I don't know how I can ever repay this kindness. Hearing this, he chuckled to himself. Don't worry, I've already received plenty of benefits from this. The system's information panel appeared. The heart, lungs, large intestine, and liver have gifted you 200 HL to celebrate the successful treatment. Current HP 1,500. He then turned and said with a smile, Don't worry about it. Seeing you recover is enough for me. Everyone there, including the Dinzios, couldn't help but look at him with emotion as if they wanted to exclaim, How touching! The 2 members of the Dinzio family bowed respectfully and spoke. Then we shall take our leave. Seeing this, Jacquin quickly interrupted. Wait. Jacquin stood up and said frankly, I want to speak with you. The eldest son of the Dinzio family was astonished. He looked at him with some anxiety and said, What meet Jacquin said, Get in the carriage first. He quickly got into the carriage as ordered. The 2 sat in silence far apart from each other. The eldest son of the Dinzio family spoke up. Your Highness, are we going to sit and talk like this? Jacquin replied. Yes, we have things to discuss sitting like this. They do this at Shinsegai, too. Shinsegai is a Korean department store chain. An unknown amount of time passed. The sun slowly set, and the birds began to fly back to their nests. The 2 silently looked at each other. Suddenly, the man became tense. Why isn't he saying anything? Suddenly, Jacquin let out a long sigh, breaking the silence. He then said, Oh man, my whole body aches. His words made the other man jump, and he thought, Don't tell me. Jacquin suddenly put on a tired, weary expression and said, I've spent many days caring for the lady without getting any sleep. The eldest son of the Dinzio family turned his head and thought to himself, I knew it. He then spoke up, Your Highness, I was thinking about how to compensate you. Jacquin replied, Don't you know that I don't charge for medical treatment? I'd lose patience if I went back on what I said in my advertisements. The other man replied, But Your Highness, I want to repay your kindness. Hearing this, Jacquin was overjoyed and said, Really, but you're not my patient. I don't take anything from my patients. The man was stunned and replied, Yes, you're right. Something seemed to have just shattered. Then Jacquin lowered his voice, turned to an information page and said, From what I've heard, he stopped at the other man's information and continued, You're a painter, aren't you? He replied, Yes, but I'm just an amateur. His eyes became unusually sharp as he said, I want you to do a few things for me. A few days later, sunlight once again shone down on the town at Florent Square.
A bald man appeared and said, "Have you heard?" A man buying fruit nearby spoke up. "What is it?" The bald man said, "The prince is looking for servants for the palace." The other man asked, "Why are you telling me?" The bald man walked over, patted him on the shoulder, laughed, and said, "I thought you might be interested. You've been unemployed for 5 years now." The man was both startled and angry. "Hey, landlord, why do you care whether I'm unemployed or not?"
Please don't say another word.
"It's not like I've skipped out on the rent." The bald man's face darkened. He awkwardly held up 2 fingers and said, "You've been late twice." Hearing that the man's attitude immediately changed. "I'll go earn some money right away." He quickly ran off. He didn't notice a person in a black cloak holding an apple standing nearby. The mysterious figure held the apple, observing it for a long time. It was unclear if they were male or female. They seemed very cold. Meanwhile, at the exhibition of the eldest son of the Dinzio family, people from all over the Dinzio territory were flocking to see it. There were old and young men and women. Everyone stepped inside. The space was vast and magnificent. People stared, unable to look away. Jacquin was also present. He clapped and said, "Congratulations on becoming a professional artist." The eldest son of the Dinzio family scratched his head shyly and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Jacquin looked at him and said, "Why the long face?" The man could only give a weak smile and say, "Ah, well." The paintings he had made were all of Jacquin. The voice of the Dinzio family's eldest son echoed, "I feel like—" Another painting hung on the wall titled, "The Trio of Life." Another one appeared with Jacquin's face titled, "Life Returns to You." Next was another painting of a person crying. It was called, "I Sometimes Cry Too." Damian stood before a painting and drew his sword as if to say, "I don't know why, but I really want to slash this painting." The eldest son of the Dinzio family continued, "It feels like such a scam." Jacquin clapped the man on the shoulder, laughed, and said, it's fine. People use Photoshop all the time." He looked completely puzzled. "What's Photoshop?" Then he continued, "Your Highness, will my paintings really help with your advertising?" "Of course," Jacquin replied. He continued, "This will be useful later." Then he pointed to the painting in the center titled, "Show me the Ganyo," which means "Bring the nurse here." Jacquin continued, "Damn good, so good, this is wonderful. The nurse is here." But the reality was different. Everyone was stunned by the painting. "I came because I heard admission was free." "What is this painting?" Suddenly someone noticed the information plaque beneath the painting. On it was written, "Bring the nurse here." Oil on canvas. You can become one of them. "These angels in white gain experience and happiness in life by becoming nurses. What's more, you'll be paid by a handsome boss." "Who is a prince, register now immediately." A voice rang out. "Sir, I have to be honest, my dream is to become a nurse." The man, startled, said, "What?" At the nurse registration office for the entrance exam, Biezzo was busy with the applications. From the crowd, a voice called out, "Is the salary really that good? I heard that 1 month's salary can pay for 2 years of rent." A man in the crowd cried out, "Mom, I'm going to become a rich nurse and repay you for raising me." Next to him was a mysterious girl in black and another girl holding a piece of paper. She was reading the information about the job. The details included working hours dependent on the prince's health and mood. Requirement: relocate to the capital. How to register: fill out the form and submit it to the office in Frontier Square. The girl paid attention to the test and the registration requirement. A second later, she suddenly clenched the paper. Elsewhere, Jacquin was standing there silently crying tears of joy. Damian saw this and immediately asked, "Your Highness, are you that happy?" Jacquin's eyes sparkled endlessly, thinking about the future prospects. Then he composed himself and said, "Of course." "Why wouldn't I be happy?" He looked at the long line of people and continued, "If we can attract talented individuals to the palace, we can cure even more sick people." Then he held out his hand and said loudly, "That is why—" His spirits soared, and he began to sing, "Why Wouldn't I Be Happy?" Then Jacquin thought, "My lifespan will be extended." Damian looked at him with admiration, thinking to himself, "He is so amazing, and he pays so generously, too." 6 days later, near the palace fence, strange footsteps were heard slowly approaching from above. Jacquin hung up a banner, "Bring the nurse here." Outside the gate, thousands of people were lined up waiting. A mysterious shadow approached from behind, looking at the bustling crowd ahead. A mysterious girl coolly looked up. It was Anis. With her hands on her hips, she smiled and said, "It's time." An announcer appeared holding a spoon in his hand. He said loudly, Everyone, your attention, please. Wearing his intellectual-looking glasses, he continued, we will now begin the first part of the selection test. Thousands of people looked up at him. He spoke with even more confidence. Organized by the prince, bring the nurse here. The first part. The man used all his strength to shout, will be. He continued to build the suspense, will be. Then he pointed forward. Revealed next week at the Comic Museum, the announcer would like to inform you. Organized and sponsored by the Crown Prince, the nurse selection competition, show us what you've got. He shouted, the first task is to get to the interview site. Everyone immediately started murmuring, that's weird. I feel like I've been hearing this all week. You're overthinking it. They were instructed that everyone would be divided into 5 groups of 50 people for the test starting here, and they were to move quickly to the main building of the Annex Palace. Only the first 10 individuals from each group would be interviewed. A guide map was quickly drawn up. From the Annex Palace, the main building, the interview site. It's a total run of 3 kilometers past the fountain back to the current position at the outer gate. They panicked. What wait then? What about the other 40 people? He stated that anyone not in the top 10 was disqualified. Immediately, they started sprinting with all their might. This is ridiculous. All right, group number 1, start. They shouted in exhaustion as they ran, having to move a whole 3 kilometers. Bietzo, strictly following the rules, stood formally monitoring the participants for signs of fatigue. He quickly moved to stop them and said, those of you in the back are disqualified. They collapsed to the ground, panting from the run. He praised them, good job, but Bietzo announced, we will begin the next task right now. On a dining table, an array of tempting foods was laid out. Task number 2 will be, he continued, to identify the medicinal herbs among the 6 items on the table. The participants took turns tasting them. One person picked an item up to taste. Bietzo said, it has been affected by improper storage. Suddenly, a figure in a cloak began acting strangely. Nearby, he cried out in pain, shaking uncontrollably. A moment later, the man in the cloak fell. He collapsed to everyone's utter shock and confusion. This made them tense with surprise. The atmosphere became eerily silent. The participants whispered back and forth, that person just collapsed. Are they okay? Why isn't anyone helping? Should I help? What should I do? They continued to complete the test despite someone having collapsed. There's no time. The test is almost over. Meanwhile, Jakin was nearby, having been observing all the contestants for who knows how long. Bietzo approached where he was standing, but then quickly took a step back to a safe distance. Bietzo raised both hands to get their attention and announced to them, all right. He smiled and said, I'm very pleased to see everyone so focused. Successful candidates will be notified at a later date. While they were all being so indifferent, I couldn't find that medicinal herb. Did I fail? Only after all the participants had left could the act finally end. Jakin approached and said, you can get up now. It was Damian disguised as the collapsed person. With their act over, they stood up. Damian dusted himself off and replied, good thing we fooled all of them. Jaquan said, and here I was worried it looked too over the top. What do you mean? Jaquan continued. Look at this. He performed just like a professional actor. The scene where Damian collapsed, his makeup at the time was so detailed it looked like a heart attack. And look, you can't forget the headache part. Then he successfully acted out a final convulsion before having a stroke from the pain. It was so realistic that a drop of syrup still lingered at the corner of his mouth. Bio would give his performance a 10 out of 10. Your Highness, is there truly nothing you can't do? Jaquan said, doesn't this look more natural? Want to take an acting class? The 3 of them were just chatting. Well, whatever works. Thanks to Damian's acting, we were able to assess them accurately. So, what are the results for the 9 remaining candidates? Jaquan announced solemnly. All of them are eliminated. He said skills can always be learned, but Damian replied, you mean to say that character is more important? Jaquan agreed. Exactly. That's why they have to meet our standards, especially a future nurse. Now on to the next group. It was the same with the next group. But the results for Group 2, no one passed. Group 3, no one passed either. They were even more apathetic than the previous 2 groups. Group 4 continued the trend, no one passed. Surprise and despair were written all over his face. Are you serious, Jaquan? He thought. Not a single one of them cared about the person who collapsed. Then he spoke up. Damian, let's go for a walk. He agreed. All right. The 2 of them walked in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Jaquan couldn't stop wondering,
I don't think there are any more candidates. What do we do now?
Suddenly, he heard someone arguing. Why isn't anyone here? A young woman was arguing with a soldier because she wasn't a person. Jacquin saw them. What is he talking about? She's not human. The girl was spirited with short brown hair tied in two buns. She insisted, I am human. He still argued back, no, you are not. Jacquin, standing at a distance, got annoyed. This bastard! Why would he say that when we don't even have enough candidates as it is? If she's not human, then what is she? Damian from behind him knew the truth. She's a werewolf. This confused Jacquin. A werewolf, but she doesn't have a tail. He said, you can't see it because of those baggy pants. They just hide it. Hearing that made Jacquin reconsider. I see. Normally, with werewolves, I guess even the Crown Prince has a pretty negative view of them. All werewolves have special abilities, the most distinct of which is the ability to shapeshift. Like in the story of Little Red Riding Hood, where one impersonated the little girl's grandmother. They also have physical strength that few can match with their powerful bodies, as well as a keen sense of hearing. With a nose as good as a dog's? Jacquin's hopes were rising, captivated by her. She's perfect for a nurse of traditional medicine. Damian felt a sense of helplessness, thinking, I was worried for nothing. Anissa still tried to get in. I am also a citizen protected by the laws of the Empire. The guard replied, but you lose control and sometimes turn into a beast. She was still fuming about that. That's just a prejudice, Anissa dared to say. That won't happen. He didn't seem to care and just teased her, ooh, so scary, but right now? Are you looking at me with those frightening monster eyes? She was furious, clenching her fists and cursing under her breath. This son of a bitch! Immediately, Jacquin stepped in. Stop, that's enough. He reprimanded the man. In our recruitment announcement for nurses, didn't it clearly state that anyone living in the capital can apply? The man looked a bit crestfallen. Yes, Jacquin continued. Even if she is a werewolf, isn't she still a citizen of the capital? The soldier admitted his mistake. It is my fault, Your Highness. She was touched by Jacquin's kindness. The one you should be apologizing to is not me, but her, he said. I apologize for this soldier's disrespectful behavior. She introduced herself. I am Anissa, daughter of Hezerin. It is a great honor to meet you, Your Highness. Jacquin then asked her, so you wish to participate in the test? Anissa replied, yes, Your Highness. He immediately agreed, very well. Then shall we start right now? She was quite surprised. What? He said. Since you're a werewolf, your physical stamina must be quite good, right? But I have yet to see it with my own eyes, Jacquin proposed. So if you can outrun that soldier, we'll consider this your first test. At the crack of dawn, the starting hand points in the direction they must run. From here to the fountain is about 400 meters. Whoever gets there and back first will be the winner. All right, I am determined to win. Understood. He instructs the soldier, hurry up and get ready. The soldier hastily accepted the order. Yes, sir. They both got into their starting positions fully prepared. Both were mentally ready for a decisive battle. I will achieve an overwhelming victory. The fierce voice echoed in the soldier's mind. Both of them were ready to begin the stressful test. The first warm-up challenge is an endurance run. Jacquin participated directly. He waved the flag and said, all right, get ready. The gray-haired man's face was slightly wrinkled. Anissa on the other side was not to be outdone and got into a ready stance. Suddenly, Raken shouted, go! Immediately, Anissa with her small frame shot forward. She left her opponent far behind, running as fast as a cheetah. In Jacquin's eyes, she had now become the #1 candidate. Nearing the finish line, Anissa accelerated like a gust of wind. Anissa ran straight for the target. Then she gained momentum and leaped high, landing firmly on a nearby pillar. With her nimble body, Anissa quickly used her momentum to swing around it. Her face was calm, without a trace of emotion. The sunlight shining on Anissa made her body seem to glow. Next, she landed gently and small pebbles flew up around her. She didn't stop there. She gained momentum and continued to run. Anissa dashed forward face to face with him. Her speed astonished her rival and struck fear in him. The man's body was covered in sweat, and he panted non-stop. Anissa glanced at her opponent, inwardly scoffing, too slow, I've already won. The man's face darkened as he tried to run straight ahead. He grimaced and started to get frustrated. Damn it! Suddenly, he unfortunately twisted his ankle. He let out a cry, huh! A second later, he tumbled to the ground with a loud shout.
Seeing this, Anissa's attention was suddenly caught. She turned back to look at her opponent, who was in pain from his sprained ankle. Then she thought, did he dislocate his shoulder? Her running rhythm was thrown off. Anissa became hesitant. She clenched her jaw. A second later, she tried her best to stop saying, damn it. Anissa immediately turned around, to the surprise of Jacqueline and Damian, just like that. She dashed straight towards the man and said, damn it, I wanted an overwhelming victory too. That's just life for you. Raken witnessed her action and fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Anissa quickly stopped beside the man. Then she grabbed her opponent's shoulder. He wondered, what are you doing? Anissa snapped irritably. Just shut up and stay still. It turned out she was resetting his bone. The man was taken by surprise, feeling a bit of pain, and let out a loud scream. He fainted in Anissa's arms. Suddenly, Raken walked over and said, well done. That's enough. He took out the wooden necklace Dior had given him and said cheerfully, you're hired. He handed her the necklace that proved she had passed. Jacquin then invited her into his office. He presented a piece of paper and said, this is the employment contract. Please read it carefully. Anissa picked it up to look it over and said, this seems quite complicated. Jacquin smiled and said, there's no need to worry. Just take your time. Take my time. Take my time. Biezo looked at him worriedly. He suddenly turned into a middle-aged man, just like me. Meanwhile, Damian looked at him as if he wanted to speak up. He's definitely more mature than his actual age. Anissa didn't reply and continued to look at the contract. Jacquin observed her and thought, her physical strength is impressive and she's also very wise. It's perfect, but I saw it. Jacquin remembered the moment earlier that afternoon when she smiled while resetting the man's shoulder. At that moment, there was something terrifying in Anissa's smile as she said, try this. Jacquin sat there smiling and thought to himself, although she was helping, she did it in such a painful way. There are a lot of difficult patients out there. They definitely wouldn't be happy about that. Biozo and Damian stood beside him, looking at him with confusion. Outside the window, the sunset light shone in. Raken thought, but it's a pity. I wish I had more people like her. A moment later, Anissa calmly put the contract down. Jacquin immediately walked over and asked, how is the contract? She replied, it's good, but then Anissa said, I want to add a few additional clauses. Her words immediately made Jacquin bewildered. Oh, what are they? Anissa continued. Actually, her voice rang out, am the leader of a tribe of about 50 people. Her statement left him at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he said, huh, and thought to himself, there are 50 more people like you. He then ran over, put his hands on Anissa's shoulders, and said, geez, you should have said that sooner. A second later, Raken daydreamed about tall, strong werewolves. Who could resist having 50 S-rank nurses? Anissa turned to him and said, in that case, please let them take the nurse's examination as well. Jacquin nodded in agreement. He thought, come to me, my S-ranks. Then Anissa continued. And also, she made her request, please solve the congenital problem of my tribe. Hearing that, we became curious. A congenital problem. Are you ladies malnourished? She answered, no. He asked, what is it then? Anissa began to explain, my tribe has faced many difficult situations in society because of that problem. A group of people constantly teased them. Anissa hesitated and said, it's our tails. Hearing that Jacquin was a bit puzzled and said, tails, she continued, it's because our tails move on their own. She described her wolf-like species. Jacquin, full of questions, asked, is that a bad thing? At this, Anissa lowered her head and said, yes, because we can't hide our emotions. Jacquin seemed to understand the problem. Then he pictured it, a tail up means happiness, while a droopy tail means sadness. Jacquin thought because their emotions are so easy to read, they must often become targets for scammers. Anissa clenched her fingertips. Jacquin's voice rang out. Is that why you wear those baggy pants, to hide your tail? She answered, yes, but even so our tails are too strong, and we can't hide them if we suddenly get excited. Jacquin asked curiously, even if you tie the tail to your leg? Anissa shook her head and said, it'll find a way to get out on its own. The tail seemed to speak up. Hey, I'll do what I want. Just worry about yourself first. Hearing this, Jacquin immediately thought, does it have its own muscles and consciousness? Jacquin then said, so what about cutting it off? Anissa replied, we've tried that. But it would be difficult for us to walk normally. Living a normal life without a tail is impossible. Anissa continued, and it just grows back in under a month anyway.
Jakin laughed and said, "Like a lizard's."
Suddenly, he went silent. He seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. Do they want me to solve this problem? He thought. And that's the only way.
For me to get those S-rank nurses.
Then he clutched his head, thinking, I've never tried to treat a tail before. Biozo and Damian looked at him strangely. Jakin's mind was a complete blank. I can't think of anything at all. Jakin approached Anissa and said so.
What if I were to become your guardian protector? Anissa asked, confused.
What do you mean, Your Highness?
Jakin replied. It means I will use my status and authority to support your tribe.
Hearing this, Anissa immediately objected. While I'm very grateful for the offer, I must refuse. She shook her head and continued, because that doesn't solve our core problem. Anissa's voice rang out. If something happens to you tomorrow, or you change your mind, wouldn't we just be back where we started, or even worse? Anissa looked up at him and continued, I didn't come to you for a temporary solution. Jakin looked at her and said,
So you want a solution to the core problem, do you?
Anissa replied, Yes, Your Highness.
Jakin sighed and said, All right, fine. Anissa's mood suddenly brightened.
So does that mean you'll help us?
Jakin said helplessly.
Ugh, do I have any other choice?
Anissa asked eagerly. Have you thought of a way yet? He closed his eyes and replied, Actually, not yet. He continued, I'll start looking for a way now.
Anissa looked at him with expectant eyes. He's so honest, she thought. If he was the type to just make empty promises,
I would have been truly disappointed.
Meanwhile, Jakin was still deep in thought. What am I going to do? Suddenly, Anissa stood up and said, All right, I will leave now and wait for your call. Jakin replied, Okay, don't go anywhere else. Just stay in the annex and wait for me. Anissa sighed and closed the door. The room fell silent. Jakin started screaming in his mind again, clutching his face. They're too talented for me to refuse. I have to do this. To think there's a whole lineup of 50 of the best nurses, but I can't cure that tail condition. They won't work for me. Then he collapsed onto the sofa thinking, Ugh, wait. What am I supposed to do about a tail with a mind of its own? Jakin let out a helpless cry. A while later, his face darkened. He sat near the bookshelf, his expression pale, thinking, I've searched everywhere, but I still can't think of anything. Just then, Biozo suddenly yelled, That's the name of the skill Prince's Scream. Jakin was startled by him and yelled, You scared me to death. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Biozo replied solemnly, No, sir. Jakin continued, Then what? What's your problem? Biozo frowned and said, If you frown too much and let your frustration build up, you will contract many illnesses. Jakin puffed out his chest and replied, If you keep scaring me like that, I really will get sick. I might have a heart attack, Biozo replied. No, you won't, Your Highness. Jakin questioned him. What right do you have to decide whether I get sick or not? Biozo frowned again and said, If you frown too much, it will leave wrinkles. Then he continued to explain, Once wrinkles appear, you won't be able to get rid of them. Perhaps you should stop frowning, sir. He looked at him as if to say, Is that so? Then Jakin chuckled softly. He glanced up at the bookshelf and thought, Is he trying to make me feel better? It's obvious he is. At the same time, I feel both embarrassed and grateful. He's so kind. Then Jakin shrugged and continued, It's fine, so what if I get wrinkles? I'll just use fillers and Botox. Hearing this, he was full of questions. Excuse me, but what are fillers and Botox? Jakin smiled and continued, They're things I know about. They're very good for getting rid of wrinkles. As he spoke, something suddenly occurred to him. Wait. I think I've got it. Boti Yulanung, the full original name of Botox. He began to think, among all the poisons known to man, it's the most potent paralytic. Then he thought of the werewolf's tail, the red muscles. A werewolf's tail can move on its own. I'll paralyze those muscles. And with that, he thought of Ku German. And what do you know? I have just the poison to use. His face lit up brighter than ever before. Then Rocky said to Bezo, Let's go. I need Ku German's poison. You keep it in the secret vault, right? Bezo replied, Yes, sir. Then he shouted, Bring it to me and take me to Anissa's room. Right then, in Anissa's room, she was doing push-ups non-stop. Suddenly, she stopped and noticed him. Anissa opened the door, saw Jakin, and said, Sir, why have you come here at this hour? Without another word, he pushed her inside and said, I think I found a solution. Let's go. He then lowered his gaze and thought, There are two things I need to figure out first. The first is where to perform the procedure. while at the same time he transferred energy into her. Then he thought joyfully, yes, I see it. A diagram of Anissa's body quickly appeared, starting from the brain down to the shoulders and finally to the legs. Reiki thought, I knew it. The flow of internal energy in her body is completely different from a human's. Besides the location of her meridians, it's completely different from what I predicted. The pressure points on her hips are farther apart than a human's. He continued to think. And in between them is something humans don't have, a blood vessel leading directly to the tail. Jacquin's expression turned serious. He said, I will not say anything further from this point on. Then he thought, in short, she's similar to a human in most of the important areas. Then he turned and said to her, now could you please turn into a wolf for me? Anissa turned and said, pardon me, sir, but it's already dark outside. Jacquin explained, because your acupuncture points will shift when you transform. I need to check and find where they are. Anissa fell silent. She just stood there without saying a word. A moment later, a small ear sprouted from her head. Next, her feet began to grow larger. In just a moment, Anissa had transformed into a tall and fierce wolf. But Jacquin wasn't afraid. He said, I thought you'd be bigger. You're like Kenken. Anissa replied, yes, sir. Then he said, that was the name of a dog I used to have. Hearing this, Anissa couldn't help but growl angrily. Jacquin started teasing her. Oh, can't you talk because the structure of your mouth has changed? Next, he cheerfully took her paw, saying softly, shake. Suddenly, she became furious. Jacquin quickly pulled his hand back, laughing. Sorry. Jacquin made a finger gun gesture and said, bang. Immediately, Anissa rolled over like a puppy. She growled a warning. Jacquin said, it really works. Sorry. Let's start the examination. From behind, Bezo watched him with a gentle gaze. After some time, a pensive Jacquin returned to his room thinking constantly, I've completed the first task. Find the place to perform the procedure, but the second task is a bit more complicated. He looked at the box of medicine and thought, how much of the paralytic poison should I use? That's the most important question. Rakin picked up a pill and observed it. I need to figure out the components of this poison. To know the exact dosage needed for her tail. Then he thought of Ku German locked away in prison. Should I ask Ku German? No, I can't trust him. Ku German was quickly ruled out. Then he had a bold thought. What if I try eating it? I can store it within my mana shield and test it. He immediately put the pill in his mouth. Suddenly, a system warning sounded. His internal organs were furious. His heart, lungs, large intestine, and even his liver all cursed him for being insane. They all gathered in one place to discuss. His heart spoke up. Did he really just eat poison? The two lungs giggled foolishly. The liver said coldly, so who's going to detoxify it? The large intestine said, exasperated, does he really want to test it on himself? Suddenly the liver shouted, me, that's who. Why don't you just summon a monster and feed it the poison? Rakin, sitting in front of the system screen, said, you want to test poison on a cute little summoned beast? Aren't you guys going a bit too far? The scolding from his organs came through the system. You were going to test the poison on your own body. Don't you think that's going too far? The liver said irritably, there are summoned beasts, specifically for analyzing ingredients you know. The liver angrily shouted at him, even for poison! At that moment, it was as if he was enlightened. His face lit up and he thought, what did you just say? Chicken sat in his room surprised and said, what? There's a spirit beast that specializes in analyzing ingredients. A system notification appeared. The liver laughed and said, yeah, I met it when I was in the system's waiting room. He was surprised. The system's waiting room, what's that? It began to explain. The name says it all. It's a waiting room. I had to rest there until I was awakened. Everything is kept in hibernation. A system notification appeared. Me heart, lungs, large intestine. Everyone? Jacquin was shocked. He looked at the system and said, so the other internal organs are also sleeping. The screen displayed the answer, that's right. The organs waiting to be summoned are the same. After hearing that, he started to think, then said, what is this system anyway? A system notification sounded, don't ask me anymore. Even if I knew everything, I couldn't tell you. Then a red notification appeared. It's the law. The disclosure of information is also restricted. Jacquin started speaking through the system screen. Then can you just tell me its characteristics? Because I'll have to go through the gotcha again with Bersium. The liver, fed up and defiant, said, don't wanna.
Hearing that, Jacquin pouted and said seriously. Then he looked at the screen. The organs were having a great time with the current situation. Then they laughed out loud. Jacquin, furious, ground his teeth and cursed silently. These bastards! A moment later, he stood up and shouted, "If you don't want to, then just stay silent." Then he pinched his nose shut and said, "I'll make you talk." The system displayed a conversation between the heart and the large intestine. Heart chuckled and said, "What are you up to?" The large intestine asked, "Are you holding your breath?" The two lungs were dumbfounded, a giant question mark hanging over them. A few seconds later, Heart's face turned bright red from lack of oxygen. At this point, the lungs' faces were turning purple, and both the left lung and the heart began to worry. What, I'm not getting enough oxygen. The system displayed a notification the internal organs are panicking due to your actions. The pale-faced lungs hugged themselves, rambling non-stop. At that moment, the two lungs collapsed to the ground. Heart's face began to turn pale. Liver and large intestine screamed non-stop, "The lungs are about to die, you idiot!" A second later, the system announced success. The spirit beast's special ability is ingredient analysis. A powerful yellow light flashed from Jacon's room. A goldfish appeared and chirped, "Bobak." Then another one appeared. Jacon said in amazement, "Goldfish?" He continued, "Hey there." The goldfish glanced at him and chirped, "Bo?" Then putting on a sly expression, he said, "Let's get along from now on, shall we?" The frightened fish cried, "Bo! Bo!" After that, both the fish and Gaussium looked at each other happily and chirped. Jacon watched with a smile as his two summoned monsters played together. He then reached into a box and took out a pill. He then offered it to the goldfish and said, "Bobak, do you want to eat this? It's delicious." It watched him and cried out nonstop, "Bow, bow, back." Then a message from the internal organs appeared in the system. He's so heartless. I wonder who he takes after. Then he broke the pill open and thought, Bobak's ability is, I think, when it eats something. A second later, he directly poured the pill's contents into its mouth. At that moment, the system announced, "The immortal goldfish. Bobak has used a skill." It cried out, "Just a little bit." After that, Bobak's face turned pale and it began to tremble. "Bow, bow, bak. You lied, Bo. Bow, bow. You monster." Then it passed out to Gaussium's horror. Gaussium thought to itself, "I'm going to die." Jacon watched and thought, "It will." A second later, Bobak's eyes flew open. The system announced, "The immortal goldfish." Bobak has used the skill Revive Level 1. Seeing this, Jacon thought, "Revive." At this point, Bobak was seething with anger. It pulled out one of its sharp teeth. He watched thinking and writing in his journal, then said with a laugh, "I'm sorry." Bobak, furious to the point of tears, cried, "Bo!" He watched what it was writing and thought. Bobak wrote down everything it had eaten in the journal ingredients, median lethal dose. Then Jacon picked up the paper, thinking to himself, and all the properties of what it ate. It's as if it's stalking someone. And this is a really powerful poison. It can even reduce the effectiveness of Botox. A second later, Jacon was delighted. He grinned wickedly. "Nasty. Now I can create the exact dose needed for the anesthetic for Anissa's tail." After that, he summoned Mr. Gaydon Biozo, who appeared immediately. "Yes, Your Highness." Jacon was surprised. "Where did you pop out from?" Suddenly, he said in astonishment, "Another spirit beast, sire." He then lied, "It was looking for me all night. I must be very famous." Then he laughed loudly. Biozo, stunned by his answer, gave a forced smile. Jacon asked, "Why are you smiling?" Biozo replied, "You remind me of a great figure mentioned in the history books, sire." Jacon replied, "A great figure?" He answered, "Yes, sire. That would be Sir Loy, the Zone Teazra." Jacon said, using what he knew, the master lamp designer who lived in the Empire when it was still a kingdom. Biozo replied, "Yes. I remember history mentioning that he had 5 spirit beasts." Jacon's eyes went wide as he looked at him. He was that skilled at... He began to speak. "In any case, he was the one who built the very foundation of this empire. And I heard he was very popular on Fridays." Jacon was puzzled. "What's that supposed to mean?" Then he suddenly shouted, "Ah, whatever! Bring Anis here to me!" Biozo immediately ran off, saying, "Yes, Your Highness." Outside the window, the sky had brightened. Out in the hallway, Biozo was leading Anis to the room. As she walked, Anis thought, "I know he's the crown prince, but can he really cure me? It hasn't even been a full day." Suddenly, Biozo's voice rang out, "You seem rather worried." Anissa jumped and looked up. He chuckled and said, "Ah, you look very worried indeed."
Anissa said warily. You really think so? Even after seeing my tail? Biozo froze and replied, Ah, that. Then he bowed his head and said timidly, I apologize. Anissa looked at him in silence and let out a soft laugh. Then she said cheerfully, It's all right, I'm used to it. We haven't been formally introduced, have we? The two shook hands. Biozo spoke up. I am the Crown Prince's personal physician. My name is Biozo Gadden. Anis replied, I am Acnister, heir to the Robo clan and daughter of Jacinto. Then Biozo spoke up. Miss Acnister, I apologize, but may I offer you a piece of advice? Anis nodded. Yes. As they walked, he said, I hope you won't be surprised no matter what the Crown Prince's treatment method is. Anissa was confused. Huh, what do you mean? He pushed the door open slightly and said, When he tells you the treatment method, I think you're going to think he's insane. Hearing this, Anissa was filled with curiosity. What kind of method could it be? Seeing her, Jakin smiled and said, Ah, there you are. He then said politely, Come in, have a seat here. Anissa sat down and said, Did you really find a cure in just one day? Jakin sat down as well and said, Of course, just trust me. Then she said loudly, Sir, can you tell me what the treatment involves beforehand? He replied, You're pretty nervous, aren't you? All right then. For starters. Then he took out a needle and said, I'll use this needle to poke your tail countless times. Anissa was a little horrified. What? Then he smiled and continued, And then I'll move it around inside of you. A second later, he said confidently, So, what do you think? Pretty cool, right? Everyone around them applauded and cheered for Jakin, as if to say, Your Highness, you're the best. But in contrast, his opponent cursed inwardly, Cool my ass. Anissa's expression changed when she glanced over at Biozo. He had a look on his face that seemed to say, Just trust his highness. The servants in the room, as if under a spell, nodded vigorously. Yes, just put your faith in our prince. Jakin, holding a needle in one hand and a pill in the other, smiled as if to say, Trust me. Seeing all this, she was utterly terrified and thought to herself, The Crown Prince isn't the only one who's insane here. It's all of them. Anissa sat with her head in her hands, watching the scene unfold, feeling conflicted and hesitant. Meanwhile, Jakin was still enthusiastically saying, It's okay. Don't worry so much, just trust me. A second later, her gaze suddenly shifted. Anissa thought, That look on his face, he doesn't seem trustworthy at all, but I have to give it a try. Anissa sat and thought for a long time. If the Crown Prince succeeds, my tribe will be freed from this monstrous tale. She continued to think, No matter how dangerous it is, I have to try. Then Anissa steeled herself and said, All right, I trust you. Jakin snapped his fingers and grinned. Excellent. First, a servant brought a large sheet. Another servant quickly helped drape it over Anissa. Then, still looking a bit stunned, she lay down on the bed. The sheet covered her body, leaving only her tail exposed. Jakin turned away without a word. Then he turned back, a professional habit kicking in, raised both hands and spoke. All preparations are complete. Let's begin. Everyone watched him with admiring eyes. Heluk Koko Sokon. Jakin used the mana from his heart to directly sense his opponent's tail. With that, a wave of power swept through Anissa's body. He thought to himself, the Esrahan core technique is truly magnificent. He looked at the spiderweb-like connections and thought, This is proof that acupressure points exist. Despite thousands of years of accumulated experience and knowledge combined with modern medical equipment, no one has ever been able to confirm them. I always felt it was a rather vague concept when I studied traditional medicine. Then he touched one of the spiderweb-like nerve pathways, and he continued to think, even though I believed in them, I was never able to actually verify their existence. But now it's different. Not only can I confirm them, I can actually see the acupoints. Then he started pulling out the needles. I shouldn't delay any longer. Jakin began to identify the points. First, the Schwank point 1.5 centimeters deep. Then he quickly took a needle and inserted it directly into the spot. As he did, a system notification rang out. Activating separation function. Slot 0.01 milliliters of muscle-paralyzing toxin contained in this slot has been released. The toxin was released from the tip of the needle. Lying on the bed, Anissa suddenly shuddered. Jaquan identified the next point. Next is the Mingmen point 2.1 centimeters deep. He carefully inserted the needle into the next acupoint. Next, he identified the Yaoyangguan point 2.4 centimeters deep.
The energy flow through the meridian at the Schwank point was now open, allowing power to flow directly into Anissa's tail. Now the flow of mana can run along her spine. Jaqen observed and began to think, her tail can no longer move. His face grew serious as he thought, now for the most important part, simply paralyzing the tail isn't enough. He continued to think, I have to make it permanently. Unable to recover, huh? Why has the tail already recovered? Its regenerative ability is incredibly strong. At that moment, her tail was slapping him in the face repeatedly. Jaqen became serious. No matter, this was still part of my calculations. A second later, he quickly sensed the locations. Time to speed things up. The Yaoshu point, and finally the Nyohu point. He made his decision in an instant. Jaqen inserted the needle into the back of her neck. Lying on the bed, Anissa felt it. What was that? Did this quack just stick a needle in the back of my neck? I asked him to deal with my tail, so why is he messing with my head? Suddenly, she was stunned. Huh. Her tail trembled, and a second later it fell limp. At the same time, her toes began to move, and then they were moving normally again. Jaqen exclaimed happily, "It's a success!" Then he removed the needle from Anissa's neck and said, "There, all done. Now, why don't you see for yourself?" Anissa asked curiously as she stepped off the bed. "Is it really over?" Jaqen replied confidently, "That's right, it was a success." Anissa was still doubtful. How could it possibly be done so fast? I didn't even have time to understand what was happening. Jaqen beside me prompted, "Do you feel anything special?" My tail. It was only when he mentioned it that she noticed. She quickly looked down at her tail in astonishment. "I'm feeling anxious. My tail should be curled up, but it's not moving at all." Jaqen then explained, "I paralyzed the tail section and then tricked the nerves in your body." Anissa, with a bewildered look on her face, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Jaqen pointed to her foot. "Your pinky toe. I redirected the nerves from your tail down to it. So now your pinky toe will be your tail. It'll wiggle according to your emotions." A second later, he said excitedly, "You have a tail now." This is so surreal. Anissa sat in silence. Then suddenly tears started streaming down her face. Jaqen looked at her and thought, from now on all the suffering and humiliation that the werefolk have had to endure. He looked at her happy for them. They would soon be free from their suffering. Anissa sobbed and said, "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, Your Highness." Jaqen crossed his arms arrogantly and said, "Humph, a thank you alone isn't going to be enough. I've completed my part of the deal. Now it's your turn." He then held the contract out in front of her. "You remember our special agreement, don't you? You said you would bring your tribe here. If I could treat that tail of yours." He immediately urged her, "Now sign here, come on." Anissa looked at him, displeased but helpless. This highness was truly no ordinary person. Early the next morning at the palace, a loud laugh echoed from within as Jaqen laughed uncontrollably. Bezo turned in surprise and asked, "Your Highness, are you that pleased?" He replied, "Of course I am." He looked at the werefolk and thought, right in front of me are 50 S-rank nurses. His pride soared to the pinnacle of glory. Jaqen thought smugly, 50 were folk. They have basic nursing and first aid skills. They've even completed a professional nursing course. He glanced at Anissa and thought, they know the difference between various medicinal ingredients, how to store them and how to handle them, how to make nutritious soup, how to bandage wounds. The others discussed their tasks with each other. They have completed all the necessary training to operate a treatment ward. A werefolk spoke up. "Your Highness, we've finished scheduling the new work shifts." Jaqen looked at the schedule, feeling pleased. Good, good, he thought. Then he continued, "Now the traditional medicine clinic at the edge of the palace will be able to operate 24/7. It seems so. Everyone seems to have gotten used to their new selves." He then imagined an assembly line for examination and treatment. The tails were redirected to the pinky toes and hidden inside the shoes they wore. A look of satisfaction spread across his face. The system announced, "You have successfully performed minor surgery to paralyze the tails of Anissa and 50 werefolk. Since this procedure does not extend lifespan, Level 2 treatment fees will not be activated. Your internal organs are giving you a round of applause for achieving the unbelievable." The organs inside him were overjoyed as if to say, "You sure are a stubborn one." Suddenly he sensed something. The system announced again, "The Earth attribute member of your internal organs has awakened due to the noise from above." Jaqen was stunned. A pair of large, sparkling round eyes opened. The system announced, "Your stomach has opened its eyes." A chubby little boy's voice piped up, I'm baby stomach. I want lots and lots of yummy food. Breaded pork cutlets, Raken thought. Baby stomach. That sounds kinda cute. It kept yelling, sweet and sour pork ribs. It screamed, fried chicken pizza. I want to eat it all. The baby stomach suddenly yelled, I'm getting dizzy, bring it to me quick. Raken looked at the system and cursed. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Those things don't even exist in this world. Bezo and Dami looked at him as if he were insane. He looked at the screen. The stomach whined, I want pizza with teokapki sauce. Seeing this, Raken started to crave it too, thinking to himself, I want to eat that too. He then looked around the room and thought, but there's nothing we can do. Just hold it in for a bit, okay? The stomach spoke up. All right then. What about something sweet? Hearing that, Raken popped a piece of candy into his mouth thinking, does this guy have the taste of a grade schooler? A second later, the system reported, the stomach is delighted with the sweet taste. Celebrating its birth grants you 300 HP. The old turtle heart, lungs, and liver congratulate the birth of the youngest organ, granting you 700 HP, current HP 1000. Raken remembered how awesome his internal organs were. That means the organs can now provide more advice on their own. I'll suffer less from stomach problems now. The system displayed, by precisely controlling the tail paralysis surgery, your Asrahan core method has improved. Raken glanced at the control panel. Asrahan core method has leveled up. Skill name, Asrahan core method. Phase 1 circle. Level 3. Mana increased by 150%. The mana circle in Raken's heart has gained more power. The system announced, the mana circle's capacity has expanded. The power of the mana circle glowed. Raken could feel it. It feels like a small water balloon is inflating in my chest. Then he looked at this clinic. It was early morning, and he'd already received this many HP rewards. Suddenly a voice called out, Your Highness, a nurse said. A patient in Area 6 seems a bit strange. Jaken asked, Strange how? The person replied, His body odor seems unusual, and it looks like he's about to run a fever. Hearing that, Jaken immediately ran over. Let's go check on him. Afterward, he thought, no matter what, the foundation of this traditional medicine clinic is much more reliable now. Our clinic now, will become a stable institution. In a small corner, a man was busy with stacks of documents. It was Sir Pavas, the head butler of the auxiliary palace, and he was in the middle of some calculations. If we spend this much this month, then he said to himself, did I miscalculate? He started calculating again, then suddenly threw his abacus aside. He frantically grabbed the ledger and said, This can't be right. Pavas trembled as he held the book. Immediately after, he hurriedly threw it onto the table and shouted, We're ruined! Instantly, he ran outside, frantically pushing the door open and yelling, Your Highness! Startled by the shout, Raken turned around, bewildered. Pavas, you scared me. What is it? You know I'm right here. He then calmed down and asked, Pavas, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Pavas, panting, said, I have an urgent matter to report. Please forgive my impertinence. Jaken was bewildered. What is it? A moment later, Pavas moved closer to him and said, Your Highness, the truth is the operating budget for the auxiliary palace, he continued, is about to run out. Hearing this, Jaken was horrified, the color draining from his face. He shot up and yelled, What, we're out of money, but I'm the crown prince. His face filled with anxiety as he thought, This is bad. If we run out of money, we won't be able to do anything, and we certainly won't be able to keep the traditional medicine clinic open. Anymore, my dream of living a long, lazy life as a royal will be shattered. He frantically turned and asked, How could we be out of money? Explain in detail. Pavas replied, I am truly sorry, but, he continued, it's because you cut the auxiliary palace's operating budget last fall. Those words left Jaken utterly speechless. He thought in a daze, Because of me! Then he slammed his fist on the table and roared, Jaken, you damn fool, you idiot! Pavas couldn't help but feel bewildered. Does he truly not remember? Then the two began to speak in private. Pavas said, I had assumed it was because your highness did not expect to live for much longer. Jaken's voice rang out. Are you saying I chose to give up? He replied, Yes, I thought you must have had your reasons for doing so. Back then, the auxiliary palace didn't have much of an operating budget to begin with. Hearing this, Jaken couldn't help but tremble as he said, My past self came back to bite me. Pavas said hesitantly, But your highness, you seem so much healthier this year than last. I thought you would be happy about that. Jaken fell right out of his chair. Happy? I'm not happy at all. His actions left Pavas bewildered. Jaken wailed, How can I possibly be happy when we're broke?
Then he angrily thrashed his arms and legs, shouting, "Everything is about money! It's always about the money! Ah!" Jakin lay there and thought, Jakin Adria Mason, "I know, you really wanted to play it this way, huh? Why would you do this to me?" He thought of the real Jakin lying listlessly in bed and sighed. Though, I guess I can't say I don't sympathize with him, but sighing won't solve anything. He started to think, and an idea suddenly struck him. Couldn't we just request a larger operating budget for the auxiliary palace this year? Why, Pavas replied, "I'm afraid not, sir." His words made Jakin freeze solid. His face darkened as he said, "Without money, we'll have to shut down the traditional medicine clinic, and I'll die." Pavas asked, puzzled, "Your Highness, what does closing the traditional medicine clinic have to do with you dying, sir?" Jakin asked. "We can't request more." His companion replied, "No, sir, we cannot. That would be against imperial law. The budget for any given year can only be requested at the end of the preceding year." Pavas then mentioned Emperor Astalion, the only person not bound by such laws, and who could do something about it. It would have to be the Emperor. Hearing this, Jakin said with excitement, "All right." He immediately took a carriage to see Astalion. "In that case, I'll go ask my father for help." By the time the sun set, Jakin's carriage was speeding back to the auxiliary palace. The Emperor did not help. Back in his office, Jakin sat in silence for a long time, making Pavas worry. He stared at a cup on his desk and thought, "I can't let the clinic get shut down, and not over money." A look of firm resolve appeared in Jakin's eyes. "I won't let money get in my way again. If that's how it is, then this is the only way." He then spoke up asking, "Pavas, do you have a list of the auxiliary palace's assets?" Pavas replied, "Of course I do, sir." A moment later, Jakin said cheerfully, "Good. Bring it all to me." "Excuse me, but why?" His expression changed as he said, "We will sell them all." He continued, "The paintings, the precious stones, the gold and silver tableware, sell it all." Pavard wept beside a painting. "Oh, my love, I took such good care of all of you." Then he turned to plead with Jakin, "Your Highness, please reconsider." But Jakin was very serious. "No, I will not change my mind." At that, Pavard stormed off in tears, but not before saying, "I hate you, Your Highness." The words left Jakin completely stunned, completely frozen. He tried to speak, but was at a loss for words. A few days later, Jaquin was sitting pensively in his office with Pavard and Damian. Then he spoke in a clear voice. "All right, listen up." His voice rang out, "I have sold the luxuries that we don't need, but this is only a temporary solution." Damian, standing nearby, said, "You've already prepared the next step, Your Highness." Jaquin looked at him and said with absolute certainty, "Yes, this temporary measure will give us some breathing room, but not if we can't build a long-term source of income, a stable source of funding for the treasury we've just acquired. It'll be gone in the blink of an eye." Pavard, still sniffling, said, "Your Highness, we've already sold everything there is to sell." Jaquin laughed loudly. "I know," he continued. "From now on, we're going to make medicine and sell it." Upon hearing this, Damian and Pavard couldn't help but look at him bewildered. "Excuse me," Jaquin smirked. "That's right. From now on, I will be the medicine-selling prince in the mornings at Fojon Teger Square." Where everyone gathers to trade, the bald man from the other day approached the young man who supervised the nursing exam. He said, "Hey, have you heard the latest news about the Annex Palace?" The man replied listlessly, "The Annex Palace. What happened?" The bald man said, "It seems the Crown Prince has sold off all the expensive luxury items from the palace." Hearing this, the other man couldn't help but shout in surprise. "Huh? Why?" A well-dressed girl passing by added, "Why else I heard it so he can continue to maintain his traditional medicine clinic." The young man hearing this immediately said, "If that's the case, he sold his luxuries to get money to keep caring for his patients." The bald man nodded and replied, "That's right. Isn't he amazing? The Crown Prince is truly a good person." The bald man continued, "No one else would dare do something like that." A nearby couple also couldn't stop praising him. "You know, if you look at the history books, people like him are incredibly rare." The person next to him nodded in agreement. "I agree." After that, Jaquin became like a savior in their eyes. "Our prince is so wonderful. Jaquin is like a god. I will heal everyone. This is the Church of Infinite Jaquin," another person shouted. "He is our son." Meanwhile, Jaquin, with disheveled hair and a pensive expression, thought, "I have to make money. I have to keep the traditional medicine clinic running." Jacquin rested his chin on his hand, his gaze distant. Only then can I continue to live. Damian spoke up. Your Highness, you want to create and sell the medicine yourself, Pavard, standing nearby, said worriedly. If capital is the issue. Couldn't we just charge patients a small fee? He crossed his arms and said coolly, Absolutely not. We would lose patients. He thought, I need to see as many patients as possible to extend my own lifespan as much as I can. Then he declared aloud, I will never take money from them, not now, not ever. Instead, Jacquin said, I will make money by selling an expensive but incredibly effective medicine. It will be a high-end medicine that people will covet even just to display it. He thought about taking matters into his own hands, to personally formulate some of the rarest medicines in the world. Then he stamped his foot firmly on the floor and said, a branded product before snapping his fingers with determination, exclusively produced by the Crown Prince. The somewhat wealthy and arrogant families can swagger about if they own it. Jacquin thought, picturing the powerful elite families. I will create my own emblem. It will be something that determines a person's social status, Jacquin said excitedly. A super high-class medicine. Jacquin, so ambitious he was practically preening, even stood up on the table. Damian asked doubtfully, Does something like that really exist? What is it? Jacquin said confidently. Of course it does. A medicine that uses the gallstone of a minotaur, Damian said flatly. A minotaur? Jacquin announced. The name of that medicine will be a pill worth 1,000 gold. In Jacquin's words, Minotaur Angong Niu Huang. Everyone had heard of the tranquilizer known as Angong Niu Huang. Angong Niu Huang is a high-class medicine with incredible effects, able to treat brain, cardiovascular, and blood pressure-related illnesses. This luxury medicine is placed in a large box, increasing its value. It's an extremely potent tranquilizer. Even Skaz takes it, and Vong Fan too. Afterwards, Jacquin and Damian went outside. Damian looked at him quizzically. With a Minotaur's gallstone, are you planning to create Minotaur Angong Niu Huang and sell it? Jacquin replied, Yes. Damian asked, Will people really drink it? Jacquin walked on and answered, Of course, 100%. He continued, Because they'll think it's rare. That's how people's minds work. When they see something like that, they all rush to buy the limited edition. Jacquin continued, We won't be using a bull. Instead, we'll use something stronger and rarer, the gallstone of a minotaur. Jacquin laid out his plan very carefully. Then he rated it 5-star quality. Both its effectiveness and its brand will make them want to buy it. It's completely sellable. Damian quickly shot that down. I don't think so. He then added, This tranquilizer and its effects. This is the first time I've ever heard of them. If this medicine were that amazing, wouldn't everyone already know about it? Jacquin said confidently. It was once very famous in a fallen ancient kingdom. Damian, full of doubt, asked, A fallen ancient kingdom, which one? An ancient city, Jacquin said. It was called Dusorian. Damian replied coldly, I've never heard of it. Jacquin then came up with an excuse. Right, I heard about it in a dream. Then he turned back with a smile and said, After all, I learned all my acupuncture and tonic brewing methods from my dreams. Damian replied, I heard that from Sir Gaydon. But then he thought to himself, But I didn't think it was actually true. Sir Gaydon is so naive. And for someone who serves the prince, he accepts this truth way too easily. In Damian's eyes, he was just like a child saying, Your Highness, you're the best. He silently watched Jacquin's retreating back. Material conditions determine consciousness, he thought to himself. But for me, all I care about is getting my salary on time.